The first round of the 2026 NFL Draft is complete. Up first was Fernando Mendoza, who, as expected, was taken first overall by the Raiders. Only one other quarterback went in the first round, and that was Ty Simpson, who was taken by the Rams at 13 overall, a very surprising move. Ohio State, by the way, they cleaned up with 3 top 10 picks and 3 of the Buckeyes' top defenders going in the top 11. That includes the Commanders, where they selected Ohio State linebacker Sonny Styles 7th overall. Edge rusher Arvell Reese was selected 5th overall by the Giants, and safety Caleb Downs was taken by the Cowboys at number 11 after Dallas traded up for him. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. Draft is come and gone. The Washington Commanders have selected Sonny Styles at number 7, linebacker from Ohio State. A lot to like with Styles. If you look around kind of where people had him projected or where the thoughts were, it's pretty darn high, man. Matt Miller at NFL Draft Scout on social media wrote this for ESPN overnight. Said, the board fell perfectly for the Commanders, as Styles is a player they've been linked to throughout the draft process. Coach Dan Quinn gets his impact middle linebacker in a player who has Fred Warner-like tools. The former safety will get the green dot in Washington, where he'll be tasked with stopping Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts and running back Saquon Barkley in the middle of the field at least twice a season. Styles has all-pro potential and will be an immediate starter after fantastic back-to-back seasons at Ohio State in a pro-style defense. That's a dude who scouts college players for a living, so I'm going to take that at a pretty high word. The Fred Warner comps, Fred Warner's going to the Hall of Fame, so I hesitate on that. You don't need that pressure. But, like, for folks that are, I don't know if concerned is the right word, but maybe he doesn't look like a typical NFL linebacker. He's bigger. He's taller.
Urlacher didn't look like one either.
Fred Warner kind of does. A lot of – so linebackers and running backs –
Sam Mills didn't look like one either.
Linebackers and running backs often have a similar build where they're between 5'10" and 6 foot and barrel-chested, right? And Styles does not look like that. But B – do you know, so I was doing live hits for Channel 4 all afternoon, and we started out in the parking lots of the NFL Draft Experience, and that's where I took the picture of the giant Commander's helmet and sent to the text thread that I found the helmet.
Yeah, I'm going to let you slide for just one more week.
Do you know who I ran into?
Who?
There. It was somebody you know well who was there with his family.
Mm-hmm.
Raven Caldwell.
Oh, Raven.
Raven was just up there as a fan. Maybe he has family in Pittsburgh or something.
His wife is from right there in Uniontown, right there, not far from Pittsburgh.
Because he was with his wife, so I got to meet her, which was great. She watches all ears, so shout out to Mrs. Caldwell. What are Raven's measurements? Because he's huge.
Raven was like 6'5", 260.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, like, all I would say to that is, like, the reason I'm not making any comparison to Sean Taylor, period. But what do we always talk about? And what did Louis Riddick talk about when we had the Caleb Downs discussion? If you're going to draft a safety in the top 10, they have to stand out. Yeah. And when Sean Taylor was in the DB's huddle before games,
we thought he was a damn pass rusher.
He looked like he didn't belong in that position group. Styles is going to be the same. That's a good thing. Now, if he was 6'5", 240 and ran like a 4.8, you'd wonder, okay, he might be too big for that position because he doesn't have the speed. But this dude has the speed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't share that concern. I'm not trying to be naive or overly optimistic. I'm just going to go with the people that do this for a living that think this is an absolute home run. And I said this 100 times. My homework assignment for Adam Peters, there's a zillion directions last night's draft could have gone. I did predict them taking Styles, no big deal. Me and White Brian, to his credit. But this thing could have gone a zillion directions. My two assignments were nail the pick. And I thought they would have an opportunity. What I wanted to happen was take the best player at the position in this draft. And to me, that where they were picking at 7, Jeremiah Love was clearly the best player at his position. I didn't think he'd get there. He didn't. He went number 3.
Mm-hmm.
Mendoza was clearly the best player at his position. He didn't get there. He went number 1. But Delane, Styles, and Downs were clearly the best player at their position in this draft. And I wanted one of those dudes. Because even at the edge, you can argue Bailey or Reese. At receiver, you can argue Tate or Tyson. Or I actually still really like Lemon and hate that he landed in Philly. But at linebacker, there's no argument about who the best player in this draft is. And I just like that they accomplished that. I don't believe, Brian, and I could be wrong, and maybe there's some tweeners or something. I don't believe another off-ball linebacker went in the first round. Like,
no.
This dude is clearly the best at his position. And I think.
But the thing of it is, Jay, you give people way more credit than I give them. And I'm going to be honest with you now, and they get mad, I don't care. You draft football players. You draft athletes. You don't just draft a guy because he looks like a player. There have been a lot of players who look like the perfect linebacker that sucked. I knew guys that we called them Ashburn All-Americans because you know what? They were great in training camp. They never got on the damn football field. There were guys that didn't look the part, but they lived on the field. Mel Kaufman, who played back in the day, Mel was a tall, lankier guy, unbelievable linebacker. Monty Coleman was 6'4", 6'5". He weighed 251 pounds, very similar to a Sonny Styles. He was outstanding as a cover linebacker and a tackler. So for all those people who make all the noise, research your damn history of this football team, and you will see people that look just like him that played great at that position. Instead of just sitting up here thinking he didn't look like somebody you think should look like a linebacker. Because the person who looked like a linebacker, you complained about him all last year, Bobby Wagner.
Right.
So
and what was the complaint? There wasn't enough speed to cover.
Yeah, man.
This dude's got speed in spades.
So go look up those people that I named right there. For those who don't know who I'm talking about that say you're the best fan out there, go look them up and look at their size and understand where I'm coming from.
God, I love Monty Coleman. What an absolute warrior that dude was. Now, with Styles, I think he's in the middle of this defense immediately. And I also think it's worth pointing out, like, there was a position switch from safety to linebacker. Guys of Sonny Styles' caliber, he was a 5-star blue-chip recruit, went to Ohio State, grew up in Ohio, right? Yeah. I think if you grow up in Ohio as a football player and he's from a football family background, playing at Ohio State is probably a dream.
I think his dad played with London, right?
I believe so,
with Fletch, yeah.
Or his dad or his uncle?
I think his dad did.
Okay. Let's see if you lock that information down, boys in the aquarium. But if you're Sonny Styles and you're a true 5-star, and as a sophomore, he played in 13 games. He had 50 tackles. Like, he's on the field a lot. And then they say, you know what, Sonny, we think we're going to move you to linebacker, okay? And we're going to move you around a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
In the era of NIL and transfer portal, you know how many guys leave when presented with that option? You know how many schools would have been like, Sonny, you could stay, come to UCLA, come to Texas A&M, come to Miami. You could be a safety. You could be whatever you want. But no, he took the coaching. He switched positions. He won a national championship. Like, when you talk about pedigree and the type of person you are, that stands out to me because Caleb Downs is a phenomenal player. And one of the things that impressed me wildly about Downs is he played for Saban and Ryan Day, right? But he also transferred. Mm-hmm. And maybe he transferred because Saban stepped down. Like, there's a lot of, who knows, right? But, like, for Styles to just say, okay, coach, I'm going to do it, and I'm going to get better. And then the junior season, when Ohio State won the Natty, His biggest issue. Clary says you're right, B. That Fletcher and Sonny's dad played together. I think that's Lorenzo, right, with the Rams. Lorenzo style.
Scotty know him.
Sure,
he's from Pittsburgh.
Well, okay, terrific. But for me, with a dude that makes a position switch, has a good season, but the knock on Styles after the junior year was that he missed tackles. And some of that, he's playing too fast. One of the things Bobby Wagner said so eloquently was about being later in his career. He certainly wasn't as quick as he was earlier, but he knew where plays were going, so he's able to be in the right position. Sonny Styles was a junior in college making a position switch, and he had elite speed. Of course he's going to be out of position some.
Yeah.
I mean, he's probably a 20-year-old dude. So
there was somebody else who made that switch and who's in the Hall of Fame right now. You mentioned their name earlier. Urlacher was a safety.
Right.
Who moved to linebacker and was damn good in the league. And he's in the Hall of Fame.
Well, the other part of that I think is worth mentioning, I believe I heard this from Keim. If I heard it somewhere else, wherever I heard it, I want to give them credit. The knock on him after the junior season was missed tackles. I believe he missed 2 tackles last year. 2.
He worked on it. He improved it. Like sometimes when you're thinking and playing, you make mistakes. When you play freely after you learn something, you play like he did last year.
Well, and then if for folks that want to say the big play production drop, the sacks, the TFLs, it did go down, but Ohio State also made a decision to start getting Arvell Reese more of those opportunities. And what did Styles do? He was a good soldier about it. Switch, allowed the positions to kind of be fluid on what is a really good defense. So for me, a lot of nothing is a sure thing. I understand the questions. I just think a lot of the criticisms have some pretty big holes in them. If your criticism is you should have gone downs, okay. If your criticism is you need to get weapons for Jaden, you should have gone Tyson, okay. Like I can understand that. I can rationalize it. But I never had a doubt the pick was going to be honestly, once Kansas City traded up, as soon as we saw that, I thought Washington was getting Styles at 7. Because Kansas City was trading up to get Delane because they knew they had to jump Washington to get him. And it all made sense to me. Here's the plan. I got to talk to Sonny Styles last night. You'll hear my interview with Sonny at 11:45. Coming up at 11, we're going to open the phone lines up. I want to hear what folks think about Styles. I saw videos from Northwest Stadium last night. Seemed like everybody was excited, fired up. I heard JP Flame this morning. All the boys were at an event last night at Honor Brewing, and Flame said the place went nuts. All the fans that were at the brewery went nuts when the pick got made. We'll open the phone lines up. If there are people that have questions, you could do that too. The phones are open for a reason. I think Washington did very, very well last night. You're listening to BMitch Finlay. Phones at 11. Nobody go anywhere.
to disappear.
Jeff dropping the Eurythmics on us.
Everybody is looking for something.
BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. B, I saw something pretty darn interesting about this Sonny Styles pick from Next Gen Stats. These are just people doing math, right? This ain't subjective. This is just math. And I know you don't always love the analytics, but Next Gen Stats use the NGS draft model to identify the 5 best value picks in round 1 of the 2026 NFL draft. This is powered by Amazon Web Services. These are numbers from the cloud, B. The top value pick of round 1 was Arvell Reese, going number 5 to White Brian's New York Football Giants. He had an 84 score on the good pick. I just don't think many people thought he was going to be there at 5, right?
Right.
Number 2 is Sonny Styles at 7.
Okay.
He had a 95 score on the pick at 7, which is just crazy, dude. Like, his athleticism is truly off the charts. And what they wrote of the Styles pick, Daniel Jeremiah had Sonny Styles as the number 3 overall player.
Okay.
Number 3 overall. You get him at 7. I'm reading now. The former safety turned linebacker gives Washington the kind of modern second-level playmaker defenses are built around with the range, size, and versatility to become the long-term green dot successor to Bobby Wagner. From a next-gen stats standpoint, Styles' profile is about as clean as it gets. At 6'5" and 244 with 32 and 7/8 inch arms. No arms questions. Styles ran a 4.46 40 at the scouting combine and became the first participant since 2003 to post a sub 4.5 40, 40 plus inch vertical and 11 foot plus broad jump at 230 plus pounds. This is crazier. NGS tracking data added even more context. Styles' 14.39 mile per hour top speed during the short shuttle, of which he ran 4.26 seconds, was the fastest mark by any prospect in Indy since 2023, regardless of position. His 95 overall draft score is the highest by an off-ball linebacker over the last 6 draft classes, and his 94 athleticism score is the top mark at the position over the last 4. He is also one of just 2 prospects in the 26 class to clear 90 in all next-gen stats categories. Production, which I would point out is the most important category, athleticism, and overall score, making this one of the clearest analytical value picks of round 1 this year. Take that for what you will.
Yeah.
To me, when the combine stuff adds to the already presumed value of a player, that, like, you always talk about Mike Mamula, right?
Mamula.
Yeah. Mamula's combine is what thrust him into the top 10.
Wasn't his play?
Right. Styles was always a first rounder. Styles was always a top 15 guy.
Yeah.
Then he kills the combine, and people are like, wow, those are significant numbers. You know who the same thing happened for 6 weeks ago, 2 months ago?
Delane.
Yep. Delane was
But
always going to be a first
all
rounder.
year too.
He was always going to be a first rounder. Then he goes 4.36 in Baton Rouge, and everybody's like, holy moly, is this a top 10 pick? So, like, these things happen, and when a combine performance accentuates what is already the thought process around the league, that's when you see these kinds of things. And I think it's exciting, man. If you just consider a defense that now, some form or fashion, Owe, Payne, Kinlaw, maybe Dorrance is healthy back, Luvu, Chenal, Styles as your front 7. You still have McGee. You still have Tim Settle. You added Tim Settle, rather. You have Johnny Newton. Like, all of a sudden, that's a unique front you can move around in a lot of ways.
Totally.
And I didn't even name all the other edge rushers they've added and other linebackers they've added and stuff. But they got blown off the ball. They couldn't stop the run. They couldn't cover. They especially couldn't cover seams. But
think of it, though, for me, Jay, they're addressing what was super drastic. We saw Jaden in 2024 for when he stayed healthy the whole year, basically. How good he was and how good the offense was. And I believe that he can do that again. But if you have a defense giving up 30 points, you put him in harm's way.
Sure.
But if your defense can limit people and they give him the ball back, he has more opportunity, he stays healthy, he can get back to that. He didn't have all those weapons in 2024. You know what I mean? So I think that what they saw how bad they were defensively, and they had to get much better there. You know, we said we get the quarterback, that quarterback can make people around him better. That defense had to get better. And I think they've done that.
We'll see.
We'll
They've
see.
Sure
I mean,
tried.
on paper they've done
right.
better. What we see, they look better. You hope to hell that they'll play better than they did last year. Hell, me, you, Jeff, and White Brian go out there and Stallion right now probably better than they did last year.
White Brian claims he was a heck of a DN. Just saying.
Had
Jersey high school
He had
football.
1 second, all of high school.
So did I. Hell.
I was better
All
on
right.
offense.
Nobody go anywhere. It's time to open these phone lines up. Sonny Styles is a Commander. We have not heard from the boys in the aquarium, their reaction to the pick. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Your turn to chime in on the newest Washington Commander linebacker, Sonny Styles.
The Washington Commanders selected Ohio State linebacker Sonny Styles with the 7th overall pick in the NFL draft. Styles was a star at the scouting combine, running the fastest 40, highest vertical leap, and longest broad jump of any linebacker in the draft class. But of course, he was well known before that. That came after he spent 3 years as a starter for the Buckeyes and led the team in tackles during his final collegiate season. And at number 3 overall, the Cardinals selected Jeremiah Love, a running back out of Notre Dame. And at number 32 overall, the Seahawks selected Jadarian Price, a running back out of Notre Dame. Love and Price are the first running back tandem to be drafted in the first round in 18 years. The last time that 2 running backs from the same school went in the first round, 2008. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. Your turn to chime in. Commanders drafted Sonny Styles, number 7 overall. And you get to tell us what you think about it. Gifted, physical linebacker from Ohio State. Let's start with Shane is in Fairfax. Shane, what's up, dude?
Shane, what's happening?
What's going on? How you guys doing today?
Doing good,
Good, man. How about you?
Hey, doing good. Hey, for the first time ever, man, we got a linebacker core in the city, and that's what's crazy. Since Ron Rivera days, we've not had a linebacker, and actually, our linebacker core may be the most athletic and fastest linebacker core in the NFL right now, especially our division. Let's go. Good job,
sure.
Adam Peterson, getting the right choice. That's all I got to say, fellas.
All right, bro.
Well said, Shane. Like from a athletic measurement standpoint, putting Chenal side by side with Styles is pretty darn remarkable.
True.
And for a team that needed to get younger, faster, stronger, they sure did that. We'll see what shakes out, right? Chenal's never been in a real every down role or like a 70-80% of snaps role, but we'll see if he's ready for it. Obviously, it's another step for Styles, but he's continued to ascend throughout his 4 seasons in Columbus. Unfortunately, this is not the first linebacker drafted in the first round over the last 5 years. Washington famously took Jamin Davis in the first round.
True.
Ron had a really bad track record of draft evaluations, especially Ron and the Martys and whoever you want to blame, right? But Davis got drafted in 21, 19th overall. So definitely not the same kind of evaluation of him and consensus of Jamin, but it is fair to point out that they did try a linebacker just 5 years ago. Jamin was a different player, but
different player, different groups. I think it's when you look at Jamin coming in, there were way more questions. And
totally,
let's be real. Ron told us to point to when Jamin played against Pitts.
Right,
Pitts had 2 or 3 touchdowns in that game.
Over 100
yards.
And
that's the guy he drafted. So it's a different whole approach to this thing, I think.
800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. What do you think about the Sonny Styles pick? Let's go to Reese in St. Mary's.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's up, man?
What's up, dude?
Ain't nothing. This was the best pick in the draft, and I'm gonna tell you why. He can play safety, he can play linebacker, he can play defensive end, and he's fast enough to do it all. This is gonna be the best thing. It's better than Parsons. Watch what I tell you, because he's gonna be a hybrid. He's going to the best coaches that gonna make him a hybrid. He's gonna be all over the field doing everything, and nobody gonna be. I guarantee you, he's gonna win Rookie of the Year. But not only that, he's gonna be all over the field because you can move him to safety, you can move him down, you can blitz him off the end. So when they talk about Reese, yeah, Reese good. I'm not gonna shade him from Reese, but I'm a whole full package and his speed and body style. He's gonna be the best thing in this draft. Next year, he's going to be Rookie of the Year. Thank you for taking my call.
All right, bro.
Some optimism in that call. Listen, today's not a day to calm anybody down. What did Coach Thompson always say? I'd rather
calm a fool than resurrect a corpse.
So today is the day for excitement. I'd probably chill with Micah Parsons comparisons, but people should do what they want. Today is your day.
Mm-hmm.
We'll take another one. Jay is in Delaware. Jay, what's up, man? What do you think of the Sonny Styles pick?
Hey, good morning, guys. I think Sonny Styles was a good pick. You know, we got a ferocious, relentless off-ball linebacker, probably the best in the draft. He's going to come in and make an impact day one, I feel like. Just a good overall linebacker, 6'5", 244. I mean, we basically drafted a cyborg.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Good call, man.
All right, bro.
Thank you, dude. B, the other thing.
Cyborg.
Like, Sonny Styles is only 21.
Mm-hmm.
He'll turn 22 Thanksgiving. Like, we could very well be in Dallas on Thanksgiving Day and Sonny Styles playing football on his 22nd birthday. So this is a
He's ready for it.
young
He's
player.
ready for it.
Yeah, I agree. But, dude, to me, you and I are married. White Brian's married. Like, everybody knows what's supposed to happen on your wedding night. You're supposed to go pretty well, and you end up enjoying yourself, right? If things don't go well on your wedding night, it's probably a precursor to a pretty bad marriage, I would say.
Or bad planning.
Sure. People are supposed to be excited today. They just drafted a kid in the top 10. You're supposed to be fired up.
Mm-hmm.
And Adam Peters is supposed to say how thrilled he is with the opportunity to take this kid. Like, this is how it's supposed to work. And I think generally now is the time to be fired up about it. I want to let the phone lines hit it. Our guy Mark is in Landover Hills. Mark, what's up, dude?
Mark, what's up, brother?
Hey, guys, top of the day to you. We should all be happy, like JP just said, and like Brian's been saying. Man, when you guys first started talking about this a couple of weeks ago, I was on the Styles bandwagon, but when I called in yesterday, man, I was down because I thought there was no way we would get Sonny. We got him, man, so I am tickled to death, and I think the whole fan club should be tickled, if you want to call them that. And hey, man, as far as lanky linebackers being spot on, you know, what about Mr. Jack Lambert? How about, you know, Ted Hendricks? How about Mr. Chris Hamburger? You know, there's been plenty of great lanky guys that were good linebackers, man, that weren't squat in their physical stature, man. Brian's right about that, man, and he's right about Mel, and he's right about, you know, our man Monty, man. Very underrated player, too. Monty was a great player, man. He played a long time at a high level, man.
Yep.
Thank you for the call, Mark. Appreciate you.
Hi, brother.
I think fans seem fired up about this. I think for me to not like this pick, again, I've said this. If you were all in on Downs, I get it. If you were all in on Tyson, I get it. But to not like this pick based on the pick, I think you're reaching. Like, I just – if this dude's as widely regarded as all of the – like, find me the outlier evaluation that says, I'm not sure he can make the conversion to the NFL, or I think he goes 20 to 30. Like, I'm being serious.
You won't find that.
In the internet age, find that for me. Tweet it at me. Text it. I'll give out Stallion's cell phone number. You can text it directly to him.
See, that's the thing of it, Jay. We get into these drafts every year, and we get a certain level of people who pick one guy out and say, we got to get this guy, okay? And somebody else might take that guy. Or something may start happening where they go on and run and other things, and it make the whole draft change up. I said time and time again, there are a lot of guys they can draft, and I'll be happy.
Styles was on that
He's
list.
He's damn sure one of them.
Right.
You know? So, and then the thing about it, when you start building a team and you have spots where you have to fill them, can't fill them all in one time.
Right.
But once you get one, then it makes the next spot easier to fill.
What I have said for months, you need studs. You need blue chip players. You need guys that the opposing teams have to game plan specifically for. Mm-hmm. And that's, you know, an offensive coordinator for a pretty good linebacker, a guy that makes tackles, they're not game planning around that because they believe in their stuff. Mm-hmm. But if you have an elite guy, they have to make adjustments. Washington doesn't have enough of those guys, and that's what they needed to do How about Micah Parsons? Speaking of Micah Parsons, number 8 on the audio sheet, Jeff and Ryan. Micah Parsons is a guy that knows Dan Quinn well because Dan Quinn kind of tailored his defense to develop Micah Parsons, who had a unique skill set coming out of Penn State. And Parsons actually slipped in the draft. There were some weird questions there.
Yeah.
But Dallas made it work for Micah. This is Micah talking about Sonny Styles landing with DQ.
I think this pick makes the most sense knowing Dan Quinn. He loves a fast, ferocious linebacker. And I think this is why the Chiefs traded up. They needed to take Delane from Washington. Washington was probably going to take Delane if Sonny was still there. Even if that's why they traded up. Washington's biggest need has been a corner. They traded for the guy from the Saints. Marshawn Lattimore didn't pan out.
Nope.
This is why the Chiefs traded up. And Sonny just makes the most sense at this pick. Dan Quinn, I think, they had Bobby Wagner over the last couple of years, but they needed somebody fast. The division they're in with Saquon, I think he can develop into a serious linebacker. A serious linebacker is just about how is Dan Quinn going to use him. What's he going to do? Is he going to be more of a cover guy? Is he going to be more downhill? Because they got Louvu too. So Louvu and him is going to be a great tandem. It's going to be very interesting to see how this guy pans out.
That's arguably I don't know what you want to call Parsons. Is he a linebacker? Is he edge rusher? He's a lot of things.
He's a joker.
He's a football player.
Yeah, that's
sure.
the thing about it. And some guys are going to be that. Not everybody just do one thing great. Some guys are so good that they can do one thing great, then they can do other things too that can give them matchup advantages in the game. I think Sonny has that ability, but I believe that Dan would want him to get solid where they want him to be first. But then if you show you can do that, then they'll start adding other stuff to the tool chest.
Absolutely. I think, can I, just a quick aside here? Mm-hmm. How do you feel about Parsons as an active player with such a significant media career as well? I know you did some radio in Philly.
Yeah, I have no problem with it. As long as he still does his first job good, do what the hell you want. But if his first job suffers from it and he's putting too much work into that, then that's a problem. But, he got hurt last year, and him doing media wasn't the reason he got hurt. But if he come back and play like he's been playing, you have the right to talk. Guys can control the narrative these days.
Let's go to Ed in Towson. What's up, Ed? What do you think of the Styles pick?
Hey, fellas, how you feel?
No good, man.
Good, dude.
Well, and Mitch, you got firsthand information. I like it from a standpoint of, if you look at, and it's a transition, but in college, when you crushing it against some of the best in the country, then I feel pretty good about your transition into the NFL. I mean, am I right or wrong, Mitch? I mean, if you putting in work and like being a factor with really good players in the country, you got to feel decent about what you're going to do when you get to the NFL. And I agree with you, Mitch. You do what he does best right out the gate, and then you start, moving him around and putting him in packages and things. Because I think he has the ability athletically to do a lot of things. And with defenses right now, you don't know who's playing where. You might have a defensive lineman drop into a pass route.
Yep.
So I think his athletic ability will cause you. He's a hybrid. Like you said, he's special. You talk about Parsons. He's a hybrid, and I think that's the way they're going to use him. Y'all be good, man.
Hi, bro.
Appreciate the call, man. Thank you. We'll keep these phone lines going. We're going to keep them going for a while here. Jaden is in Pennsylvania. Jaden, what do you think of the pick?
Yeah, hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
Good, dude. How are you?
Good. I think it's solid. I do. You can't say anything bad about it. Like, seems to be good, seems to be a stud. The only, I guess, a little bit of pushback, I guess they couldn't do anything about it. I think Delane would have been the better pick. I think you have to draft to win your division, right? So Dallas has 2 good receivers. Eagles have 2 good receivers. Giants are going to be offensively, pretty good with neighbors. So I think getting a DB or receiver to help Daniels, because it seems like it's a little bit of a weapons race in the NFC East, I think might have been the better play. So I kind of like Tyson at 7. But, Styles is good. I guess it's just the positional value and how much will that affect wins and losses next year? I guess would be my question. He's good, but
like, if you want to bring up Tyson, I can recognize that conversation. You want to bring up Delane, their hands were tied. Kansas City traded up to take him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like they couldn't get him because somebody moved ahead of them to take him. The Tyson thing, if that was a clean prospect, I think it's a much different conversation because Tyson's twitchy as hell. He's explosive. He's athletic. I think there's real questions about Jordan Tyson beating press coverage in the NFL, but we'll find out, right? I just don't think, for me, the Tyson evaluation is so reliant on medicals, and there's two things that scare me there. One, he's already blown out a knee. It cost him a year. That happened when he was 19 or whatever. And sure, guys can overcome that, but sometimes it comes back, right? Sometimes that knee has fundamentally changed.
Mm-hmm.
And then lingering hammies last year, like, to me, that just gives me pause.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not going to say you're wrong. And clearly, if you look around the division, Dallas has 2 stud wide receivers. We'll see if they have 2 stud wide receivers by the time we get to week 1. But right now they do.
Well, he signed the thing yesterday.
Yeah, but that might make it easier to trade him because then he's under contract, and then the next team, if they give permission, we'll see, right? But to Jerry's credit, a move that I thought was smart, Rap Sheet reported this, because I've said repeatedly, George Pickens' agent, David Mulligetta, is one of the top 5 most powerful NFL agents, and to just have a bad relationship with him is only bad for your football team. Apparently, Jerry and Steven, if I had to guess, it was at Steven's behest, had kind of a conciliatory phone call with Mulligetta and just said, hey, this is a new negotiation. We'd like to start fresh. And I think David Mulligetta is smart enough to say, of course, let's try this.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that Pickens stuff will work out. I kind of don't think it will, but Jerry's crazy. Pickens is crazy. I don't know. There's a lot of chips there that I think might be problematic. But Philly's going to trade A.J. Brown, but they drafted Mekhi Lemon. Like, I get wanting to add a corner. I absolutely understand that.
Mm-hmm.
But they did add a defensive piece that could provide something else.
True. See, I just think like we get into these things about what we think, and I know people said Tyson. Tyson could be very, very good. But then I was talking to people last night, they were talking about the immaturity aspect of it. Did the team notice that and say, oh, we don't know about this one? You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it's just the slightest thing that can make somebody go off of you and go to somebody else.
Well, and the thing with Tyson is he's got an incredibly high ceiling if things break right.
Mm-hmm.
But so does Styles.
Yeah.
Like, if you had taken Downs there instead of Tyson, then the ceiling conversation is a thing. Styles' ceiling is arguably the highest of just about any player in this draft.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to say the positional value at linebacker, I get that. But you know what could help Washington's corners a lot? If the middle of the field isn't wide open to tight ends running seam routes.
Damn straight.
like that might help things on the back end for everybody.
Yeah.
So it's a good call, and I'm here for all perspectives. If you wanted Tyson, you wanted Downs, maybe there's somebody else you wanted. Like, I can wrap my head around that, but I think this is a player to be excited about. Phone lines are packed. We're taking calls for a while. We're going to play my conversation with Sonny Styles from last night. You are listening to BMitch Finlay. Nobody go anywhere. Anybody that's watching on Monumental Sports Network or on the YouTube stream, you can see that I'm doing the show from my house. Before I met Paul Henry, it wouldn't be possible because I'm sitting on my back porch, my sunroom that Paul Henry built out for me. You feel like you're outside, but you get the comfort of being inside because I've got Paul Henry's windows and doors. It makes a huge impact. Whatever kind of work you're thinking about getting done at your home, you better call Paul Henry. And if you call this month, you get 10% off windows with a 5-window minimum. B, I know how much work Paul's done for you and how well he has taken care of you.
He's done a lot of work for me, and I think before Paul came in, I used to have those drafty windows. You know, you have a company come in and say, oh, we're going to do your windows for you. They do them, and then in no time it starts to mess up. Paul rolled in, told me exactly what I needed, and did not go with the most expensive thing. He said, this is be the best one for you in this area. I went with him on that, and I had him come back and do some other stuff, and everything has been great since he's come in. He hadn't messed up anything when I start to think about it. Call Paul right now, get 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum, and you get 10% off each door. Contact Paul Hinges Window Installation today. Tell him BMitch Finlay sent you. PaulHingesWindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice.
CBS Sports gives the Commanders an A grade for their Sonny Styles pick in round 1 of the NFL draft. They say that Styles' ability to cover ground in coverage at his size is nothing short of special, and that he'll allow Dan Quinn so much flexibility on the defensive side of the ball. And when the Rams selected quarterback Ty Simpson with the 13th overall pick in the draft, he became the likely successor to Matt Stafford. But after the pick was made, Coach Sean McVay made everything clear this is Matthew's team. And listen, I'm not a body language expert, but something tells me this was not McVay's pick. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Lauren Hill, what a talent. BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. Appreciate everybody hanging with us on Monumental Sports Network. Everybody hanging with us on the YouTube stream. W, how's the YouTube stream? How's the chat? Folks going nuts?
Yeah, people are excited.
Good. I like to hear that. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Ian Fitzsimmons is a host and a reporter for ESPN Radio, does a ton of college football. Really good guy, really well informed and tied in, locked in around the college football world. And I think his brother is on the Colts staff. Like Ian knows a lot of people. Might be on the Seahawks staff. Might have just got the Super Bowl ring. Regardless, Ian was part of the ESPN radio coverage last night, sitting with our friend Jordan Reed, ESPN's draft analyst. And Ian sent me a text this morning from their Sonny Styles interview. And I found this pretty damn funny, BMitch. This is Sonny Styles talking with ESPN Radio last night, Jordan Reed and Ian Fitzsimmons. Jordan
Sonny, me and Ian Fitzsimmons were talking to Coach Day about a couple of hours ago. He told us about you dunking on him. Can you recount that story, and can you tell us that story or walk us through it?
I don't even remember it. I just remember, I think I was like 7th or 8th grade. We were in like our little half-court gym in there playing. You know, I used to take things like, I still do, and I take competition a little serious. So I think he tried to challenge me a little bit. But I don't remember a dunk on him for real. But obviously it happened.
He was recruiting your brother.
Yep.
You were in 8th grade. Oh, he remembers details.
He gave y'all the full rundown.
We asked him afterward, did you get him on the tennis court? And he said, Sonny he don't want any part of me on the tennis court. But yeah, that dunk, it's like in his soul right now.
I mean, B, imagine 8th grader dunking on a college football coach that he knows he's going to want to go play there. Don't you kind of love that story?
Yeah. Hell yeah. Listen, and that's the way, listen, you hear people sometimes like you go play golf with somebody's company or whatever. You say, they go, did you let him win? Hell no. I'm trying to whip his ass. They going to always say when you go against him, he's giving you everything he got. They'll never say, oh, he's going to cut corners.
Brian, I once saw you get into a dance contest with a 7-year-old girl. And
she lost. She challenged me, and I took on that challenge. Come on, little lady, let's do it.
You were sweating like Patrick Ewing at Georgetown by the time that
it was hot out there, boy, but I wasn't backing down. All right. She looked me up and down, Jay. What the hell?
Let's go to Andre in Alexandria. What's up, Dre? What do you think of the Styles pick?
How you doing, guys, everybody? Well, you got 11 positions on defense, and he can play the right and left defensive end. That's 2. All 3 of the linebackers, that's 5. And then the other 2, he can play strong safety and free safety. So he plays 7 positions out of the 11 on defense. So I'm like, damn, okay. I mean, who does that?
7 out of 11. That sounds optimistic, but I love it. Today's the day for it. I appreciate the call, Andre. Thank you. He's certainly a versatile piece with a new defensive coordinator that wants versatility on a team that organizationally, Brian, and you know what happens at the end of a 5-12 season? Probably some pretty hard meetings.
Hell yeah.
I speak highly of the Josh Harris ownership group. I think they've deserved that. I think from a off-field business side standpoint, they've done everything possible to build a winner here in Washington. I imagine they were kind of pissed. I imagine they were not thrilled with how the defense played last year. There were probably some real conversations about fixing this defense. And not that makes a direct impact onto draft night, as it shouldn't, but I think it was very clear we got to get better, we got to get faster, and I think Styles is probably the best indicator of doing exactly that. Because even if they drafted Caleb Downs, who I think is going to be really good, he's not a burner at the safety spot.
Yeah. I think they just got back to what they came here to do. They got back to their rebuilding. You know, my thought process of last year, I think ownership was in, just like fans and coaching, when they say, oh, we were on the NFC Championship game. Let's try to see what we can do. They got new players. I mean, they got older players because they felt they could hit the ground running. When those injuries started to hit, it completely derailed that. Now, the conversations were like, listen, we tried to go for it, didn't work, get back to what we were going to do.
You know what? One of these is going to surprise you, but I thought the 15th and 16th overall pick last night were very smart. That is Tampa taking Reuben Bain Jr. at 15, and then that is, of all teams, the Jets being smart and taking Kenyon Sadiq at 16. You know what those two teams did? They didn't try to overthink it. They just saw a stud football player in front of them. They said, oh, man, this guy's here. We'll take him. And I think that was what happened for Washington last night. And Adam Peters, I wrote about this when he said it. He had a line about drafting number 7, about how hard it is to sit there and wait, and how it feels like an eternity, and you start to overthink things. But the key is just to keep your mind fresh, to keep your board in front of you, and to draft the best player available. And I think AP did not overthink this thing. Just look at the evaluations around the league on what they got in Styles.
Stallion.
Not Stallion.
That wouldn't have been much.
Speaking of Stallion.
But I guarantee you they had more than one person.
Totally.
And they were ready. But, like, you go, oh, damn, he's gone. He's gone. Oh, we still have him. Don't worry about it.
I think it would have been Delane if Kansas City.
That's what I'm thinking.
And I know AP was pretty dismissive of that last night. What the hell is he supposed to say?
You're not supposed to, you don't tell somebody, when you're playing poker sometimes and you throw your hand in, you don't want the people to know what you had. Because now they reading your game, they're going to know. He don't want the people to know what he was looking at, because the next year they're going to be reading you again.
B, I keep making the wedding night analogy. At the conclusion of the wedding night, when everybody's given the speeches and maybe some of the groomsmen have had too much to drink and you're about to head upstairs to the presidential suite, you don't take a few minutes to tell your new bride how attractive you thought the bridesmaids were. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that'd be a dry night.
You get to business. So I don't think that should be a surprise. I think to me, it's pretty obvious why KC moved up. But that's the draft, man. That's the game we play. Let's go. Oh, is that our guy Drew Cohen on Line 5?
Yep.
Drew, you there? What's up, buddy?
I'm here. How you doing, guys?
Good, brother. How are you?
Good. Hey, I'm really happy with the pick, and just a little nostalgia. We lost one Sonny this year, so getting another one sounds good to me. And
it's funny you say that, Drew. We're gonna play my interview from last night with Sonny Styles in about 10 minutes. Keep that thought in mind, Drew. Keep that thought in mind. Thank you for the call, bro. Always good to hear from you. Let's go to Stan in Northeast. What's up, Stan?
What up, Stan?
Hey, I'm going to be honest with you. I wanted Dexter Manley Jr., and to me, that's Reuben Bain and what have you. I get Dexter Manley vibes watching that guy and what have you. But then I wanted Delane after that. But you know what? I think Sonny Styles will be a great addition to the football team. That's all I got to say, gentlemen.
All right, brother.
Thanks, dude.
All right,
I think Delane wasn't an option, right? Like, people wanted Jeremiah Love. He wasn't an option.
They got taken off the board.
Bain, I think, is a really good player. I thought he was going to slide outside of the top 10. He did. I think with Bain, he could end up being really good, or he could just end up being good. I think he's a high floor guy. I don't know how high the ceiling is. I think Styles' ceiling, we don't even know where it is. frankly. When I was in Scotland, we went up to the Highlands for a few days, and we were at the base of the tallest mountain in the UK. It's called Ben Nevis. They got weird names for stuff over there, right? And Scotland, with the weather they get and everything, you get cloud cover, especially at, I think what was about a 5,000-foot mountain, something like that. I was there for 3 days. I never saw the top of this thing because it was just
clouds. Yeah,
you never saw the top. I kind of think that's Sonny Styles' ceiling. I don't know where it goes, but I know it's pretty damn significant.
Yeah,
I don't know what now. Will he achieve it? That's for him and God and football coaches to figure out. I know it's significant.
It's significant, but I think even looking at Bain went to a place where defensive tackles, especially where he went, number 99 played down there too.
Sure.
And, people said stuff about him and sort of, but Hall of Fame guy.
But that's my point with Bain, exactly to what you're saying about Warren Sapp. We knew Sapp was a D tackle. And we know Bailey is a DN. I think Bain's a little bit of both, and I think that creates a little bit of a question.
But see, that it may also commit a solution where in certain downs he's going to play one, and other downs he plays somewhere else where Bain and with his pass rushing ability is a problem for a guard. And if you could bring another guy in on a passing down, put him inside, that could be a problem.
Let's take one more call. Mike's in D.C. Michael, what's up, dude?
Hey, guys. JP, you took my thunder, exactly what I was been thinking all week, and especially last night as I was on pins and needles. Guys, just don't overthink this. Don't overthink it. You're effectively in position 6. We know Mendoza was going number 1. That leaves 6 more positions. I count 7 playmakers. You need a playmaker. Let the board fail and Styles fell in your lap. They did what I hoped they would do, not overthink it and just let the board fall right in your lap. They were in a great position to do that. And I'm happy they got Styles. Thank you.
Thanks for the call, man. This is exactly what Adam Peters said before the draft. I pulled up the quote. I think sometimes you overthink that, especially when you're picking at 7. It is a long wait. It really sucks because all these good players go off the board, and you're like, come on. It takes forever, but we want to get that pick right, so I don't want to overthink it. I think that's exactly what they did, dude. AP also said, for what it's worth, that his phone was quiet last night. Said, it wasn't a ton of movement there. I think probably because KC had just traded up, and the next batch of trade-up contenders probably weren't that high. We saw enough trades later, but just not that high. All right, let's see that. I don't know. You feeling nuts, B?
Yeah, go.
Commander Tequila, what do you got? What do you think of Styles?
What I think about Styles? I've seen Styles play the last 2 years. I really do like him a lot. But now I see him within the NFL. Now Styles be seeing the players that he ran over. These guys, they're only seeing the sun. And with the style coming up on top of him. So I'm really happy because he does a great job as his position. And for other positions as well, Styles got it all. So we're going to see Ray Lewis on a style. We're going to see all kinds of the style. But this is going to be a Sunny style with a Sunny style. I see it.
All right. Thank you, Commander. Right. Always good to hear from you, sir. The Commander with the joke. I can picture it now, B. Week 1, home opener, whenever it is. Commander's got his Joker burgundy and gold face paint on with a new Sonny Styles jersey.
I need him to let somebody else paint his face, though.
Commander with Styles on his back, it just feels
I just
right,
need somebody else to paint his face, and he stopped painting his face. That's all I need.
Nobody go anywhere. My conversation last night with Sonny Styles. Next. BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. B, do you remember last week when I said the Giants trading back to 10 means they get to be aggressive at 5 and they'll get a tackle at 10? That sure happened. It's interesting watching things unfold where you don't know what's going to happen, but you can kind of like figure out a strategy. I think for Washington, the strategy was pretty simple. It's just get the best guy we can. And I think they accomplished that. Now, I know you got to talk to Sonny Styles last night, right? What was your initial
Brian
impression?
talked to him. I didn't.
Oh, he did. I thought he joined you guys on the desk.
No, because they had to come over there to us. So Brian was the one that got up and walked and talked to him.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
because if he had walked all the way to you guys,
he would have never. He'd be right.
That would have been a zoo. Well, I got to talk to Sonny Styles last night, and these are brief conversations, but it is a window into who somebody is, and I was thoroughly impressed. Here's my conversation with Sonny Styles from draft night.
I want to start by saying congratulations. What's this moment like for you?
I appreciate it. I'm just blessed, super blessed to be here. I want to thank God, thank my family. It takes everyone and everything to get to this moment. It's not just me. A lot of sacrifice to get here, so I'm just super blessed.
You said when you woke up, you felt like you were going to be a commander. Why? Where did that come from?
It was a gut feeling. I think it was God. I think it was the people in the building. It was the great people in the building, everyone. From head coach, GM, all the way down to the player development, everyone. It's a bunch of great people, and I think I was drawn towards that, and it just felt like it was meant to be.
What was your connection like with Dan Quinn and Adam Peters in some of those meetings?
Man, it was awesome. Great conversations. I could tell they had a lot of belief in me. And, I think they felt like I'm still scratching the surface with my game. I think I'm at a pretty good spot right now, but still a lot of work to be done. So for them to believe in me, and see, how high my ceiling can be, I'm super excited. I'm glad they believe in me.
How would you describe your game for fans?
Man, I would say versatile, physical, and intelligent.
And you said you're scratching the surface. Where can you go with that? That's a heck of a tool set.
Man, I think I was in year 2 of the position. I think I was the best in college at the position, in year 2. So I think there's still a lot of work to be done. Obviously I'm stepping in the NFL now, so I got to make a big jump. And really got to just get a routine, get a process, and just trust the grind, trust the process.
Do you know any of the players on the Commanders? Terry's an Ohio State guy.
Yeah, I don't know him personally, obviously Terry. I know a bunch of the guys' names. Personally, I know JJB, Javon Jean Baptiste, so that's my guy.
Do you ever cross paths with Jaden at all?
No, I haven't. No, but I'm obviously familiar with his game. Great player.
What's it like to know you're going to be a teammate of his now?
I'm super excited. He's a great quarterback. I think when you're in an organization, you got your franchise QB, you got a chance. So I'm super excited to get to work with him.
Do you know much at all about the DMV, about where you're headed?
I know about the DMV. I don't know about the area. It's not like I was down there a whole lot. I know it's a nice area, so I'm super excited.
What do you think of the fits, the burgundy and gold? They just rolled out new uniforms.
Yeah, I think the burgundy and gold is going to look real nice on me, so I'm super excited.
This is far before your time. Washington had a legend, a Hall of Famer, Sonny Jurgensen. I doubt you have much file on him, but to be another Sonny in that organization is pretty cool.
Yeah, hopefully I can step in those shoes and fill them.
But he was a quarterback, so don't worry about it.
Okay. Yeah, but obviously it's still a long way to go to get there, but it's cool to have another Sonny in that organization.
Thank you for the time. Congratulations,
Appreciate
man.
You.
Awesome.
Sonny.
Listen, I tried to make it super clear that there's no expectation for a 21-year-old young man from Ohio to know much, if anything, about Sonny Jurgensen.
Mm-hmm.
But there is something kind of cool about Sonny passing, obviously Jurgensen passing, and then them drafting a guy with what is a pretty remarkable name, and there's no parallel there. There's no tie-in.
Mm-hmm.
But his demeanor was so confident, yet so void of arrogance or like bravado. It was draft night is a night for bravado and swag and neon green suits and like you could do what you want on draft night. You've earned it. You're about to be a top 20 pick in the NFL draft. You're going to accomplish something that 0.00001% of the human population will ever dream of, right? So that's a night to talk your S. That's just not who Sonny Styles is. And I just found that crazy impressive.
Jay, AA is in everybody. It comes out in different ways. He may not brag about it, but he knows what he's about. Some guys they express it by talking it. Some guys express it by subduing it. Athletic arrogance is in every athlete that you see get drafted. Every athlete that get to this level, any pro level, they got some athletic arrogance in them. And I think the whole thing about it is everyone doesn't. Like, you'd see Fred Smoot. Fred's going to always say something no matter what it is. Other guys won't until you push them. Other guys, you probably can't push them, but they internalize it and it comes out. So
even two dudes that are good friends and accomplished a lot on the football field. Think about Fred and Tana. Just how wildly different they are.
And that's what I'm saying. Like Tanner don't say anything, but if you know him, just look at it. All you got to do is look at his face. You know when he's ready to go.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? It's like I just think like that part there. I think people think every guy's gonna like. I watched the guys last night, and Jordan Tyson was like he was kind of pissed. Like they got dropped. He slipped in the draft. That's what I thought he was. But then Ruben Bain, when they were asking him questions, he said, "I'm gonna show these people what I'm about," and I don't see anything wrong with that.
Me either.
Yeah.
Me either. I thought the window into Sonny Styles, the person, was pretty impressive. Because he could have played the I'm pissed I went 7th if he wanted to. You know what I mean? Like, there were conversations about wherever he could have gone. And I think that's a dude that's just super comfortable in what he can do and who he is. And I think with that comes a level of comfort is that he's going to walk into this situation and ball out. Like, it's what he's done his whole career. You know what I mean?
And I expect that. But I'll tell you this, there are expectations.
Hell yeah.
I mean, we can sit up here and
7th overall
not want to put it on him, but there are expectations. And I think he, for sure, knows that. Because, like, you don't get drafted as number 7 overall if we're going to let you just come in here and just go through the motion. No. We're expecting you to hit the ground running.
Pressure is a privilege.
Yeah.
You and I committed travel to make things work so we could do our program today. We busted our ass because it's the day after the draft. You got to make it work. Right. Pressure is a privilege, man. Sonny Styles knows that better than most folks in the country. Now, nobody go anywhere. We're going to keep the phone lines open. Also, I want to touch on some other draft stuff. I want to talk Ty Simpson. I want to talk NFC East. And
this Ty Simpson stuff, boy, it's taking the
turn
here,
buddy.
Bro.
And we got more picks tonight to figure out. Nobody go anywhere. BMitch Finlay.
This sports update is brought to you by Oarsman Fairfax Toyota, where, as they like to say, let's ride together. With the first round of the 2026 NFL Draft in the books, sportsbooks across the nation have released their lines for the league's Rookie of the Year honors. Arizona Cardinals running back Jeremiah Love is the favorite to win Offensive Rookie of the Year, with Tennessee Titans wide receiver Carnell Tate next at plus 350, and Raiders quarterback Fernando Mendoza at plus 400. For Defensive Rookie of the Year, Jets defensive end David Bailey is the favorite at plus 350, followed by New York Giants linebacker Arvell Reese and Washington Commanders linebacker Sonny Styles at plus 500, according to DraftKings odds. Oarsman Fairfax Toyota keeps our customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Toyotas, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they like to say at Oarsman Fairfax Toyota, let's ride together. From the Crop Med Cap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Jeff, you got me? High noon in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to BMitch and Finlay. Hanging with us on the YouTube stream at the 106.7 The Fan page. Watching us on Monumental Sports Network. Appreciate you there. Appreciate you wherever you get the content. Spotify, Apple Pods, Odyssey app. Just listen. Just watch. Hang out with us on social. Do all of the things. We appreciate it. B, I want to get to a bunch of these calls because I want to make some time for NFC East and for Ty Simpson.
Okay.
But I did want to let us hear from Daniel Jeremiah, his comments about Styles. He had him, I think, number 3 overall on his big board, and Styles fell all the way to 7 for Washington. Jeffrey, if you have that, the DJ audio talking about Sonny Styles going to Washington, one of the leading draft analysts really in the country, NFL Network's Daniel Jeremiah.
It's the athleticism and the playmaking ability on tape as well as the person that you're getting, and you want to know what he looks like on video. Here it is. Provides that physical presence. Remember, this is a former safety that's dropped down and played linebacker now. Very explosive. He can see little creases, and he's able to use that explosiveness to shoot gaps and collect tackles for loss. You want the ability to play off blocks, destruct blocks, get over the top. Not a problem. Then using that big frame, just swallow up a ball carrier. And you want to be able to rush him? Okay, well, you better get a hand on him because with that speed, he's going to close in the blink of an eye as you look at the side-by-side. I mean,
Kyle Hamilton. I mean,
he's in a good neighborhood.
He's certainly in a good neighborhood.
I like it.
Quick twitch, all of it, man. Let's let these phone callers weigh in. Let's go to P in Landover. What's up, P?
My man, what's up, Finley?
How are you, buddy?
What's happening, BMitch?
What's up, brother?
Man, ain't nothing. Man, listen, man, I'm excited about the pick. I think we just drafted like the first 3-level defender hybrid, whatever you want to call it. Now, I think by the time he get into his man frame, he's 21, right?
Mm-hmm.
22.
21.
By the time he hit 25, 26, man, he gonna be built just like Miles Garrett. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? I love the pick, man. I you know what I mean? The 2 dudes I wanted was Love and Delane. They was gone. My next man up was Sonny Styles. So, you know, me and Adam Peterson got the same brain. You know what I mean? I love the pick.
All right, bro.
All right, appreciate the call, man. Listen, Adam Peters went into the draft with one thought: don't overthink it. Let's just see how it falls, and let's see who's there. And I think they got the guy they wanted, honestly.
Like you said last night, they did everything in one pick: younger, stronger, and faster.
They sure did, man. That's what they wanted to do all offseason, and bang, with number 7, they did it. Our buddy Rusty's in Delaware. What's up, Rusty?
Fellas, how you doing? Happy day 2 of the NFL draft.
Yep.
So super excited about this pick, guys. I mean, I was in the camp of the best player available, and I think that's who we got here, 6'5", 245, incredible speed. But the thing that really set me off was, as big of a fan of football as I am, I had no idea who his father was. And I have an uncle who's a diehard Rams fan, and he reached out to me last night and was telling me a little bit about his dad. And I'm a pedigree guy, man. So if you've grown up in this world and you're committed to this thing and you've seen how it can be done at the highest level, I think that we nailed the pick here. And I was at the stadium last night for the draft party. I just wanted to say kudos to the team for putting that on. That was a lot of fun. The crowd definitely wanted Jeremiah Love, and when he went at 3, there was a huge gasp from the crowd, including Jackson, who was with me. But after the pick was made, you could tell the vibe in the room was like, hey, we got ourselves a player here, and I'm super excited to see him in burgundy and gold. And big shout-out to Uncle Josh for giving everybody a free hat last night with a new logo on it. That was awesome.
Dude, so I wanted to bring that up. Thank you for saying that, Rusty. So I saw Tailgate Ted post a picture. B, did you see the hats they gave out last night?
No.
It's the black spear logo hat.
Okay.
I
saw a couple of guys with it on last night in Pittsburgh.
Jeff, were you there? Did you go to the party last night?
Yes, I was.
How was it?
Well, it was good. The Commanders are really.
Were you working or were you DJing?
I was just there.
Okay.
The man, shout out to them. They are really like upping the fan experience. They're making it better year by year.
Yep. And
last night it was very cool. Everyone on the field, stage, DJ Cool performed. It was nice. The hats they were giving them out big buckets. I think everyone left with at least one hat yesterday.
How many did you leave with?
I left with one.
And one for your cousin,
nah.
and one for your mom.
Nah. Because I get one in my gift bag when we start the season. So I was, make sure everyone else get one. But one thing I gotta say, JP, this is to all Washington fans. We have got to stop trying to jump on the next big thing that we think will be good, because it was crazy how everyone was like, Jeremiah Love. When he went, everybody was like, oh man, we wanted him, da-da-da. And then Bill came on the stage and everybody like, Bill. I said, y'all fake, man. Y'all 100%.
That's funny. So Love goes and everybody's like, what was it like when Tate went?
It was the same thing. Well, Love was the bigger letdown, I should say, to everyone, because when they said Jeremiah Love, everyone was like, oh, like you could see it everywhere, and I'm just looking around like, okay, we knew nothing is definite. Like they had the hopes, but nothing was definite. Like I don't think anyone called Carnell Tate going to the Titans yesterday.
Nope.
And everyone was like, whoa, that was our second guy. And then Caleb Downs, that was another one a lot of people wanted. And they was like, the Giants going to take him. And they was like, after the Giants didn't take him, they're like, oh my gosh, we're going to get him. And then Sonny Styles came, and it was like a mixed reaction. It was some people that were like, yeah, Sonny. I was one of them people because I was rooting for him. And then other people was like, why we didn't get Downs? He was right there. I just simply looked at him and told him, APC stuff that we don't.
Yeah.
That's his job, man. That is his job. How many people were there? Good crowd?
Oh, it was a good crowd.
Good.
It was a good crowd. They had a lot of stuff for the kids, which was amazing. I'm talking about, the bounce houses, but they're like it's like race lanes.
Yeah,
like the kids got a race to get over. Yeah. They had that. They had football drills going. It was a nice event.
It's good, man. I'm glad folks got to enjoy it. I want to get back to these phones.
How many events you got involved with?
What'd you say?
Did you do the football event?
Oh, nah.
You always want to act like you're an athlete.
Nah, so. I will finally do my fitness test this year.
Finally, 4 years later, 90 pounds less.
Look, I'm all for self-embarrassment, but that would have been too embarrassing. But so I'm here now.
All right, let's round out these phones because I want to have a Ty Simpson conversation. Andre's in Manassas. What's up, Dre?
Hey, I'm a fan. I'm just a dude. I don't know anything. I digress to you guys, but I was disappointed with the pick. Shades of Chase Young, big 6-foot guy coming out of Ohio State, 6'6" guy coming from Ohio State, and I just can't shake it. And I know everyone's different. It's been like 10 years now since Chase Young, but sometimes I look at these Ohio State players, and I think sometimes some of their parts. It's a good team, it's a good squad. They have all these great talents, and I think sometimes
They look good because it's a complete team as opposed to. I guess I was pulling for Bain because I saw what this guy did throughout the season. How he just manhandled people. But he's a commander now, studying Styles, and wish him the best. I hope he does well and future Hall of Famer. But I don't know. I mean, watching the draft, everything leading up to the draft, everybody, particularly Ruben Bain, they don't look at his hand size. Don't look at his hand size, and they kept on saying that, or his arm length.
Yeah.
Just look at his tape. Look at the tape, and I just feel like people just looked at the arm length as opposed to the tape. 12, 13 teams that drafted before the Tampa Bay did, I suppose.
Dre, I appreciate the call, man. If you wanted Bain, cool. I get that. Like, I'm not going to knock you for that. He was an incredibly...
I liked him. I really liked him.
He was a super high productive player on a really good football team. I get that. I don't get a Chase Young comp.
I don't get that at all. But listen, man, I really like Bain, but I understand what they did with this. And it's okay to want somebody, but you got to be able to move, man. Stop looking. That rearview mirror a lot of people got to get rid of their rearview mirror. Look through the damn look through your windshield.
And as far as Ohio State,
stop looking in the past, man.
Ohio State, I believe, is the most first-round picks in the NFL draft ever. I think it's like Ohio State, USC, and then Bama.
Did they have 5 in the first 5 this week? No, and 5 in the first 7?
4.
3 or 4, yeah. They had Tate, Reese, Styles in the first 7.
Yeah, 3 in the first 7, 4 in the top 12, I think.
Yeah.
Or maybe 11, wherever Downs went. I'm not going to worry about Ohio State players. Like, do you remember what I thought was just so stupid was prior to Joe Burrow, quarterbacks drafted out of LSU hadn't had much NFL success. And people were like, man, I don't know about Burrow. Like, are you nuts? Like, I don't know. The phrase in scouting that a lot of people may not know, that fans might not know, is at every scouting event you go to, there's a commonly used phrase, don't scout the helmet. So, like, the key is to scout the person, not the helmet, because the helmet shows you what team they're on, but that doesn't matter at the Combine or the Senior Bowl or whatever. So, if you wanted a different player, I get it. I'm not going to worry about the Ohio State thing. I don't think there's a comp to Chase Young whatsoever. Especially that was number 2 versus number 7. Look at the draft value charts. Look how different that is. Let's go to Jim in L.A. What's up, Jim?
Hey, how you doing? Thank you for taking my call.
Thanks, dude.
Just wanted to say we're super happy out here in Los Angeles. SoCal Redskins fan club, really happy with Sonny Styles' pick. Wanted to ask your opinion on, and I don't know if it's a direct comparison or not, but looking at tape, he seems to display a lot of leadership styles similar to London Fletcher, who had a great read on the game. What are your thoughts on that comparison?
We'll see how they play. I mean, Styles, from a body type, they're quite different.
They're different from the body.
Styles is 6'5", 240. London was 5'10", 240. So the speed's going to be different. Their path to the NFL was different. But, I mean, dude, if you get a career like London, that's pretty damn good.
He was calling the defense and stuff up, and he seemed to be the leader of that team. With all those alpha males on that team, testosterone-driven dudes, he seemed to be the leader of them.
Well,
that
to that
says
point,
a lot.
This is from Nikki Jabvala's piece in The Athletic. I'm reading now. Yet Styles' greatest strengths may be the intangible parts of his game. He can quickly diagnose offenses and react accordingly, rarely appearing as a player with minimal experience at the position. He was also voted a team captain and given the prestigious Black Zero jersey last year, awarded annually at Ohio State to the player who exemplifies toughness, accountability, and high character. And much like quarterback Jaden Daniels, who impressed the Commanders with his drastic improvement in college, Styles' growth at linebacker and desire to be great solidified the team's interest. So I think if you're wondering what it's like off the field, it sure looks like it's pretty damn good. Keep the phones going here.
Block 0, Jay. Block
0? I'm sorry, did I say black?
Yeah.
Paul is in Germantown. What's up, Paul?
Hey, guys, I just wanted to call real quick. My godson's an Ohio State grad, and he called me before the draft and told me Sonny Styles had so much upside. And as the draft was going and the picks were coming in. Our household got so excited when he fell to us. So I think he's got the most upside. I know that Downs was so solid, but I think Sonny's going to really make an impact.
Appreciate your call, man.
Appreciate you, man. B, thanks for the call, Paul. Joey just texted me.
Mm-hmm.
Joey asked, so we're saying Sonny Styles has good skin tangibles.
Oh, Lord.
I thought you'd like that.
We're not going there, are we?
Boris, spelled correctly, is in Dallas. What's up, Boris?
What up, JP? What
How
up,
are you, buddy?
BMitch?
What's up, brother?
Man, not much. Right now, I'm happy. I want to thank the football gods for sending us this player, because I want to ask you one thing. Do you think this is a spiritual pick? Ask yourself, how many Sonnies are in the NFL? The last Sonny I know was Sonny Jurgensen. Did Sonny Jurgensen send this Sonny style to us? Are you going to play like Sonny Jurgensen? Think about that.
I don't know if I go that far, but hey, if it is, I'll take it.
We'll find out, man. Appreciate the call, Boris. Thank you, buddy. Let's go to D.C. in Southeast. D.C., what's up, dude?
Oh, my God, I made it.
What's up, brother?
What's going on, fellas?
What's up,
How
dude?
y'all doing today?
We're good. What's happening?
We're good.
I'm so tired of hearing these Washingtonians, these Redskin Commando football. Like, we at a funeral. We finally got a superstar. I'm so tired of us passing on somebody that becomes somebody superior. Also, real quick, off the cuff, my favorite Redskin of all time is Monty Coleman. Y'all was talking about him earlier.
Mm-hmm.
He's the greatest Redskin I've ever known, because the thing I loved about him, every year when he got ready for training camp, he said, I'm just trying to make the special teams. We need characters like him, and I think Sonny Styles will fit that bill.
Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you for the call. My only disagreement with DC there, I think the reaction's pretty damn positive. Don't you, Brian?
For the most part, you get a lot of people they call in and they try to go a roundabout way of telling you they don't like the pick. You know, so, but I know exactly what you mean, but like just stated, it was mixed last night, you know, because they didn't get what they wanted. And I always say, you can't go into the draft having one guy on your mind. If we get him, it's great. If we don't, it's bad. Because there's too many damn good athletes in this draft.
Right. Now, here's an old friend, B, that I don't think we've heard from in months. Numb Clown is checking in.
Oh, boy.
Numb Clown, where you been, dude?
What's going on, fellas?
What's up, man?
I am actually in the process of trying to move back to the DMV from Texas. So
okay,
I've been handling business.
You got down there, like Doc said, it started smelling like manure. You wanted to come back, huh?
Now, you know what? Like, my dad told me y'all taxes been going up in Maryland. Like, I don't know. That might change my mind.
Hell yeah, they have.
Ooh, yes, indeed.
So
coming for you too, B. Virginia thought they had it good.
We do.
But real quick, I got two things, fellas, and I'm going to go ahead and let the other people have it. First off, I got a question for you, BMitch, for, ask BMitch anything. But first off, I love the pick with Sonny. I've always wanted Sonny from the moment, the season was over with. I agree with the pick because you're not going to get another Sonny Styles in the draft. In my opinion, he's generational. I agree with Jeff on the aspect that we have too many fans who don't do their own research and look into stuff, because if they looked at Love, especially this season, you would see Love didn't really compete too much with, the best talent on defense, the opposing defenses, where he got all, he earned a lot of his money playing against teams who were on the bottom half, pretty much just bad defenses. And to me, that don't translate well to the NFL. You know what I mean? And I even did my own research. I looked at the All-22, and I watched everything. I'm like, dang, man, you know what? I don't know if I really want that. And they're calling him a generational running back. That don't seem generational to me. Saquon Barkley's a generational running back. He did it against all competition, not just the lower competition. So I think we did the right thing by picking, Sonny. I don't think it was a choice anyway, because obviously he went higher. But, it is what it is. I like the pick. I think Sonny's going to be here for the next decade and a half, and he's going to retire a commander / Redskin, whatever, high up, whatever y'all want to call him. But at the end of the day, I feel it's a great pick. Now,
thanks for the call, Numb Clown. Good to hear from you.
All right,
Good
bro.
luck with the move, brother.
Appreciate
you, man. Here's the plan. I want to talk about this Ty Simpson thing because it's probably the biggest story from last night.
Especially after all the information today.
Yeah, man. Every city in the NFL is talking about their own pick. But what the Rams did last night seems interesting, to say the least. Nobody go anywhere. It's BMitch Finlay.
The Commanders selected Ohio State linebacker Sonny Styles, 7th overall in the first round of the NFL Draft. Washington only has a third-round pick on the second day of the draft, 71st overall. But back to day one. Fernando Mendoza went 1-1 to the Raiders, as we all knew was going to happen. David Bailey went 2 to the Jets. We pretty much expected that. Then the curveball started when the Chiefs traded up to 6 overall for Mansour Delane. The Cowboys hopped up 1 spot to take Caleb Downs at 11, but the real stunner came halfway through the first round with the Rams taking quarterback Ty Simpson at number 13. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
How we do. BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. Night 2 of the NFL Draft starts tonight. Adam Peters made clear Commanders aren't going to trade up from 71. They don't have the chips.
I'm going to gut my way through this one, Jay.
What do you have tonight? You got more shows?
At 4:30, I got to be back over there.
When are you done, though?
Don't know.
Oh, you're just there.
We going to see.
Oh, dog. I'm gonna. So they pick at 71, and I think. See if you can look this up, White Brian.
What's the time on these picks?
I think it's 7 minutes.
Man, they need to drop it to about 4.
So if it's 7 times 32 for the second round, I mean, I could try to do it. 7 times 3 is 210. 7 times 2 is 14. So that's what, 224. 224 minutes is 3 hours and change, 3.5, right? But last night seemed to go faster. Also, my math could be wrong.
More than likely it is.
But I think it also starts at 7 o'clock tonight. So the third round should start around 10. They have the 7th pick of the third round. So maybe they're making a pick around 10:45 is my guess.
Okay.
I'm going into Channel 4 this afternoon for like an hour, and then I'm going to cover things from home this evening. But, yeah, tonight's going to be interesting. They're not going to trade up. They'll pick at 71, or maybe they move back from 71. But if I was them, the same thing they did last night. Pick at 7, pick at 71, get the best possible player you can. We'll see what they do, right? The math has to add up to them. But where the math might not be adding up, Brian, is in Los Angeles. And, you and I were at the draft last night. And so to help people understand the setup, Roger Goodell, the NFL Roger Goodell and a select group of fans that I think pay a premium to be sitting in the theater, as they call it.
I think so.
Are in there for the picks, right? But then the overflow crowd was in the stadium and all over this fenced-off area called the Draft Experience. People were everywhere.
Yeah.
There's thousands upon thousands of people all over the place. Brian and I, and scores of other media, were in, if you've ever been in the club level at Northwest Stadium, where they have that big open space with bars and restaurants and shops. So that was turned into a media zone, basically, with a ton of tables, chairs, TVs, computers. I thought it was incredibly annoying, and I understand why. But they showed the in-house feed and had that audio playing rather than the ESPN coverage or the NFL Network coverage. The coverage they were showing on those TVs was god-awful to the point where I put headphones in and just watched ESPN on my computer. But that was really only the first 4 picks because then everything started happening. We're running around.
Yeah.
But now, obviously, when Love went 3rd was a big deal. When Tate went 4th was a big deal. For us, when Styles went 7th was a big deal. We had to kind of get into scramble mode at that point. But by far, the biggest shocker came at 13 when the Rams took Ty Simpson, the Alabama quarterback. We had a conversation yesterday, I believe, about maybe these rumors that the Rams are interested in Simpson, and White Brian said Sean McVay's not that dumb. Last night, the Rams draft Ty Simpson, and they draft him early at 13.
Yep.
And you and I were talking about it, and Tana and BC were there. Like, we're all just kind of, oh my gosh, you believe this happened? And I want to point out a few different things, right? Like, if we had this conversation around Halloween when Ty Simpson was like a Heisman candidate and Bama was playing really good football and they had just beaten Georgia and they had beat Missouri on the road and they beat Tennessee, that could have made a lot of sense. The second half of the season, however, Simpson was not good. He had a good game against Auburn in the Iron Bowl. Shout out to White Brian.
It's not hard to do.
He had a really good second half in the comeback win on the road against Oklahoma in the first round of the college football playoff. He was dreadful against Indiana. Now, the whole Alabama offense was. But Simpson going 13, there's this assumption, okay, he's going to back up Matt Stafford, and Sean McVay's got to love this pick because Sean McVay gets to develop this young quarterback maybe for a year, maybe two before he even sees the field.
Yeah.
Because Stafford gets to do what he wants, right?
Mm-hmm.
But as the reporting unfolded last night surrounding this pick, it got weird in a hurry.
Very.
And it didn't take much to see that. Just when you watch the press conferences, and I didn't really get a chance to watch much of this until I got back to the hotel room at like midnight, and I was trying to go to sleep because I had to wake up at 5 to drive home and stuff. But like just watching the body language in the press conferences, Les Snead, the Rams general manager, was doing all the talking. And McVay almost seemed pissed.
He seemed pissed, and he seemed like, I told you we don't need this player. And he went and did it anyway on his own. And then information that's popped up now.
So Albert Breer this morning reported Rams general manager Les Snead and UT Martin, University of Tennessee Martin coach Jason Simpson have a very strong relationship.
Ty's dad.
To the point where Snead helped advise the family when Jason's son Ty was making a decision on whether or not to declare for the draft. Now Ty Simpson is a Ram. Weird. It later comes out, Tom Pelissero reported this morning on NFL Network, Sean McVay has never met Ty Simpson. And when you couple that information together with just the visible look of McVay,
disdain. That's what
disdain.
It was. Yeah.
Now, is it possible Snead, the GM, who's supposed to look at the overall future of the organization, and McVay, who wants to win a Super Bowl and win? If you're watching on Monumental, look at Sean McVay compared to Les Snead during this conversation because the visuals are pretty telling here. And there's no real good Sean McVay audio to play because he barely spoke about the pick, all right? Is it possible that Snead is looking at the overall well-being of the organization and considering that Stafford had this back issue last year, what are we going to do down the road? Whereas McVay is looking at this as, what can we do this year to win a Super Bowl? And does Reuben Bain help us accomplish that? Who's on the board? Does Kenyon Sadiq help us accomplish that? Who's on the board? You know what I mean? Like, does Mekhi Lemon, an L.A. kid that played at USC, does he help us accomplish that? And he's on the board. Especially when you consider Devontae Adams is up there in age. And Puka Nacua, I was talking to some L.A. people last night, and you always hear this about celebrities, that they get into this L.A. lifestyle, and it's maybe not the healthiest thing for them. I think there's questions about Puka Nacua's lifestyle right now, and they might have to commit a ton of money to him. It's possible that this was the GM trying to look long-term and the head coach looking straight ahead. But it seems like more than that.
I don't buy it. I think the GM was doing a favor. Nobody was picking him at 13. But when it comes out that you were a family advisor and you're friends with the dad, and then you pick him that early, and your coach hadn't met him and don't seem like he did, that's something that I think is fireable. Especially if you did it to do a favor. Because Sean saying, oh, he's going to compete against Stidham.
Stetson.
Stetson, yeah, Stetson Bennett. He did not act like he was has a chance to try to being a starter or coming behind Matt. He said he'll compete against, and he seemed pissed.
There was nothing that suggested when McVay spoke that he was really excited about getting a long-term quarterback answer once Stafford retires. And, dude, you got to assume, and I think McVay said they did, but you have got to assume they called Stafford and said, yo, we're about to draft this kid. But we haven't heard at all how Stafford feels about it.
Do you think they called him in that situation of watching McVay? You think they called Stafford? Because Stafford is McVay's dude. I don't know if he's the other dude's dude. You know what I'm saying?
Totally.
Because the look on McVay's face doesn't say anything about we did this in unison.
No.
And one thing about it, like a lot of times, head coaches and GMs, they're not 100% in agreement, but they can give that. That right there shows me that they weren't even close to being agreeing.
I mean, it's not a reach to say when you watch those clips, McVay looks very pissed off at what they did.
Yes.
And, dude, it's worth pointing out that Les Snead has a pretty damn good track record. Trades, drafts. Les Snead has been good. But, like, if you're Stan Kroenke and now perhaps you've got a significant divide between McVay and Snead.
He needs to I
think I know who I'm picking.
Kroenke needs to really understand that this was a deal that we did because the guy we thought was that good. Not that this was my friend's son.
You better be damn clear on that.
Yeah, because that's what it seems like to me.
You better be damn clear on that. And I think, even those allegations and suggestions really muddy the waters. And you did something that was pretty shocking. I really thought Arizona was going to trade up into the bottom 5 of the draft and take Simpson. And I think there was some consensus thought around that.
Mm-hmm.
To go 13th overall, the prospects that were there.
Yeah.
Caleb Banks, big D tackle out of Florida.
Mm.
There's just so many directions you could have gone there. That one, that's a thread that will be pulled.
Everybody was shocked at that damn stadium.
Dude, I cannot wait till we finally get public comments from Matt Stafford. And I'm guessing he'll go the high road, but I cannot wait until we get public comments from Matt Stafford. Quick trip around the NFC East when we return. Thor Nystrom joins us at 1 o'clock to talk about what players will be available tonight for Washington and who we should be on the lookout for. Nobody go anywhere. BMitch Finlay here to tell you about our friends over at Oarsman Automotive of Virginia. We've been buying cars there for some time, and we keep going back because they take great care of us. Well, they do that for far more than just me and Brian because they've been selling cars in the DMV for over 100 years. With that kind of track record, you know they're doing something right. They've got 7 convenient locations all over Northern Virginia. They can get you any make, model, whatever it is you're looking for. They'll take care of you. They've got great financing rates and a tremendous selection of certified quality used vehicles. But what really stands out, B, is that Oarsman Lifetime Edge.
Yeah, they have the Oarsman Lifetime Edge. Many dealerships don't do this. They give you up to $1,500 in extras, including complimentary car washes with every scheduled maintenance. They give you loaner cars with every major maintenance, and they have a lifetime engine guarantee. And there's great news coming in from Oarsman. If you have a car to sell, take it to Oarsman, and they'll pay you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's simple at Oarsman. They love to keep their customers happy, just like JP and I. To beyond satisfied Oarsman customers, and let's ride together.
Shout out to Montel Jordan. This is how we do it. It's BMitch Finlay. Talking NFL draft. Round 1 is in the books, baby. And I at least wanted to take a moment to talk about the NFC East last night. I think here in the DMV, there's a lot of excitement about Sonny Styles putting on the burgundy and gold. Let's check in with White Brian, though, with his New York Football Giants. Arvell Reese slides to 5. Kind of a cool moment. They had these little individual interview rooms, and I was just standing outside of it when Arvell Reese was on the phone. I don't know if it was with Giants ownership or if it was with – my guess is it was the owners because, Harbaugh and Joe Shane would have already called him, and he was FaceTiming just saying, thank you so much. This means so much. I can't wait to get there. But it was a special moment for a young man, for sure. W, how excited were you to get Reese at 5, and how surprised were you?
Surprised, yes. I'm excited. I mean, apparently they're going to play him off ball next to Edmonds and keep Carter and Burns on the edge. So, good work. But for some reason, my teams like playing guys out of position lately. So, it might not work.
You sound just like your boy that think the same thing. Amen. I think the same stuff.
Giants fans are mad at getting one of the best prospects.
Yeah, he's going to be playing other positions. He's on the football field.
I'm happy he's on the team and he's going to be good. It's just interesting that the 2 guys they drafted are probably the 2 best positions on a bad team.
I like the Reese pick. I did have questions about where he plays when he gets out there, right? The Giants follow that up with Mowaga, the tackle out of Miami. A lot of reasons to like him. His comments about, to Jackson Dart, I'll die for this bleep. You got to love the mindset. And anybody that was on that Hurricanes team this past year, that was a team full of warriors.
Yeah.
Full effort, all grit, tough dudes. W, what do you say to the Mowaga pick?
I like protecting Dart. We'll see if he might not be able to protect himself, so I don't know how much Lyman will be able to protect him, but
he does have an asymptomatic herniated disc.
Yeah,
that gives me a bit of pause.
I would have really liked Caleb Downs there, especially with Harbaugh's track record with safeties. But you need Lyman, I guess.
Yeah, it's tricky with Downs there. There was in my mock I had Fano going as the top tackle, and that ended up happening just a lot lower than where I projected him. I think Mowaga can play. I wonder about the back. We'll see. It is tough. So the Cowboys get Caleb Downs at 11. I think that's a really good pick for them. The Cowboys had another first-rounder that they actually traded back with Philly. Howie's certainly not scared to do divisional trades. Obviously, Dallas isn't either.
Howie just say, you know what? I know you're from my state, but I'm going to just take this guy from you real quick.
Right. So the Cowboys round out their draft by getting Malachi Lawrence, who was a high riser in the draft. But who did we have on that told us that he blew off his own pro day? Remember that?
No, I don't remember that.
Yeah.
He blew off his own pro day?
Look that up for me real quick, boys. There was something happened at the UCF Pro Day that was people were like, "Oh, what?"
He didn't show up?
Maybe he just didn't work out.
And you draft that dude?
Yeah.
I'm seeing here he chose not to participate. After
so it's my pro day and I'm not going to participate.
So yeah, he said cause I guess he did so well.
But he had a good combine.
Yeah, that's what they're saying here. And
he should have canceled it instead of waiting until the day of it and not participating.
I don't know, but people seemed really upset about it because I'm just looking at some tweets and people are not happy about it.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Right? They maybe prove it correct, but that one was not the home run Caleb Downs was. But I think from a straight value standpoint, getting Mekhi Lemon at 20 for the Eagles, especially when it sure seems like A.J. Brown is headed out of town, I hated to see that. I hated, like, we were running around in the stadium, but you still hear every pick and you hear people react. And there were a lot of Eagles fans there, and they were fired up for that pick. And I hated that Philly got Mekhi Lemon there. Be real quick on the A.J. Brown thing.
Mm-hmm.
In the fallout of this Diana Rossini, Mike Vrabel thing, where now Vrabel's catching real heat and he's taking a day off the draft for counseling and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You think there's any way that deal maybe isn't as done as we thought it was?
I think it's done. Schefter's saying it now.
Yeah, I agree. I thought it was kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Our guy Juan is in Fairfax, and I want to sneak this in real quick because I know our guy Juan very much wanted Jeremiah Love. Washington had no shot at Love. He went third. Juan, how you doing this morning, buddy?
What's up, BMitch? What's up, Finlay?
What's up, brother?
Hey, I want to say thank you to all the teams that picked before us. Thank you so very much because y'all stupid. The man, Sonny Styles, the man did the combine, blew the combine away. And I'm going to tell you another thing. Alvaro Reese, good player. Caleb Downs, good player. But guess what? They cannot play both positions. Sonny Styles can play linebacker and he can play daggone safety. So if somebody gets hurt, God forbid, it plays, safety in the backfield, God forbid if somebody gets hurt back there, Sonny Styles, get back there, let's go, let's ride. Come on, bro. So thank you to all the teams that picked before us. Y'all stupid. We got the best player out of the draft. Let's go. And, okay, we didn't get Jeremiah Love. That's okay. Because he can't play both positions if we need him to play both positions. Let's go.
All right.
Juan always brings it. Appreciate you,
I like
Juan.
that, man. See, Juan wanted a person. We got someone, and he can see how good he could be for this team. He's not mad that we didn't get
Everyone else is stupid. I
love
like that. All right, Thor Nystrom joins us next. Tell us some prospects to watch for tonight. Day 2 of the NFL Draft starts at 7 o'clock. I think it's BMitch Finlay.
This sports update is brought to you by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. The Washington Commanders selected Ohio State linebacker Sonny Styles 7 overall. What do the experts grade the selection? Yahoo Sports an A+, The Athletic an A, CBS Sports an A, Pro Football Focus a very good, Fox Sports an A, and USA Today a B+. Okay, so what's their reasoning? They said Styles is not only hyper-athletic, but incredibly savvy and capable of cleaning up everything in front of him. But with no second-round pick, Washington may have trouble finding a difference maker at receiver or a secondary later on in the draft. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. All of it just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Makeup 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Everybody wants to rule the BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. Rude is the official show sponsor of BMitch and Finlay. Make sure you don't melt this summer. You can upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and get 60 months, same as cash, on qualified equipment until May 31st. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. And if it ain't rude, Brian,
it ain't right.
There it is. One dude who I know always keeps his cool is our friend Thor Nystrom, kind enough to join us now on the Rude Guest Hotline. Thor, what's up, man? How are you? This is your Christmas.
How are you guys doing? Yeah, I'm doing great.
That's great, dude. We're doing well, man. I want to talk a little bit about last night and then kind of turn the page to tonight. I know the level, the depth you go to in evaluating these draft prospects, so I think you'll have a great perspective on some options tonight. But I think arguably the biggest story last night, and it's like still a developing story. What do you make of the Rams taking Ty Simpson?
Oh boy, was that a stunner! And I told a story on we have a Football Takes channel on YouTube this morning about some information that I had from December that was kind of interesting in conjunction with that too, that I could add to this. And I'll tell you guys, I had heard from a source that I trust that the Oregon Ducks believe that they had a commitment from Ty Simpson to sign with them as a transfer if Dante Moore declared for the draft, which at the time he was on the fence about. Dante Moore ultimately decides to go back to Oregon. You see Ty Simpson declared for the draft right after that. And I found all of that in conjunction, of course, with him being selected by the Rams at 13, fascinating. With also the additional context that Albert Breer put out that Les Snead, the general manager of the Rams, very close with Ty Simpson's father, who is a head coach of a FCS football program. And not only that, Albert Breer reported that Les Snead himself was the one who was reporting or advising Ty Simpson on his declaration decision at the time. I thought those dominoes were pretty fascinating.
It is funky, dude. And
that seems, but if you look at Sean McVay, it doesn't seem like he was on board with that. Could that cause some issues?
Yeah, I mean, you definitely wonder about that, right? You go back a couple off seasons ago, and we briefed, a week or so, where there was those flash rumors that popped up about McVay retirement, and then last off season, it was like the 3-4 day period where it's like, oh, is Matthew Stafford going to be going to a different team? And now 1 year after that, you have this weird selection at number 13 that appears to have been spearheaded by the general manager. And coming to you guys from Minneapolis, and of course, covering the Vikings. This back in the day, this is a long time ago. I'm going to date myself, but I think this is in the 1990s. The Vikings had a second-round pick in one of the drafts, and they took a guy named Demetrius Underwood at the end of the round. And Denny Green, the head coach at the time, famously went to the press conference afterwards and explained the Demetrius Underwood pick by calling it a bonus pick, is how they had viewed that first-round pick. And you wonder about Les Snead having acquired that 13th pick last year at this time by a panicking Terry Fontenot of the Falcons when he came up for James Pierce, gave up the first-round pick the next year to do it. The Rams went back to the second round. Les Snead probably sort of felt, maybe justifiably so, I created this 13th round pick, or I'm sorry, this 13th overall pick. I want to use it for the future. And it appears that Les Snead was the one behind that one.
Yeah, man, that is really interesting, and perhaps Snead has a responsibility to think long term, and Sean wants to win another Super Bowl and thinks Mekhi Lemon or somebody else there would have helped them win another Super Bowl. But a divide between the two most powerful people in your organization is rarely good for football teams.
Absolutely.
Before we get to the guys tonight, from last night, what was your favorite move? What was your biggest surprise? Maybe it was Simpson, but if it was something else.
Well, yeah, definitely Simpson was definitely number one. Number two might have happened here locally with the Vikings taking Caleb Banks at number 18. And it's not a surprise in terms of like Caleb Banks, his film, when he's on the field, and then just the profile. It's like it's like his wet dream of an interior defensive line prospect. I mean, this guy was built in the lab to play for Brian Flores. And you never see Brian Flores happy. You never see him smiling. They showed they I love when they put out the draft calls. When they call from the war room, they call the prospect. Brian Flores was so jacked. He was so jacked. When they gave him the phone to talk to Caleb Banks, as you rarely see, Brian Flores was obviously the one behind that pick. But the broken foot at the combine after over a year of having foot problems for a 330-pounder. I thought that broken foot at the combine pushed him out of the first round, and most of the people in the industry agree with me, and I think a lot of people in the NFL did as well. And you just wonder if the Vikings hadn't taken him there, where would Caleb Banks have gone? And you had a flurry of trades there at the end of the first round. Why did the Vikings not take extra picks to move down just a little bit, pay maybe Caleb Banks a little bit less? That was probably the number two biggest surprise for me.
Did you expect Tate to go at 4?
If we're doing a top three, that's in the top three as well, and probably number 3 there. It's not that as probably stunning as the other two, and that we knew that was a need area for the Titans, and prioritizing giving help to your young quarterback Cam Ward, certainly get that as well. But when you look at the guys that were on the board at that time, and you obviously have a staff there, defensive first, with Saul and everything. Arvell Reese and then Delane, Styles, you had the 3 straight. Taking Carnell Tate over those guys, it was certainly interesting. I had Jordan Tyson just a little bit above Carnell Tate on my board, but interesting decision there.
And what'd you think of Washington's decision to take Styles?
I'm not going to argue against that. I had Styles 9th on my board. They took him 7th, and stylistically, obviously, it makes a whole lot of sense. You guys probably know the guy that I comp Sonny Styles to, in Fred Warner, and it appears that familiarity with that and how Fred Warner affects offense, the opposing offense, and the weapon that you get in coverage there with a guy like that, the length, the athleticism, the instincts, etc. They obviously value that really high. Curious there where they had Jordan Tyson in their rankings. It's a guy that we had talked about, the boys like in the couple weeks leading up to the draft. Goes 1 pick later to the Saints. And the Saints, they did a lot of work on Jordan Tyson. That was one that we knew could be coming. So I'm curious how close the Commanders had Tyson to Styles, and what the Commanders' medical staff, what their opinion was on Jordan Tyson's medicals. Everyone's final opinion on Jordan Tyson, it hinged on that. So maybe they were a little bit lower on that, and maybe that's why you end up going to Styles. As you guys know, Peters, after the draft, he alluded to how that stuff that happened right above them, that sort of dictated, the direction that they went with the pick. And he might have, do you guys think that he was saying if Carnell Tate was there, we would have done him instead?
I think he's saying if KC doesn't trade up for Delane, it would have been Delane.
Okay, yeah.
Now, that's my read on it. Tate could have made things interesting. If Love was somehow there at 7, could have made things interesting. But those guys were gone. That's how it works.
Yeah. But yeah, it's definitely a hit it down the fairway with a player archetype that you have shown that you know how to use. So definitely can't argue with the Sonny Styles pick.
Absolutely. All right, let's switch gears to tonight. We're talking with our friend Thor Nystrom here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You give Thor a follow at ThorKU. Check out all his work on his Substack, all the NFL draft work through Score North. What do you like tonight? Where's their positional depth? Who are some of the best players still available?
I'm pretty surprised that Emmanuel McNeil-Warren and Denzel Boston in particular were not selected last night. And I think they're going to hear their names called very early after this evening, after we kick things back off. Jacob Rodriguez, curious about him too. That was a guy I thought could potentially slip into the back half of the first round. But this evening, you're looking in round 2, you're going to see a lot of, I think, interior defensive linemen go. Caden McDonald, one of the guys sort of leading that dance, but we only saw 2 of the traditional ones go last night. I mentioned Banks and then Peter Woods right at the end of the first round. But you have a whole bunch of interior defensive linemen that have, whether it's round 2 projection or early round 3, but importantly, that positional class falls off a shelf after that. So that's the thing that's going to sort of create this market force tonight that I think you'll see in round 2 with the run on interior defensive linemen. And I think the next round, I think you're going to see a run on centers the latter half of the third round. We have a glut of the centers, and I think when one team decides, all right, we're going to take the first one, I think you're going to see 4 others go real quick after that. So 2 position runs to keep an eye out for as well this evening.
Where do you think D'Angelo Pons go?
Man, I'm curious to find that out too. I think the second round. I think we're going to see him in the first round tonight. But if he did get pushed to the third, you could understand it with the obviously the build there. But I'm going to say second.
All right.
As we get into the third, because Washington doesn't have a second, and they're not going to get another. Adam Peters made clear last night they're not trading up to get into the second. They just don't. They got to just kind of eat it this year because they made the Tunsil trade, and that worked out well, right? So as you get into the third round at 71, you mentioned Jordan Tyson there, and then wide receiver is a position that Washington could use. Who are some of the wideouts you think could be still floating around at 71?
Yeah, so we're probably going to assume that Denzel Boston will be long gone by then. Brazel probably will be long gone by then as well, but Brazel is going to go later than his physical profile suggests, because questions team have, about, maybe stuff not on the field. But I don't know if he gets to the third round. Could Jeremy Bernard, could Ted Hurst? I believe that Ted Hurst should be going in round 2, but he's only recently risen to being seen as a consensus third round guy. So like where does he end up falling would be a couple guys. But, other ones there, Antonio Williams, of course, played football around y'all. Dejon Stribling, the late riser, if you guys want a bigger bodied 4.3 speed boundary receiver who also, in Stribling's case, blocks his butt off. I like Bryce Lance from NDSU. It's a guy that can get downtown. There's similarities there with Christian Watson. Their physical profiles there, the 2 guys coming from NDSU, they're almost exactly the same between Lance and Christian Watson. 2 other names I'd toss out, Elijah Surratt, the craftiness there, very good hands on a boundary receiver, not an elite athlete, of course, but very reliable. And then the last one I'll toss out, Skylar Bell, because I love the yak there, and I know that Washington likes the yak as well. So that's a potential guy to look out for as well in the third round.
And then as we get to tomorrow, Washington made a curious move this offseason in releasing Tyler Biadasz. It looks as of now, internally, they're going to let Nick Allegretti roll out there and compete for the starting center job. Are there centers, I would guess, tomorrow that you view as real targets that could come in and maybe be more than a developmental piece that could push for a starting job this year?
Yeah, I think the center run that I'm talking about, I think it happens latter half of round 3, like I said. But there's a couple guys that I like that I think should be in that most people don't, that think are going to get pushed into day 3. Keep an eye on the 2 tackle converts because they're kind of sneaky. Brian Parker, the second from Duke, and Trey Zune from Texas A&M. Those guys are kicking inside at the next level and almost assuredly 2 center. Those would be 2 guys to keep an eye on. Could they get into day 3? Logan Jones, the Iowa center, on the field in college football, he was the best of all these guys. It's just that he's smaller. So could he fall down? But beyond that, you get beyond those guys. the center class does fall off. I don't like the ceilings of a lot. Pat Coogan from Indiana, that guy I think is going to be a really good backup, but he's confined to center. I just don't love the center class after that sort of run, so that's why I want to get in on it. The one other guy, I guess, day 3 that I'm quasi-interested in that I do think has some sort of ceiling, I just rank him lower, is Jager Burton from Kentucky. So he'd probably be the other one I'd toss up. Just one more. Deep sleeper at center would be W. Lemieux from Dartmouth. 6'5", 310. Another guy converting position, another sneaky one kind of there for center if Washington's looking for that.
I mean, we're getting to Dartmouth centers, B. You want a deep cut.
This is a position you rarely ask about, but Washington has been struggling with kickers. Are there any kickers around that 3rd, 4th round, something like that may be a possibility?
I wouldn't go that high. There are a couple kickers later on there in the draft that you definitely. But I wouldn't take one earlier on. But the top one for me, Dominic Zavada from Michigan. He's got a big leg. Trey Smack has a really big leg. The kid from Florida. I think those are the 2 guys that you're going to see drafted. And then Drew Stevens from Iowa, I think he has a shot to get drafted. He doesn't have quite as big of a leg as those other 2 guys. He is pretty accurate, and he has the experience kicking outdoors, of course, in Kinnick Stadium and in the cold in the Big Ten as well. So you got to toss that in for him as well.
Hey, I wanted to circle back. One thing on Arvell Reese. John Harbaugh says they're going to play him, on the line of scrimmage, but they also want him at some off-ball linebacker. What do you make of that? Is that doing what's kind of best for him?
I think so, yeah. When obvious passing situations, you want to send him to get after the quarterback. I also like spying him sometimes, but that, predominant usage, right? And then I like kicking him back to off ball to do the sideline-to-sideline run defender thing. So that is also how I would use Reese. And the percentages of that, we can sort of figure it out in our defensive scheme, whatever. But that's what I want. I want him going sideline to sideline with some help of defensive linemen in front of him to help try to take offensive linemen out of his path and going to the ball sideline to sideline off ball when you think the run's coming, and then of course sending them to the quarterback from the edge passing situations.
Okay, there you have it. One of our producers is a Giants fan, and he's very concerned about the plan there. But it sounds like you actually think it's the right plan.
I think so. Yeah, I mean that's how I would use him. And you just see when you get next level. Arvell Reese, obviously, you have the high ceiling there. The flashes have been absolutely amazing, but he's younger and there's inexperience there as well. So he's not done growing either. I don't think so. I mean, like they're going to see, but a pretty good staff there. The new one that the Giants brought in to usher the development of a prospect like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. So what is your night going to be like tonight? How excited are you? When do you lock in? What's gonna happen in the Minnesota draft world tonight?
Yeah, we're kicking back, live draft show, when we kick off the festivities tonight, 6 o'clock local time, our time. But basically my task is you got to get the locals are a little bit restless after the Caleb Banks pick last night. Folks around here kind of disappointed. But the Vikings, they still have a whole bunch of immediate needs. I count 6 of them, and that's if Caleb Banks is starting in week 1 to take care of a 7th. But then you have 3 picks this evening. So it's going to be a very eventful evening in Minneapolis, and the Vikings need to go 3 for 3 on those picks.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, what did you think of how fast the draft went last night?
Loved it.
That was wild. Yeah, like at the end of it, because someone said this is going to come in less than 3 hours. I couldn't believe it. Now, other people out doing the show, they were thrilled. As sort of the draft period, now I feel like the guy, the old time baseball fans, and they got ticked off when they started putting the pitch clock on and come on, just enjoy the game. It's meant to be I'm sort of a 15-minute guy, but of course I'm a draft sicko, as you guys know. So, but it was fine. It was breezy.
It was breezy. I enjoyed it as somebody that has to continue to do work once it's over. But I know truly the months and months and months of work you put into this, you probably want every last second. But dude, I also know you're going to be grinding tape on UDFAs and who gets signed on Monday and stuff. So the draft ain't close to over for you.
100%. If you guys are looking to book someone to talk about Washington's UDFA class in a week or 10 days, I'm your guy.
We got the guy for it. Thor, thank you for the time, buddy. Man. Appreciate you.
Always great talking to you guys. Good luck tonight.
All right, Thor.
All right, man. That's our boy, Thor Nystrom. I mean, truly one of the most thorough draft analysts.
He damn sure is. I asked him about kickers, and he ran them off.
when he dropped the Dartmouth center on us, I was like, all right, they got options.
Hey, I almost went to school there.
Really?
Yeah. It's almost a scholarship to go to Dartmouth.
That's way up north, B.
Way up north. I checked out the weather. I said, Mom, I'm not going there. Nah.
That's funny, though, because don't you give your nephew a hard time? Because didn't he have an offer to go to, like, an Ivy League, and he decided to stay in Louisiana?
His mama didn't want him to go. I told my mama I wasn't going.
Oh, that's the difference.
That's the difference.
Dude, I don't know that you guys are the same age, but I wonder. A friend of mine, a neighbor of mine, played college football at Dartmouth, and I wonder if you guys would have been on the same team.
What years was he there?
I don't know, but
86 to 90 was my time in college.
I'll have to ask.
That's when I did my time.
Greg Gare, if you're listening, you could have been BMitch's teammate. What is Dartmouth, like the green, the mean green?
I forgot the exact thing, but they are green.
I wonder if they might have been called something else for a while and then they changed it. I don't know. Maybe they've just been because I think Cornell's like the big red, so maybe these Ivy schools just like colors. I don't know. I want to run through some of our pre-draft predictions when we return. You're listening to BMitch Finlay.
This sports update is brought to you by Melwood. The Commanders selected Ohio State linebacker Sonny Styles, 7th overall in the first round. As for today, Washington only has a third-round pick, 71st overall. After taking defense with the number 7 pick, the Commanders are likely going to turn to offense and provide Daniels a little more help at receiver. So who are they going to take? Well, ESPN did another mock draft, and they had them selecting Skylar Bell, a wide receiver out of UConn, at 71. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. They can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. Appreciate everybody hanging with us on. B, you all right?
I'm doing that song.
What is this song, Jeff?
I don't know.
It's wild stuff. This was Jeff's evening last night, is my guess. On yesterday's program, we made a bunch of picks on over-unders, kind of what we thought would happen. Stallion kept track of it and has the results. All right, RC, what do you got? Let's see how this shook out.
So I know you guys are competitive, so just between the two of you, who do you think won?
Me.
BMitch?
Well, I know who won. JB won by 1, fool. You told me.
Oh, yeah, right.
Listen, bro. I'm serious. Sometimes I think you're 58 and the other one over there is 57. Because y'all memories, boy, to be some young dudes is bad, bro.
I've done some bad things in my day.
Those two smoke weed constantly.
He just told me JP beat you by 1. Then he going to ask me right now. This is no more than 5 minutes ago he told me that.
Yeah, it was like 3 minutes ago.
Stay off the weed.
Wait, it was in the last break he told me?
Yes. I counted it all up just
now. You are an idiot.
I know.
He was counting it earlier in the show. When I walked in there just now, he said, JP beat you by 1. And then I walk in here and sit down, and he say, who y'all think what? JP say me, and he say B. I'm like, you told me, fool.
Well, I thought you were going to play it off. But I don't
know how to play stuff off.
I know you don't. Well, anyway, JP won. He got 9 of the 12. You got 8 of the 12. Some that were interesting, by the way.
That's tight.
It was yeah. JP you did really well. You guys both did pretty well on this. Here's one that I thought really stood out to me. Offensive players was at 15.5. BMitch took the over. You took the under. Do you know how many offensive players went in round 1 yesterday?
15. 16.
23.
23?
23. You took the over on.
Wow.
23 offensive players last night?
23.
Hey, offense sells tickets, dog.
Sure.
I mean, it's crazy.
How many receivers ended up going? Tate, Tyson.
So it was at 5.5.
Lemon, and what's the dude from Texas A&M?
Concepcion.
Yeah.
And Cooper as well.
Yeah, Cooper too.
Yeah, Cooper late.
The over-under is at 5.5, and it was only 5. So the under hit.
Go through which ones we got right.
Okay. So as a tandem, Caleb Downs at 9.5. JP, you both took the over on that. Carnell Tate was at 7.5. BMitch took the under, and you took the under. You both got that right. Jeremiah Love, 5.5. You both took the under, got that right. Omar Cooper from Indiana was at 23.5. BMitch took the under.
Wrong. We got that wrong.
Yeah, you took the under. JP, you took the over. You hit that. Ruben Bain was 8.5. BMitch took the under. You took the over, JP, so you got that one right. Sonny Styles took the over at 5.5. JP, no, I'm sorry, you both took the under on that. You both thought he wouldn't be there for Washington. So there was that stands. Ty Simpson, 24.5. You both took the over on that.
I think the nation missed that one.
I think everybody but Les Snead and Ty Simpson's dad took the over on that.
Seriously. And then yesterday, cornerbacks, we had 4.5. JP took the under, and B, you also took the under. You both hit that. Offensive line was at 7.5. B, you took the under. JP, you took the over. The over did hit. I believe the number was 8 in that total draft there. And then we had the offensive players already did that. B, you took the over, and JP, you took the under. And then quarterbacks, you both had over at 1.5, and wide receivers was at 5.5. B took the under. JP, you took the over, and the under hit.
Gotcha. All right, and not that it was a competition. We were all just presenting what
It was
we thought.
competition,
It was
JP.
a competition.
Don't try to downplay it because you won. Because if
Well,
I
I'm
had
not.
won, I was running around the whole building.
I'm not.
Woo!
But now, if JP had lost, I think we have to make B wear the hot dog hat now.
No. They ain't had nothing to do with no hot dog hat.
I don't know.
That was too
What I
damn,
was-
that was too close to be talking about some damn hot dog hat. Ain't like he beat me by 20.
I don't know.
What I was going to transition to were our mock drafts for last night. So everybody got Mendoza right.
Yeah.
B, you had Arvell Reese too. I think a lot of people did. It ended up being Bailey there. B, you had Jeremiah Love right. I think you and I both thought the Titans would take a tackle. They ended up taking Carnell Tate. I doubt any of us got that right.
Nope.
What's funny, B, is if you had just switched Bailey and Reese, you would have gotten both of those right because you had one of these DN prospects sliding to the Giants, but you had it as Bailey. You had Sonny Styles going one pick ahead of the Commanders to the Browns. The Browns traded out of that pick, and then you had the Commanders taking Carnell Tate, which was honestly a pretty popular thought. He ends up going 4, so we never get to find out, right?
Even my daughter was thinking that.
Oh, yeah.
She's like, what happened? Why did he go there? I want him to go to Washington.
My mock, I nailed the first 3. I went Mendoza, Bailey, Love. That's how it shook out. Obviously, I didn't get Carnell Tate at 4 right. I'm curious if anybody did. So I had Arvell Reese slipping. This is where I'm kind of pissed, as I had Arvell Reese slipping. I had him getting all the way to 6 and the Browns taking him because I was believing the Jordan Tyson hype with the Giants. So obviously I didn't get those. I had Tyson going to the Giants at 5. I had Reese going to the Browns at 6, but I did have Sonny Styles going to Washington at 7. Let's see what Stallion did. Stallion went Mendoza and Bailey and Love, so top 3 to his credit. Then he had the Titans taking Styles, the Giants getting Reese. So, Stallion, did you win? You got 4 right?
I mean, I got 4 right. I think I won.
He don't know if he won.
No, I got 4 right too, because I got the top.
Jay, he
3.
don't know if he won because he wasn't paying. He didn't tell me that one.
But Stallion, honestly, B, if anybody's putting the hot dog hat on, Stallion had the Commanders taking Mekhi Lemon at 7. That's the biggest disparity in a miss. He missed it by 13 picks.
I don't deserve that, though.
You sure?
I think you do.
I think the hot dog hat should be a part of your daily wearing.
No, it should not. I think that
You look like a hot dog hat wearer.
I'll take that, I guess. I don't know. I thought Mekhi Lemon was going to go inside the top 10.
Well,
I don't know.
See,
you missed it by 13.
That thought right there means you should be wearing this thing.
But I also had I was tied for most correct picks in the first round, the first 7 picks on the show.
But I got the Commanders pick right. That's the tiebreaker.
Okay, so that's fine. You get the tiebreaker. You're
You were
1A,
13
I'm 1B.
picks off. You were 13 picks off on your Commanders mock draft pick. B was 3 picks off. He had Tate. Jeff was all right. So Jeff got 1 right. Jeff got 1 right, but he got Sonny Styles right. Jeff got 2 right. Jeff got Mendoza and Styles. That's what Jeff got.
And I hope y'all saw my tweet yesterday because I posted my mock draft, and dude said, "You got all of them wrong except for the Commanders pick." I said, "Look at the caption. It says I don't care about the rest, as long as we had Sonny."
But people don't read that
at all.
People just comment. Look, half the time, I believe they don't even read what the caption is. They don't read what the story is. They just want to comment.
White Brian got 3 right. Listen, Stallion, if you could come up with a metric that is different, I'll listen to it. But in all of our mock drafts, the most important part of it was the 7th overall pick, who Washington is going to take. That's why we only did 1 through 7. You had by far the greatest disparity between who you predicted and where they got drafted. Thus, to me, hot dog hat.
No, because it says you're wrong on that. It says the BMitch and Finlay mock draft. It does not say the Commanders mock draft. It is the BMitch and Finlay mock draft.
Well, then I beat you in that.
You beat me. I'm
who
saying,
does BMitch and Finlay cover?
I mean, the NFL.
The Commanders.
It was the NFL mock draft.
The Commanders 90% of the time.
1 through 7.
Yeah, but what matters to us on this show every day?
I mean, the Commanders, I guess.
All right, then. So case closed.
Heather McDonough just tweeted. Heather McDonough just texted me. Having Lemon so high is completely egregious and eliminates all the positives he did.
I agree with Heather.
I disagree.
We all know how the hot dog hat works. There is one arbiter of final say who wears the hot dog hat when there are matters of disagreement. Brian Keith Mitchell, who should wear the hot dog
Stallion.
hat? Bang! Done. Done deal. Go find it, Stallion. Put that damn thing on.
Don't worry. He keeps it close.
And on what planet is having Mekhi Lemon 7 when he goes 20 not hot dog hat worthy?
Hey, I thought we were getting Amon-Ra St. Brown 2.0. I thought we were getting Mekhi Lemon.
I like Lemon. I like the player. You just
I missed.
You missed, buddy.
And I got crushed on Twitter too. I don't know if you look at those comments. I had some brutal comments under there.
I'll look now. I look forward to it.
You want me to get them? I got your back.
On the BMitch and Finlay account or on your own?
The BMitch and Finlay account. There are some brutal words
like
on
one
there.
guy. So I put down everybody's mock draft. So then I posted mine. And the guy said, looks like you're guessing just like everybody else. I say, it's a guess for every damn body, fool. Nobody knows. It's a guess.
The comments are funny. David Jackson, whoever made that pick did it out of desperation. If you're forcing a wide receiver at 7, you certainly shouldn't take a slot guy. There is one that's really funny that I'm not going to say, but it's a meme that says, get a load of this bleeping bleep. That's quite funny. One dude said, if we draft Lemon over Tyson, I'm shooting myself. One dude said, no way, got to be crazy. Put down the drink, somebody. So yeah, you did get roasted pretty good.
Yeah, you basically get the hot dog hat.
Yeah, the people have spoken. Keith said, now you're just getting silly. Stallion?
I guess I'm just getting silly. I'm a silly guy.
You're a silly guy. Stallion puts the hot dog hat on. Next, it's BMitch and Finlay.
long as giving my heart to you, you should be giving me your love too. Oh.
Listen, it's really hard to kind of keep it locked
on
on the NBA
like
playoffs and the NHL Stanley Cup playoff as the NFL draft's unfolding.
Don't be cruel.
But since I was in the car for a while this morning, I got to listen to some podcasts. Dude, the Knicks are down 2-1 to Atlanta.
Yeah, boss. Oh, CJ McCullough.
I mean, that's wild.
Hey, man, listen. The
People in New York are going to flip.
Well, they're going to flip, but I tell you like this, Jalen Brunson, they got to stop just putting it all on him down the stretch. Because I'm going to tell you, them boys from Atlanta was playing some D, bro.
Brunson,
he can close, but
some limitations too.
It's not going to happen the whole time, bro.
The Spurs play the Blazers tonight. That's the late game tonight. Do we know Wemby's status?
He traveled with the team, but I don't know if he's going to be playing or not because, bro, he went night-night when he hit that floor.
That looked nasty, man.
Yeah, bro.
It says his status remains uncertain right now.
Yeah, and if he playing, I won't say it until the game time.
Yeah, dude. I mean, that collision, whatever you want to call that, looked awful. So in hoops tonight, there's a bunch of games. Lakers Rockets is at 8:00 on Amazon. Spurs Blazers is 10:30 on Amazon. All the games tonight are on Amazon?
Yes.
Celtics Sixers is 7:00 on Amazon. So
What's that series at? 2-1?
1-1.
1-1?
1-1. Yeah. I like Boston in that series. I don't think Philly's going to shoot 50% from three again, but Edgecombe looks like a real player.
He is.
It's Minnesota's up 2-1 on the Nuggets. I think LeBron and the Lakers look all right. Who knows what Kevin Durant's deal is? But looking at the NBA playoffs, especially if Wemby is out, it gets hard to see a path to
Anybody beating OKC?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just a freight train. Joey, can you
but
go
in one there, Jalen's hurt?
Yeah, but they got another one or a Jalen or something else.
They got a lot
that
of
team is so
Jalens.
loaded, dude. So loaded. Joey, I can't see Stallion, so can you give me the producer cam? There he is. Hot dog hat looks good, Stallion.
Thank
well
you.
done.
Feels good. It feels good to be back. I feel like
It's
where
in
I
its
belong.
natural habitat. Yeah. All right, taking a look around the NHL playoffs. The Avalanche are up 3-0 on the Kings. That thing looks like it's about to be done. Dallas up 2-1 over the Wild.
Flyers are up 3-0.
Dude, being in Pittsburgh for that, at one point in the stadium last night, I don't know if you could hear this, there was a bleep the Flyers chant because there were plenty of Philly people there. Carolina's up 3-0 on Ottawa. I think Carolina's coming out of the East. Rooting for the Sabres. They're up 2-1 on the Bruins. And Anaheim got one back against the Oilers. John Carlson, if you're looking for something to root for out there. And we'll have to double check this. I believe Garnet Hathaway scored a goal for the Flyers the other night.
He did.
A playoff goal. I love that. I still root for Garnet. Really, really good dude.
Always.
If you're an old school BMitch Finlay listener, you know how much fun we had when Garnet was a regular guest. All right, so that's a quick run through the NBA and NHL playoffs. Stallion, where are we at with the Nats?
Nats are in Chicago tonight. They just dropped 3 of 4. They did call up like this young pitcher prospect, Riley Cornelio. He's a pretty interesting
Should we
guy.
be excited? What's the level of needle moving here?
On a scale of like 1 to 10, for me, it's at like a 5.5. He's interesting.
I
but
mean, it's a 2 for me and you, Jay.
Yeah, I'd give it a 2. Like, he's good. He's interesting, but like he's not even starting. He's going to be coming out of the bullpen at first. He should be starting, but he's not.
White Sox 10-15, not a formidable threat, I would say, but the Nats bats are working. James Wood is just destroying
the kid the other night. His mom and dad in the stand. His first major league pitch. James Wood just took a yard.
I love that. I mean, sorry for mom and dad.
Bruh, mom and dad started laughing. Did you notice that part? Like, they were sitting there real serious. He threw the pitch, he hit a home run, and they started laughing like, okay, you playing against the big boys now. They were dying laughing.
I love that. All right. How about an impossible task for the boys? Let's everybody make a prediction for the Commanders at 71.
71. I think they're going to go. We got to pick one position?
Sure.
Okay, I was going to try to do a slash like I always do. But anyway, I'm going to go with
Do you?
I'm going to go a receiver slash or a center.
That's a hell of a slash. Like, it's one thing if you said, like, receiver or running back or guard or tackle.
But see, I'm
receiver
going
slash
with
center.
need positions, man. I think they're going to go with a center.
Okay. B says center. I like that. Now, B, what centers are you targeting in the third round tonight?
That dude from Dartmouth.
Jeffrey, what do you think happens at 71?
I think they find a sneaky receiver. Do not ask me who.
Yeah, anybody you like? Anybody that's on your board?
Anybody
board. On your board, Jeff, yeah.
My board?
Yeah.
Nah.
Do you have a board, Jeff?
I have 1 through 7 on the BMitch Finlay mock draft.
Stallion, what do they do tonight?
Malachi Fields, Notre Dame wide receiver. That's my guy.
Former
UVA guy, too.
You would be fired up if they got Fields.
I hope they don't do that.
I mean, I'm not going to lie.
He can play, B.
He's good.
I hope they don't do that. I don't want nobody to know Notre Dame.
He reminds me of
220.
He reminds me of Gandy Golden from back in the day with all the hype. So that's not a really great thing to say.
That's not a good
Well, you might not want to say that.
White Brian, who you got tonight?
Keontae Scott, corner from Miami. Started it all.
I like that. Yeah. I'm going Ted Hurst. Been saying it for weeks. I want it to come true. Thank you to everybody that listened. Thank you to Thor
That's
Nice.
a Georgia State dude?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Grant and Danny coming your way next. If you made it this far, Stallion owes you a hot dog hat.
This sports update is brought to you by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. The Commanders selected Ohio State linebacker Sonny Styles with the 7th overall pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. Styles surprisingly fell into Washington's laps once the Titans selected Carnell Tate. The New York Giants chose Arvell Reese, and the Kansas City Chiefs jumped the Commanders at 6 overall to select LSU cornerback Mansour Delane. Now today, 7 p.m., you got rounds 2 and 3 of the draft. The Commanders only have one selection today. That is at 71. Who will they take? Well, my best guess is someone on offense. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. All of it just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Good Friday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny. April 24th, 2026. You are listening live to The Fan. We've got a full show tonight, 4.5 hours for you, taking you up to 6:30 on The Fan, and we are looking ahead to rounds 2 through 7 in the NFL Draft with pick 7 and the selection of Sonny Styles in the rearview mirror. Our buddy Charles Davis is on the show today at 3. Very few people when it comes to the draft we like talking to more. You're going to hear what our pal Logan Paulson thought about the Sonny Styles pick. That's at 5 o'clock tonight, right here on The Fan. Danny, I had a blast, a long day.
Yes, sir.
Wouldn't have rather done it with anybody else. Kicking it with you deep into the evening, watching you nervously eat, and then eventually see you be as excited as you were after the Sonny Styles selection. It happened. The Commanders got a player they actually wanted.
Got to a good place. And appreciate Honor Brewing for having us. Appreciate everybody that came out. The place was packed. So it was a unique experience because the radio feed where you and I got to listen in our headphones is, 30 seconds maybe ahead of kind of where the TV was. So you and I get notified as to the picks. And so we're reacting to that to the radio audience. And the folks in the crowd that are there, I mean, there are hundreds of people that are packed in and around this bar. There's this amazing outdoor space, indoor, everything in between, TVs everywhere. So the first shocker, Carnell Tate goes at 4, and like the big groan kind of happens. And then things are kind of setting up the trade. And once Mansour Delane goes, now there's an anticipation rising after Kansas City trades up and gets Delane at 6. Oh my God, this could be Styles. It could be Downs. Like, they've got a lot of options here. Holy crap, what's going to be? Either way, it's a really good player for their defense. Sonny Styles hits, the place erupts. It was awesome. What a cool feeling, man. That was a lot of fun last night.
Yeah, we talked about every different possibility and went through all of the permutations for months leading up to the draft, one of which was Sonny Styles to the nation's capital. But that cooled as of the Combine because he went and put on such a show. He was so incredible in Indianapolis that for the moment it looked like he was going to be a top 3 and certainly no worse than a top 5 pick. It wasn't until the last couple of weeks as you started to find out the Cardinals might actually go way off the grid here and take Jeremiah Love. The Titans could actually get creative and take not just an edge, but maybe go to the secondary or something. You started to think maybe, just maybe, he slides. But the chances still felt like they were sub 25%, and it was Carnell Tate going 4th to Tennessee that opened the door. To me, that's when the whole night really changed. The Love pick, while a dream for a lot of Commanders fans, died on the vine, made it a lot easier for the Commanders to get one of the defensive players they wanted. And make no mistake about it, for all of the dialogue about Jeremiah Love, we're guilty, and I'm certainly guilty of a lot of that. And for all of the discussion about the wide receivers, both of those things would have made a lot of sense. What I learned before the draft last night was that in the building and in that war room, they wanted a defensive standout. And Sonny Styles, if he fell into their lap, or one of the edges, David Bailey or Arvell Reese, was the hope. They were prepared to go with Mansour Delane, who the Chiefs sniped them for at pick number 6. If they had to do that, Caleb Downs, I think, would have been a very strong consolation prize as well. But because the Titans took Carnell Tate, which nobody saw coming, because Arvell Reese, the other of the 2 edges, went to the Giants, where he was not mocked very often, It opened the door at number 7 for the Commanders to get one of the highest-ranked players on their board.
With the 7th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Sonny Styles, linebacker, Ohio State.
The moment they got on the clock after the Chiefs trade up, because you're going, all right, they're getting ahead of Washington. Are they doing it to take Delane after trading McDuffie, or to take Styles knowing that the Commanders might take him? When they took Delane, Danny, right then at 6, I feel like it was a lock, almost guaranteed that Styles was going to be wearing burgundy and gold.
I still wasn't as sure as you, because certainly the opportunity presented itself when I didn't think it would be there even, 20 minutes before. But as soon as Tate went 4 to Tennessee, that changed the calculation, because you're starting to go, okay, one of Reese, Delane, Styles, or Downs will mathematically be 100% available for Washington. Then Reese goes unexpectedly, I think 5. Not that Reese shouldn't have gone there, but the fact that he didn't go earlier was kind of the stunner. I think the Giants, that probably wasn't their plan. They've got edge rush. That's the one position they've got good, edge rusher. But they said, this guy's too good to pass up. The upside's too good. So they go Reese there. So now, again, you're doing the math. Kansas City has moved up because they think Washington's going to do something, is going to take their guy. So again, the calculation became, this is either Delane, Styles, or Downs. Delane is off the board. That leaves 2 guys that would kind of fit that bill. Probably too early for Tyson. I don't know how much they trusted him. But I'm sitting there going, this really could happen, and it ultimately did. I still wasn't as sure as you that it was going to be Styles, but when it hit, it was pretty exciting.
The phone call was in and made by Adam Peters. When you hear Dan Quinn address Sonny Styles in the phone call the team put out last night, you could just see how excited he is. At his core, Dan Quinn, who played on the defensive line at Salisbury, this is a guy that is a defensive coordinator at heart. He was calling plays in the second half of last season in his element. You know how fired up he was to draft, and I'm not exaggerating right now, one of the greatest athletes, one of the greatest size and speed profiles in the history of the National Football League.
Hello?
Sonny.
Hello?
Sonny, you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Sonny, Adam Peters with the Commanders. How you doing, bud?
I'm doing good, Mr. Peters. How you doing?
I'm doing great, man. We were hoping you'd follow us, and you did, man. We're going to make you this pick at pick 7. I couldn't be more excited. You are everything we embody in a Commander, and you're just scratching the surface, dude. You're so good now, and you're going to be so good, dude. I can't wait to welcome you here and have you be a key part of our defense for 10 years to come, man.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you. I'm ready to get to work.
Yeah. How you doing? Where you at? You in the green room?
Yeah, I'm in the green room with my family.
Yeah. Well, tell him you're a Commander, buddy. I'm gonna hand you to Coach Quinn right now.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Hell yeah, Sonny.
What's up, Coach?
What's up, man? We talked about this in the office, making it happen, and like you're.
Yes, sir. I told you I was gonna be back.
I already know you would be back, man. You're a true bad mother. I can't wait to coach you, bro. I cannot wait. So,
wait to get to work, Coach.
Hey, no doubt. I'm gonna pass you along to our owner, Josh Harris. So here he is, bud. Congrats.
Yes, sir.
All right, here's Josh.
Hey, Sonny. Can't wait to see you in DC. You're gonna kill it.
What's up, sir? How we doing?
Are you with your mom and dad, or?
Yes, sir. I'm with my mom and dad.
All right, well, look, enjoy this night. I mean, you really killed it to get here, and we are so excited you're going to be a Commander, and can't wait to meet you tomorrow.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. Can't wait to meet you.
All right, man. Celebrate up. We'll see you tomorrow. That's all for you.
Yes,
You're all cheering?
Yes.
All right, man. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
See you soon.
Appreciate you. Yes, sir.
Bye-bye.
That was the call from the Commanders to Sonny Styles the team put out on social. I always wonder... So Dan Quinn references this conversation that took place in the coach's office, where he says to him, we talked about this, we talked about making this happen, obviously meaning drafting you. I wonder how many of those conversations he had. Is Sonny Styles the only guy that in Dan Quinn's office over the last few weeks on those 30 visits that he said, hey, we got to make this happen, I want you? Or does he tell 7 or 8 guys that, thinking maybe you're the pick? And then he could have said that to a bunch of different guys on that phone call.
I bet you say that to all the draft prospects. No, I mean, because again, you're in a dependent spot. The Giants could have snatched your dream right there at 5. They had the power to do so. Somebody traded up ahead of you. Could have absolutely done it. But yeah, it certainly worked out that way. But I would I would bet he only said that to Sonny Styles.
You think?
Yeah, but
See, I think it's limited. I don't think you say that to everybody you go on a date with. I think there's probably some people that come home occasionally and you wake up and have some breakfast with that you don't use those words with. But I'll bet you it's a select group. I think he may have said that to like 3 guys. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think he made the most serious overtures to Sonny Styles, and may have said really nice things to Mansour Delane. May have said some really friendly stuff to Cornell Tate as well. But I don't know that it was that.
One thing I know is Sonny Styles was on the record before the draft as saying he thought Washington was going to be the pick. So when he tells you last night, this was the feeling I had, you could do the same thing I just did with Dan Quinn.
Yeah.
Did you, though, or are you just saying that? Bleacher Report followed him around basically over the last 48 hours leading up to the draft. He was in the barber chair getting his hair did, and they asked him, where did he think he was going to go? How is this going to end up? And this is what Sonny Styles said then.
My final prediction, Commanders. Final prediction. We'll see how it goes, though. That's my gut. That's my gut feeling.
Love that. You know why I like that so much, Daniel Kirkruye?
What's that?
Is because it means the vibes were so good between him and the team in the building. He talked a lot in interviews leading up to the draft when he was in New York about how much he liked Peters and Quinn and really hit it off with Durante Jones and the coaching staff. But when you're asked by a national outlet before the draft, your prediction, it tells you that he felt like his relationship with them was more special or unique than the other teams. And that makes me feel really, really good about the pick.
I like that too. Yeah, I like the idea that you're able to make them feel welcome so quickly, right? Where, again, I bet you a lot of the potential draft picks, the prospects, left feeling pretty good and pretty positive. So that's the kind of stuff that matters. So when we kind of roll our eyes sometimes at those top 30 rankings, not top 30, the NFL, how you treat your players rankings, right?
NFLPA.
Thank you. The NFLPA rankings. And so like, that's nice. Please win more games. Like I'd rather be 32 and go 17-0. But that's kind of where you can put some of those deposits in, right? So a lot of guys came here, didn't end up as the pick, but probably have a good association with Washington. Maybe they're free agents down the line. Maybe you remember that meeting you had with the GM or the owner, or, hey, it wasn't going to work out this time because someone else took you, but just keep us in mind. I mean, that sort of thing is valuable.
We were on air through 11 East time last night. By the way, the entire first round spanned only 3 hours. The expediting of round 1 to 8 minutes between picks, of which, by the way, I would say half of the teams in the second half of the first round didn't even use all 8 minutes. I mean, there was a point where there was a backlog of like 4 picks at the league headquarters where teams had already turned in picks like 3-4 down the way, and they haven't even gotten out to the podium yet. I wonder if they're going to stick with the 8 minutes because the draft came really fast and furious. But if they wanted it to be 3 hours, which is the length now of a good movie from Marvel, they got what they wanted. It was over right around 11 Eastern. But if you guys listened to the draft show on the Fan, and it was a blast to do, as you said, out at Honor Brewing, you've heard a lot of our thoughts on Sonny Styles. But here we are, first crack at it, right out of the chute, in our first traditional show on G&D post-draft. So my synopsis was, all along, this was my favorite defensive player. This was the guy I've been smitten with the most other than Jeremiah Love. And as soon as Love went third, and I didn't think that was realistic anyway, that he would get there, he becomes the top priority. An edge would have made more sense. Like if I could have taken Bailey or Styles, even though I'm more enamored with Styles because he's more unique, I would have taken Bailey. If I could have taken Reese or Styles, even though my man crush is on Styles because there's never been anybody quite like him in his position, I would have taken Reese because of the positional value and the upside. But Sonny Styles, despite playing a lesser valued position, is a one of one. If you guys do card packs that you tear open and you collect cards, when you see the 1 of 10 or whatever you're looking for, like it's the more special card, it's worth something. People on this planet are not as big as him that are moving like him. It doesn't exist. Athletically speaking, this is a 1 of 1 prospect. The RAS score, relative athletic score, that Adam Peters values so much, which is how you know the Commanders were going to be all over him. There have been 3,215 linebackers graded from 87 to 2026. He's number 1 of 3,215 linebackers in athleticism. His broad jump is 4th best all-time at the position. His vertical jump is the best all-time at the position. He is the same height as Calvin Johnson, the same weight as Derrick Henry. He is faster than Bijan Robinson and CeeDee Lamb, and he's the same vertical leaping ability of dunk champion Nate Robinson. This guy was built in a laboratory. When Artemis II flew past the moon. They looked out the window. Did you see the cell phone video that one astronaut, Reed, whatever his name is, put out? If you look really closely, Sonny Styles is hatching out on that space rock flying around. This dude is unlike anyone else on the planet. So allow me to salivate and dream about the possibilities here of Durante Jones cooking as a coordinator with this moldable clay. You want to talk about him as a green dot and a Mike linebacker? That's what he is. He's also been a safety. I think he can also come off the edge. It would be malpractice to just line him up as a Mike linebacker and never move him around. He should play everywhere in a positionless defense. This is a one-of-one athlete.
Yeah, this fits real well with that kind of thing. The thing Bill Simmons, I think, coined this years ago, but the town hall defense is the thing that I covet and crave. I don't want everyone to know who's going where. I want the defense to know. I want them to communicate, which they don't hear. They have to keep simplifying coverages year over year because these guys couldn't get right. But I want mix and match. I want versatile people that are worldly athletic that know where they're supposed to go and get there quickly. And that's kind of what they've done now. They've taken a defense that was slow, plodding, ineffective, that did nothing well. Usually, a defense could turn you over some, but you're going to score some points. Or you could score some points, or you can't score points, but there are never any turnovers. This defense did nothing well. No turnovers, no stopping anybody at any time. It was a disaster, and it's been awful for years, even before this regime. They did a makeover. They said, speed, immediately. That's what we care about. We care about the speed. We're not going to be as tough and stout against the outside runs. We don't care. We have speed now. Speed. We'll figure the rest of it out. That's what they've done here. So I think my favorite potential prospect for Washington was David Bailey. That was never realistic, but that dream scenario where a lineman or two goes and, Reese had gone too, and who knew what could have happened. I think that guy's plug and play defensive end. It's worth $50 million in a couple of years as these extensions kind of keep going up and up and up.
Right.
And I wanted that value. Styles is too. He and Downs to me. It had been either one of those guys, I'd have been thrilled. I think both are weapons, but in a different way. The athleticism of Styles just makes it so appealing.
I understand anybody who watched the draft last night and said, I don't love taking a linebacker in the top 10 because you can get that picking lower in the first or higher in the second round typically. That's true. I even understand if someone looks at Sonny Styles and says, really good player at Ohio State, but athletically, the idea of him and basically the fluidity of the body with the size is more captivating and leads to more intrigue than maybe what he is presently. That might even be accurate in the moment, but he is the type of guy. This is what the draft's all about. Like, you've got to find a way now to turn him into the best version of himself. And what is that ceiling? It's a potential game wrecker. So, yeah, you could sit here today, and we're going to cover this from all angles and look at the possibilities of if he's slow to develop or they put too much on his plate and what that looks like. It's very possible. But I also think that the beauty of the draft and the fun of the draft is that immediately after you pick someone, you're talking about what I'm speculating on when I talk about his athleticism is the best case scenario, because that's there too. That hope that springs eternal here on April 24th. But to get to know Sonny Styles, this is a 21-year-old, 6'5" and 244, who was born and raised in Ohio. Basically, everything he ever did was in the shadow of the Ohio State Buckeyes facility. His father was a Super Bowl champion linebacker on the same Rams team as London Fletcher. His brother, who's a little bit older than him, is probably getting drafted tonight. In fact, I'm told Sonny's going to leave the facility as quick as he can after his opening press conference so he can get back for the draft party with his brother, a junior, who's got a chance to be drafted in rounds 2 or 3. But he played weak side linebacker for Matt Patricia in the 4-2-5, converted safety. The last 2 years, he made 182 tackles as a senior captain. He wore the Block O, which the players vote on as kind of a character and a makeup thing, and is given out at Ohio State for the guys that have all the intangibles off the field. But it's speed and size, and it's one of the most impressive athletic profiles and prospects you're going to see. Youngest of 4 boys. Parents met at Ohio State. Dad was a third-round pick in 95. Started calling him Sonny at 2 years old, partly based on, you'll like this, Danny, the character in The Godfather. Because at 2 years old, he had a little bit of a temper. So his dad started calling him Sonny. Played baseball, basketball, football, graduated high school.
I've seen some basketball highlights, by the way. Woo, buddy.
He graduated high school a full year early. I like that acumen. I like some of the smarts and diagnosing things. And the last thing I'll tell you about Sonny Styles, you know what his actual name is? Alexander. Alexander's in DC Sports, man. Might be time to start anew, right? We got one exiting stage left. Why not bring in another great?
A little torch pass. I don't
Stage
mind.
right. You got Sonny Jurgensen. Unfortunately, leaves us this year. There aren't that many Sonnies in the NFL. Another Sonny comes to D.C. wearing the burgundy and gold. But the pick, Sonny Styles. Want to hear from you guys next. Been waiting to chat with you since last night. We'll open up the phones. 800-636-1067. What did you think about how things played out in front of the Commanders in the top 6? 800-636-1067. What did you think about choosing Styles over some of the options that were there, including Caleb Downs, the possibility of a trade back? You're listening to The Fan.
driven by Oarsman Chantilly Toyota. As they like to say, let's ride together. It is draft weekend, and the Commanders selected Sonny Styles with the 7th overall pick last night. Styles is 6'5", 244. He began his career as a safety, then shifted to linebackers for his final couple seasons at Ohio State. Won a national championship there in 2024. Combination of size and speed unmatched in this draft, and to me, former Bears linebacker Brian Urlacher comes to mind as a comparison. Commanders will draft just once today in round 3 at number 71. In baseball this evening, the Nationals begin a 6-game road trip against the Brewers. 7:40 first pitch on the Fan. Oarsman Chantilly Toyota keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best new selection of new Toyotas, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
With the 7th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Sonny Styles, linebacker, Ohio State.
What would you say your strengths are right now?
I'd say football intelligence. I would say versatility, and then I'll say physicality. I think those 3 things I can do them at a really high level. Obviously I have to keep getting better, keep grinding. I'm happy where I'm at, but like I said, so much more work to be done. So I'm excited to get in the building and hopefully find a vet and get a lot better.
Sonny Styles from his media availability in Pittsburgh after the draft last night. DC's on the clock, by the way. 364 days away from the NFL draft being right here in the nation's capital.
Great showing by the Yinzers last night, so the gauntlet's been thrown down.
They set a record for night 1. They had over 300,000 show up. I think we could top that on the Mall next year by the Washington Monument. Why not?
Let's get after it. Plenty of parking available.
The emphasis this offseason has been to improve a bad defense, but more specifically to get younger and to get faster. I would add to get more athletic. What screams that more than Sonny Styles at pick number 7? I am still Weapons Paulson. I'll always be Weapons Paulson. I would have taken Jeremiah Love. Wide receiver would have thrilled me if Jordan Tyson was there, and he was. Ended up going 1 pick later at 8 to the New Orleans Saints. That would have been perfectly fine with me. Post Carnell Tate, Mekhi Lemon, if they drafted him, would have shocked everyone. We'd be here today. I'd be singing the praises of the stones of that pick, right? I think you got to get better on offense, get more explosive. But at the highest levels in this organization, they truly believe defense wins championships. The emphasis, the onus put on this coaching staff this offseason was get your bleep together on defense. I hired a defensive coach. We have been bad on defense for multiple years. Not anymore. Fix your defense. And so Adam Peters and Dan Quinn have signed Adafe Owe and other edges, including Kaylavon Chason and Charles Amenahu and Tim Settle at the defensive tackle spot and DJ Davidson from the Giants at D tackle. And in the front 7, Leo Chenal from the Chiefs. And they go get Nick Cross in the secondary, Amik Robertson, Akilo Witherspoon. And now you draft Sonny Styles. I even look at the coaching searches. Danny, the offensive coordinator search, they walked down the hall and gave the job to David Blau. I like the hire. I like the idea. Keep him in the building. But that was the search.
Yeah.
Mike McDaniel came available, and they're like, now we're good. On the defensive side, they're swinging like they're hitting a piñata. Brian Flores is coming in here for interviews. They're trying to talk to Raheem Morris, who's getting head coaching opportunities. They did the opposite. I just think everything they've done has proven they have been way more invested in fixing the defense than worrying about the offense. And maybe they just feel like we got 5 on it. Jaden Daniels is here. We don't necessarily need to worry about the offense. Maybe that's the philosophy. I'm not sure. But last night was not a surprise if you've been reading all those tea leaves.
Yeah, I think you're probably right on there. The only, and this isn't pushback because I agree with you, the only other counterpoint is they tried to offer someone $30 million at receiver. Right, and they did sign Chigakonkwo, but for the most part, you look at if you go to our lads and the depth charts, all the guys that are in different colors are on the defensive side, with the exception of Chigakonkwo and a couple back end of the roster running backs that are just part of the sort of a cast of characters at this point. But they still have that needed receiver. We'll get to that. We'll talk about that kind of throughout the show. But yeah, this was a overhaul time. I'm not like the way I view it as a fan, where I just get so annoyed at something, I can't stop looking at it, and I go, I never want to see that again. I got the sense, based on every factor you just referenced, that they finally said, you know what, enough of this bleep. We are not doing that again. I am not running that back. I cannot watch it. I'm too upset. I'm too annoyed. Go get 9 different people that are all faster than the guy that they're replacing immediately, and do that right now.
They have added 13 what I will consider to be legitimate projected contributors. Like actual, not you could sign a lot of guys that aren't going to play a lot, but 13 players have been added this offseason via free agency in the draft right now that are going to probably play a bunch for them this year. 10 of the 13 are on defense. 10. So it just tells you a whole lot. But to compare last year's defense, and at some point today we should do this, with this year's defense and the speed that they've added, they had maybe the slowest linebacking core in the league last year when Jordan McGee wasn't on the field and Bobby Wagner was and Luvu was playing the edge. They couldn't cover backs in the flat. They couldn't get out in space. If you got the ball on a run play outside the tackle box on an outside zone or stretch or pin and pull, it was curtains for this defense. They just couldn't run. Those days are over. That has to end immediately. That's why you drafted Sonny Styles. Let's go to Anthony and Dulles on Grant and Danny. Anthony, what'd you think of the pick?
Holy smokes, I didn't realize I was going to be the first one, guys. I loved it. Actually, I mean, everything that you said regarding what he's done with, like, test results and stuff, I mean, it's just amazing. Can you imagine if this guy can literally put all that together on the field? I don't think Washington has ever even had something like that. I don't think the NFL has actually had anything like that.
Not at linebacker,
Thank
but
you, buddy.
Sean Taylor is the athlete size speed comp, maybe, if you will, because you're talking about like the generational ability to move at a size where you shouldn't be able to.
Yeah, it's like Calvin Johnson on offense. You mentioned Taylor on defense. There are a handful of guys where they go, there are linebackers who are fast. There are linebackers who are big.
Yeah.
Very rarely do you have both. And then it's not just straight ahead, too.
And I want to be careful. I'm not sitting here telling you this is immediately an all-pro linebacker. I don't know how well he's going to play linebacker right away. I'm specifically talking about last night's the draft. What are you doing? You're drafting traits. You're drafting measurables. You're basically looking at this piece of clay. I'm saying this is a piece of clay that doesn't exist. There aren't aisles that have this. There aren't stores that have this. If you want this, you get online and you search, and there's one available right now, and it's in a random state, and you've got to get on the phone, and good luck doing it to try to get it mailed to your house because this product is not out there. Shane's in Fairfax. What's up, Shane?
Commander Danny, Lieutenant Grant, how you boys doing today?
Good, buddy.
Happy Friday. Hey, look, they hit it right on the head. We went from Ron Rivera days of having no down linebackers to now probably having, if not the fastest, most athletic linebackers, not NFL, even in our division as well. So not only do we get more talent up front, we got where we go sideline to sideline. We can actually cover now, and now you can use your leaders, right? Wagner there to teach him, to mentor him. Like you said, he ain't got to play all right now. Let's get him in there like a quarterback. He's going to be a quarterback of the defense. He's going to run that green dot. Let's don't rush him too fast. Let's let him go in there. But look, now that defense is looking tight. You still need a corner, and I hate to say it, McCoy's going to be there in the third round. Watch and see.
You think he will?
He'll be there.
Well, if he's there, that would make things really compelling.
I'm just doing that
tonight.
if he's there.
At 71, see, I can't say that because I just need a weapon. I'm sorry. Like, if Jermod McCoy is there, I probably would take him, but I'm going to talk out of both sides of my mouth because I'm going to be a real big pain in the ass if they don't take an offensive player at 71. At some point, you got to stop neglecting the thing that is very obvious. Like, there's a fire growing, and they're just like, oh, but let's make a delicious meal. And then you ate this delicious meal, and it's like, oh, let's go play Madden. And I just keep looking. The fire's getting a little bigger.
Smoke detector's going off.
Bigger. So if Jermod McCoy is there, should you turn that down? No, he's possibly a top 20 player if he's healthy. The only reason he would slide is because of injuries. I don't think he's going to be there realistically, though. Let's go to Jack, who's in Leesburg on G&D. What's up, Jack?
Hey, guys. Yeah, I'm curious about the pick. I mean, you drafted a guy. You should have drafted Caleb Downs, first of all. I mean, he's the best defensive player in the whole draft, arguably. And I feel like this guy is horribly overrated. I challenge anybody to go watch his draft film and tell me what he even does well. I mean, what of his 4 tackles for losses did you like last year? I mean, how many? I'm so ticked off about this that, and of course, Caleb Downs goes to the Cowboys, arch nemesis right here. You drafted a combine star. I mean, again, a linebacker. He doesn't even know how to play linebacker yet.
Well, he made 182 tackles in the last 2 seasons, so he knows how to do something.
I mean, okay, all right. Well, he was probably the 5th best defender on that team.
No,
you know,
he wasn't actually. I appreciate the phone call. I mean, I'm not telling you that your point is wrong. If you didn't like the pick, you didn't like the pick. But to say you watched him and there's not a single thing he does well, that's insane. I'm sorry. That's silly.
Yeah, I don't buy that. I mean, if you fell in love with Caleb Downs, I'm not going to fault you there.
Yep.
I did too, by the way. And that moment last night was my low point. As high as I was off Styles, I'll never forgive the Miami Dolphins for passing on Caleb Downs and letting the Cowboys get him. And that's serious. I will keep that grudge in perpetuity.
He was not paid to be a TFL's guy last year. He was an inside linebacker who flowed horizontally. So to directly answer your question, by the way, name one thing that he does well. When you watch him, he moves at the second level and gets outside to bring people down at and around the line of scrimmage as well as anybody. I do think he hesitates and doesn't read things very cleanly necessarily. That'll come with more time at linebacker for sure. But I mean, Bobby Wagner had 8 tackles for loss in 17 games and whatever it was, over 1,000 snaps on the field last year. 8. That's what Mike linebackers do. They don't live in the backfield. The job is to get guys on the ground as quick as you can. Most of the time, that's not going to happen past the line of scrimmage. So if you want to call up and say you didn't love the pick, I am not going to shout you off the line or tell you you're wrong. There's a lot of reasons you can be dubious about this. I actually think it's there are a lot of people that love Sonny Styles that won't like this pick. I've talked to some last night from around the league. It makes sense. It's an inside linebacker. Maybe you think they should have done something else or should have traded back. That's a conversation to have. But when you say he doesn't do anything well, the guy that 32 teams probably had on their top 10 and most teams had among their top 5 players in this class, I think that's a little bit silly. Let's go to Chris in Hyattsville on G&D. What's up, Chris?
What's up? Danny, you remember the show In Living Color?
Of course I do.
They had a skit called Men on Film.
I do.
I would have to say, hated it. Because, listen, I, as Grant just said, Sonny Styles might be the second coming of Brian Urlacher and Ray Lewis all rolled up into one. That's fantastic. He might even be a good player. But they had a dearth of picks this year because of past transgressions, I'll say, poor moves that they made for players that didn't pan out, that they traded away picks. They have no long-term solution at wide receiver 1, 2, or 3 for that matter that we can see. And even the running back field, as good as Merritt was last year, I mean, there's no guarantee he's going to be the bell cow for years to come. I just see there's so many questions on offense other than the quarterback and to some degree the offensive line.
Well, let me ask you this real quickly, Chris. Based on last night, hold on.
This is an offensive-driven league.
It is.
Good.
Based on how last night played out, they're on the clock at 7. What would you have done?
Trade.
Right, but we don't know if that presented itself. We'll talk about that as a possibility next segment.
They clocked that pick immediately. So did they even seriously consider trade offers?
They've been
Their pick was in really quickly.
Yes, but they've also been talking to teams for the hour before that. A lot of the trades happen before we even see on the screen that the team's on the clock. They're working about 15 minutes ahead. But regardless, look, I'm gonna get into the trade possibility in a second. Aside from a trade back, because we do not know if that presented itself, I actually agree. A trade back would have made some sense. We'll talk about that. Would you have done something else there at 7?
Given that Love was gone, I would have taken the best pass catcher available. And I know you don't like this, but in my opinion, the best pass catcher was Kenyon Sadiq. But I would have taken a pass receiver of some type.
So you could have gone Jordan Tyson. You could have gone Mekhi Lemon there and really focused on the offense.
I don't hate that in principle, by the way.
There's someone who will scream at you for that. It ain't going to be Weapons Paulson. I'm not going to. I will never be upset about getting your young quarterback better players on offense. Let's talk about the possibility of a trade back because the Chiefs came up from 9-6 to get ahead of Washington. Is it possible that you could have moved back? They would have had to give you a little bit less than they gave the Browns. And the whole point was they didn't want you to take Mansour Delane. So maybe if you're on the phone with Kansas City, could you have moved back the 2 picks so they come up and get Delane? They don't have to worry about you. And then maybe you pick up something similar to what the Browns did, which was a pick in the 40s and a pick in the 70s. Would you take that or Sonny Styles? We'll talk about that next. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
been smiling ear to ear for a while now. After all the high fives and everything, kind of settled in. But we got Sonny Styles, and for I can't tell you how many reasons why we liked him, but it's you can go on and on about him, and we're thrilled to have him. And so to pick Sonny Styles with the 7th pick, didn't think he was going to be there. Thought there was a low chance. There was a chance, but it was an easy pick when he was there and we were on the clock.
GM Adam Peters meeting with reporters late last night in Ashburn after Sonny Styles became a Commander at pick 7. The Extreme Makeover Defensive Edition continues, starring Ty Pennington. Move that bus, or whatever he used to say. Very, very different looking front 7 for Durante Jones. I want to get into him mixing some potions, what this could look like with one of the most athletic linebacking cores we've ever seen in the NFL now. If you're looking at RAS scores, Leo Chenal, 3rd all-time when he came out. Sonny Styles, 1st all-time coming out this year. And Frankie Louvu's no slouch coming downhill in space either.
You said something that I want to jump on, but in a good way. If you just go, okay, that's the middle linebacker. Thanks, I'll see you guys at the team meeting. That's a mistake. And I don't believe that's going to be the case for the record with Durante Jones and this new defense, but you now have some of those, on a string where it looks like one guy's going one way, this guy's going the other way, this guy's saying, what do you want from me? Like, you have the opportunity to do something special here. And I'm hoping if you just drafted an off-ball middle linebacker who's going to wear the green dot and make a couple defensive calls, say ready, break, then I can understand being underwhelmed. The argument that I made last night is I think this is where the puck is going in the NFL. Meaning teams are using 12 personnel more and more and more. They want versatility on offense. They want position flex and the like. I think defenses are going to have to respond. I don't want to have to do a million sub packages because the offense is going to have an advantage when my 5th cornerback trots on the field to try to stop a certain subset of things, or my extra running linebacker, or this is my slow linebacker for rundowns. This is my fast linebacker for this. I don't want that. I want one guy to be able to do all of the stuff, and here's your Swiss Army knife.
So we just had a caller last segment ask about the possibility of a trade back versus Sonny Styles. That they would have preferred that. It's always difficult to talk about this because you have no idea what the offers were. But for the exercise, I will say, Styles versus the deal the Chiefs made to come up from 9 to 6, which was 1 pick above Washington. They wanted to make sure the Commanders didn't take Mansour Delane. So by that logic, I think you could say maybe if they couldn't make the deal at 6, or if you could have gotten on the phone with them and made the deal so they came up to 7, they would still guarantee themselves Mansour Delane because now they know you're not taking them, you're moving back to 9, and they have to give up less to move up because they don't have to get up to 6 in front of you. They can just take your 7th pick. In a world where that's an opportunity and they're willing to give you something similar, probably not the same deal because you're 1 pick lower in terms of the value chart, but something in the 40s and something, let's say, in the, around 100 or whatever, and you move back to 9. If you're asking me, would I rather have added a 40-something pick and another later pick and chosen at 9, knowing how the draft played out, I would have done that. Yes, probably over Sonny Styles. I love the player, but now you're talking about Caleb Downs at 9, plus something in the 40s that you don't have, so you'd be picking 10 picks in tonight, and then again at 71, you'd have 2 picks this evening, which would be a really big deal. So I think you'd be silly to say you wouldn't rather have that trade back or consider it. Now, if Styles becomes Brian Urlacher, obviously they're going to be glad they stuck and they picked. It's just a really hard exercise because we have no idea what was available to them, how interested they were in doing it. I think Chris is probably right, by the way, when he says they turned the pick in quickly. Based on what I know about how much they liked Styles, I think he was on their stick and pick board. Like, I think they would prefer Styles over a move back. But if you're asking me, hypothetically, Styles or going back to 9, if that would have presented itself, I probably would have done B.
Yeah, now, they've made trades, certainly. Laramie Tunsil's here, Marshawn Lattimore was here, et cetera. It's not as if they're immune to it, but they didn't seek a trade actively, we don't think, for Tyler Biadasz. I know Adam Peters came out after Dan Quinn said that and sort of cleaned that up a little bit, but still, they didn't make a trade at the trade deadline when they were 2 in a million. And who knows how interested they were in a trade here. But if you ask me just on paper, would I rather move back a couple spots, end up with Caleb Downs and more picks? I'd have taken that.
Right. Styles, who was my favorite defensive player in the class, though, being a Commander is still really hard not to get excited about. you got to get a weapon at 71. And I think if you get the right receiver that falls into your lap, it makes the whole thing work a little better. Let's go to Tricky in D.C. on the Fan. Hey, Tricky.
Hey, what's up, Grant Danny?
Hey, bud.
Hey, I got if anybody has a problem with Sonny Styles, now I know he's a linebacker, but I can envision him being used exactly like Kyle Hamilton. I can see that with the size.
He's the same size as Kyle Hamilton. He's actually taller, and he's faster.
Yeah.
So I don't see why he couldn't do some of those same things athletically.
Hey, Grant, I got a question, Grant.
Yeah.
What is the protocol for NFL signing UFL players?
Oh,
Can they sign them in season?
Yeah, they could do it right now. To my knowledge, yeah, you would call the agent and work out a contract, and they could leave to go play in the league.
Maybe the next sentence was, can they sign the kicker real quick?
Yeah. If it's about Matthew McCrane, yeah, bring him in for a workout. I've seen a couple people knock. I know my buddy John Keim tweeted something about how he was 8 for 13 in the NFL. That was 5-6 years ago. Who cares? You can't get better. It's not like you're a cornerback, and at his age, it's a problem. Kickers early in their career versus later in their career get better all the time. I don't care what he did when he was 8 for 13 6 years ago. That's about as relevant as what I had for lunch when it comes to, if he can kick in the NFL or not. Let's go to Jim in Suffolk, Virginia. What's up, Jim?
How you doing, guys?
What's up, buddy?
I was really happy with the pick for Styles. I wasn't sure that it was going to happen until I heard the words come out of the commissioner's mouth based on other drafts that disappointed me. But very happy. And to everyone that's saying, that we missed out on Downs, Arvo, Reese, the fact is we're going to be playing them twice a year for the next 5 years. When we play the Giants, it'll be Reese and Styles playing against each other. And when we play the Cowboys, it'll be Downs and Reese. So
yeah, I love that angle,
Thank you,
by
bud.
the way. Thanks for the call. Of Downs in the division with Dallas and just that rivalry now moving forward between a couple of the real alphas from that Ohio State defense. Let's talk to Charles Davis next, one of our favorite NFL analysts, about the Styles pick. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by Melwood. The Commanders got their guy, and it is Sonny Styles, linebacker from Ohio State, at 7th overall last night. Sonny stands 6'5", 244, the perfect combination of size and speed. The Commanders will draft once again today in round 3 at number 71. They don't have a pick in the 4th round, but do have 4 picks from rounds 5 through 7. The NFL draft rounds 2 and 3 get underway tonight at 7 p.m. In baseball this evening, the Nationals begin a 6-game road trip against the Brewers. 7:40 first pitch on the Fan. P.J. Poulin gets the start as an opener ahead of veteran righty Miles Michaelis. Donate your unwanted vehicles to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
With the 7th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Sonny Styles, linebacker, Ohio State.
Back live in our Half Street Studios in the Navy Yard on Grant and Danny. Sonny Styles Day. Denton Day. Continues on the Fan. Show's brought to you by the law firm Condori & Murat.
Exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori & Murat. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Let's get to the rude guest hotline. I told you there was one analyst whose opinion on Sonny Styles I really wanted today, and we've tracked him down. It's our buddy Charles Davis. He'll be on NFL Network tonight. Their pre-draft coverage starts at 6 p.m., first pick of the evening at 7, and then he's on NFL Network all Saturday long, starting with noon coverage. Charles, we thank you so much for your time. We know you're busy. Sonny Styles slipped to Washington at 7. A lot of people in town were surprised. How about you?
Yeah, I wasn't actually surprised he was there. It took some maneuvering. But it's been a possibility throughout this draft process. You guys have probably run the permutations just like all of us have, and none of us really knew exactly how it was going to go down. But I think you're always doing the same things, right? Okay, 1, we know is Mendoza. 2, the Jets take either Reese or Bailey, so you go from there, right? Cardinals at 3 was probably where it all began for all of us. Which way do we go? Do we take the other pass rusher? Do they have a lineman that they jump up there like a Maui Noah or someone like that? Do they take, do they take Jeremiah Love, the runner, which they did? Okay, so that fell into place. All right, we considered that a possibility. I thought it was a strong possibility, and I thought that they had to do some real homework on that and kind of encouraged them to go in that direction. So, again, but Carnell Tate at 4 probably threw us a little bit, because many people thought if Love went 3, that's where Sonny Styles was going to go. But as we went through all this process, there was also the possibility of the Titans taking the other edge rusher, right? So Reese is now available. They take him. The Giants do something at 5 with a lineman probably, or even Downs, the safety, Jordan Tyson, the receiver. 6, Cleveland, we do offensive line or receiver. It was central casting for them, and they actually did that when the draft was over. So him getting the 7 to Washington wasn't out of line by any imagination. In fact, it made a ton of sense. And just by the way it fell, and once I saw he wasn't going, to Tennessee at 4, I thought it was a real possibility he could get to 7. I didn't know Cleveland was going to trade out and all that, but I thought 7 was a realistic possibility for him, and boy, how excited would you have to be in D.C. that you're going to get your new Mike linebacker who can run your defense.
Charles, what is he now? And let's kind of fast forward. What's he going to be in 3 years?
Yeah, what is he now? He's a kid who was a former safety learning how to play linebacker, and I thought his second year was so much better than his first year. His first year wasn't bad. He's becoming more and more of a physical player. And what he's going to be, he's going to be really good, we believe. I mean, and I don't want to say that to sound trite. The best way I can put it is, you guys remember when Derek Johnson played at the University of Texas? You remember him at all as a Texas Longhorn?
You remember he played on the edge, and he wore number 11, and he was kind of built to wear 11. If you remember in Texas, right? He was linear, right? Long, angular, silky smooth, and I don't think he took a block on the entire time he was at Texas. He was so fast, so quick, so deft that he could move, make people miss, get upfield, and make big plays on you in the backfield, et cetera, right? I don't know that I ever thought in my life he would end up as an inside linebacker in the NFL, but he did and played very well there. And he was a guy who grew into the body, became bigger, bigger, thicker, stronger, and ended up now, I don't know if you guys saw this, he's going to go into the Kansas City Hall, Ring of Honor, whatever they call it there in Kansas City. He's going to be their latest inductee. Heck of a career for a guy that I saw as a speed rusher off the edge whose body was different. I think Sonny Styles already looks like body beautiful. We know that. But I think he'll get to be a little bit stronger, a little bit thicker. I've kind of comped Brian Urlacher there, guys, because Urlacher was a safety at New Mexico and then grew, became a heck of a player, never lost his speed and terrorized people. I think Sonny Styles has the same type of potential.
Wow, sign me up for that. Charles Davis is with us on Grant and Danny. Sonny Styles, the pick for Washington at 7. What would you say to people, and there are a few of them in town today, that are saying, when you're in the top 10, linebacker is one of those things you can get later. Most years you can find a Mike that's really good in the mid to late first. When you're up this high, take advantage. What do you say to those people?
I say that if in this draft, the best players were playing non-traditional positions. I mean, you know what they're saying in Arizona. You took a running back at 3, right? Downs. Remember what the Cowboys did to maneuver around to take Caleb Downs? That's a safety. Going that high, right? So I think goes. Oh, how about Vega? Ioane going at 14 to Baltimore, the guard. There was talk he could slide into the top 10, and there was a discussion about that as well. Non-traditional, non-premium, quote-unquote, positions going that high, I get what people would say, but in this draft, those were the highest-rated players. Do you really think it's a good idea to turn down a higher-rated player for someone else strictly over position premium? I don't. And that's why it doesn't bother me at all. Because Sonny Styles is going to be more than a linebacker for Washington when Dan Quinn and his crew get done doing stuff, getting him comfortable in one spot, then starting to maneuver him around. I don't think he'll be Arvell Reese where they'll ask him to come off the edge, 8 out of 10 plays. But I do think he's capable of doing that. I think he's an excellent blitzer. So he'll be inserted into the pass rush in different ways along the way. And then, of course, he'll man the middle, go out into the slot against people, right? Handle running backs out of the backfield, tight ends at different times. I'm not trying to turn him into Superman. I think all this happens over time. But I say to everyone, yeah, that's fine. You go ahead and take your premium position just because you don't want to take a non-premium. I'm going to take the better player.
Well, Charles, I am constantly salivating thinking about Durante Jones, their new DC, who's going to run that Brian Flores scheme that you know so well. Leo Chenal, when he came out a few years ago for the Chiefs, was number 3 all-time at the linebacker position in RAS. Sonny Styles is number 1 all-time in RAS at that position, going back to 89. Those two athletes, Luvu's strength is probably coming downhill. I just think about those games they ran in Minnesota with linebackers cross-bucking and doing all that stuff in the A-gap. I mean, can you imagine Jones just in the lab? There's some real possibilities here.
Yeah, I'd say he's probably scheming stuff up as we speak, right? That's those coaches don't quit, and they think about it all the time, and they come up with different things. The one thing I think that Dan Quinn is going to do, though, is make sure that the brakes are pumped early on Sonny Styles. Let's get him comfortable on the field in a spot. I always come back to Kyle Hamilton, who's not far from you, right, in Baltimore. You guys remember his rookie year? Because Kyle Hamilton tested Mensa. Okay, he's Mensa Society, all right? That's last I checked, that's the top of the top, right, in our mental capacity here in the U.S. and around the world. He's so smart and so versatile. Baltimore was putting him in so many different places young, and he had busts. He gave up big plays. He said, "Oh shoot, I'm playing here now, not over there. Oh heck, I froze here. Oh, what's my assignment there?" I'm not saying it was an epidemic, but it was significant enough that they slowed things down for him, got him comfortable, and then started to reintroduce some of those things. Now, of course, you can do anything you want, when you want, how you want it. See what I mean? But my biggest thing is just make sure you don't overload this youngster early, get him comfortable, and then start adding to his plate, and then we should have that versatile playmaker that we all envision.
Charles, what are Sonny's weaknesses right now, if there are any? And again, just room for improvement. I think someone that's so new to the position. But what would you go? Okay, hey, here's you're still a mold of clay. What needs work?
Yeah, I think you nailed it perfect. I love how you said it's just room for improvement with him, right? Taking on blocks is still going to be something because in college he's so quick, fast, right? He's going to miss most of those blocks just like Derek Johnson used to. He'll slip them, he'll be past them, they won't get to him. You guys know the speed is different on this level. He will have to take on more as he goes along, but he's not going to shy away from it. You saw last year where he got better at being physical at the point of attack, better at being physical with different blockers, but still you won't see a ton of it because he didn't have to be there. I had a great coach tell me one time, he's like, yeah, they're always complaining about this, my guy, not being there and taking on blocks and all. I told my guy, no, you don't have to be there to take on the block. If you're past it and you're taking on the ball carrier, I like that better.
Yeah, it's preferable.
And so I thought that was really good coaching right there, right? He'll just have to do more of that just because these guys are so much better and they get to the hole. They get to the point of attack quicker than a lot of the college kids are going to. Because, once again, most of the kids Sonny Styles played against in college, that's it. College, high place, high Division I, they played well. They're not going to be playing in the NFL. But every team you play on Sunday in the NFL or Monday or whatever day you're playing, that's a true NFL player. So you got to deal with that week in and week out.
Charles Davis, draft coverage tonight, starting at 6 ahead of the 7 o'clock first pick of the evening, and then all day noon coverage begins tomorrow, one of our favorites. Charles, I know you're crazy busy. It really means a lot to squeeze us in. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for having me. It's always great to talk with you guys. You take care of yourselves. Keep enjoying. And next year, hopefully I see you in person during this time of year.
We'll be out there. It'll be you, me, Danny, and about 879,000 of our closest friends.
Absolutely. And by the time it's all done, we will have the biggest kumbaya sing-along. Guinness, get ready. We're going to do a new world record.
Let's do it.
Perfect.
Thanks, Charles.
Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, guys. You take care of yourselves.
He's the best. Charles Davis on the Fan. I asked him this question. I want to pose this to you. The thing I can't stop thinking about with Styles, and the reason I am pro the pick so much, is the scheme they're going to run. If this was last year's scheme, and if Durante Jones was not here, then I would be in the category of love the player, don't like the pick. Does that make sense?
It does.
Because I'm not team take the linebacker, even the crazy athletic linebacker, at 7 typically. I just think that this Brian Flores defense that they're going to run, the possibility of the athleticism of Chenal and Styles with Luvu, the types of games in the A-gap they're going to be able to run coming downhill, getting to the quarterback, it's going to elevate everything. They're going to be able to rush the passer. Even if Odafe Owe doesn't deliver the goods, which I hope he will. Even if Caleb Chason doesn't repeat last year with the Patriots, which I certainly hope he will. I think they're going to be able to generate pressure from the interior. I think when people talk about Styles and TFLs or this number or that number they want more of, what you're going to see is him pinning his ears back and using his speed. Like somebody earlier called in and said, tell me the thing he does really, really well. He closes. Like the occasional time where he's pass rushing and he's hunting down a quarterback or backside pursuit and some receiver running back on jet action end around or something, like he's going to get you. You're not running away from him. That kind of thing is what I can't stop thinking about. And Luvu's coming off of a down year. This is a contract year for him, probably his last season, I would think, to be honest with you, in Washington. I can't see extending him at his age. But what is his strength? Yeah. It's the same exact thing. So I just think all three of those guys are kind of tailor-made for what the Vikings have been running. And if they run the same thing here, I think it's going to be hard to screw that up, at least that part of this defense.
So I'm not as and I think it's a smart point you make. I don't put as much weight necessarily on the scheme. I think it will be a good fit. to me, this is one of those, and maybe I'm too reactionary. We all know I'd make a terrible general manager. I'd make a terrible lot of things, to be honest with you. But I got so tired of watching, regardless of scheme, slow, plodding, vulnerable, easy access offense from my opponents, where everybody on my team couldn't keep up with anyone on their team. I didn't have a single answer in the bag. That you found me someone that's really fast that can close on the football, fine. You can do the most boring scheme, the most complicated scheme, the most aggressive scheme, the most passive scheme. Whatever you want to do is fine by me. I'm in. I'll subscribe to it. I want to see it good or bad. We'll let the results play out. But the principle of we just got a lot faster. We thought we could get away with a slow, plodding middle linebacker. We're not doing that anymore. That to me is kind of it may be too reactionary. It's like if you had a bunch of, we got a bunch of control and command pitchers. You know what? We need to strike people out. Bring me 100-mile-an-hour fastballs. I don't care where they come from. And you go get 10 of those guys. It's a little bit reactionary for me, but that's what has me more excited than anything else.
What was the number one complaint we took in 2025 on the phones, on social media, from Commanders fans?
They're so slow.
They're so slow, and specifically, their linebacking core and Bobby Wagner cannot run. I think if there was some story done, ESPN does this because they have a reporter in every market, where they'll do number one player that has to step up, and like 32 people do it. If the category was biggest complaint from your fan base this football season, the answer in DC would be that their linebackers are slow, and in turn their defense can't run and isn't fast enough. And all they've done is go out and sign and draft two of the guys that in one fell swoop were the closest and best opportunities to fix that. So I'm not telling you that you have to love the decision to take a linebacker in a vacuum. I agree that that's not good practice. But that's not how I'd be viewing this. I'd be viewing this like when we talk about running back with Jeremiah Love, you're getting a weapon, potential game changer, someone who unlocks Jaden Daniels in the offense. You are hopefully allowing this defense to take on a completely different look. And you're adding a speed at a time where if your defense isn't fast, it's incapable. James is in Germantown listening on the Fan. James, what's up? How are you?
What's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Hey, I was pretty happy about the choice. And I'm not sure how anybody's surprised or disappointed with it because everything we did this offseason and free agency was predicated upon allowing ourselves to take to have the opportunity to choose the best player available. And that's exactly what we did when we stepped up to the podium at number 7. I mean, if you're disappointed, think about what Arizona's going through right now. Their poor offensive coordinator, he's got to figure out how to get his 40 personnel package on the field more than 3 times a game.
Yeah. It's actually a really smart point that, as we talked about all of last week, the free agent haul from Peters put everything on the table so that you don't have to necessarily move around the board to go get things. You can let things fall to you and just, when you're there, take the guy that's going to help you at a position of need that you think could be a star. The consensus best player available when they drafted was Styles. That's the other thing. It's not like they got cute. It's not like they took Luke McCaffrey around before everybody thought they were going to, or Josh Laribis, who people had as a 5th-round grade in the 3rd round.
They didn't draft Ty Simpson at 13.
Right. Most of the draft experts we had on said this guy was going to go somewhere between 2 and 5. They were sitting at 7, and they got him. He was always viewed as the floor. He was never getting past Washington. That's what we heard start to finish. So I don't think anybody should have been surprised they took him when he was there. The only element maybe of intrigue was that he actually fell to them. Let's go to Falls Church, home of the Jaguars. That's where Mike is. What's up, Mike?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, buddy.
Love your show, and I love the pick. I have a quick comment and question. I'll get out of your way. The comment is that I agree with you, Grant, actually both. They need to hit on this pick tonight. He's got to be a starter from day one. And do you think that's realistic or not, as far as how this draft has played out so far?
Yes, I do, actually. Depending on the position you draft a player at. So this is what's interesting about that, though. If it's vital that the player starts, that is different than getting the thing that you are crowbarring in. In other words, I'm demanding they draft a wide receiver. Now, I happen to think that the board's going to fall in a way where there's wide receiver value there. But If you can only draft a wideout, you're just isolating out every single position. So now we're zeroing in on this one spot. It gets harder to draft a starter. If the goal is draft a starter, well, you might have the third best center in America, the second best center in the draft, looking right at you at 71. Plug and play. Maybe an upgrade over Allegretti. You might have a guard that can compete at left guard at 71 that you really like. I think there's a chance that corner, like wide receiver, could be a position based on last night, Danny, where a player or two slide that might be able to start in the nickel over Robertson, who they signed from the Detroit Lions in free agency. So those two things might be different. I am team they have to get a weapon, which is different than team they have to draft an immediate starter. Now, I happen to think that if the right receiver is there and they guess right, that guy should start with Terry McLaurin.
He'll have a great opportunity to do so.
Immediately. Yeah, I'm just going to give you like a name because there are bunches of them that could be available, right? But let's say Ted Hurst from Georgia State, 6'3", 206, ran a 4.4, is the pick at 71. If he is as good as I think he might be, then Terry McLaurin, Ted Hurst, and whoever wins the battle in the slot between McCaffrey and Lane are your receivers and 11 personnel. If they really like Skylar Bell from UConn, who's 97th percentile vertical and broad jump and 6 foot and $190 and had a huge productive 100-catch, 1,200-yard year last year, started his college career at Wisconsin. If they were to draft him at 71, why can't he start opposite Terry McLaurin? Bryce Lance, NDSU, probably a little more of a project because he's, his big games of 160 are coming against Southeast Missouri State, but he's 6'3", brother is an NFL quarterback. He runs a 4.3, huge, fast, a player like that. That could be a wide receiver 2 right away, but he's also maybe a little bit more of a project. If you go with like a DeJon Stribling or somebody like that, who might not be the wide receiver 2 right away, but he might be your deep threat that's a package guy in September. I don't think that's the wrong way to go. But if the previous caller is running the room and he's going, we have to get a starter, then that means you have to be open to a corner or an interior offensive lineman or an edge, not for this team as a starter, but like the value
with the general principle,
like a D tackle fell who's the 29th best player on your board.
And you could look at it in another way to say the same thing is if you got to get a starter, you may be sacrificing future upside. Right? You get a guy that right now, okay, he's pretty finished product. He's my center or he's my corner. He's my maybe even wide receiver 2 who's got 4 years of college experience, is going to be pretty good versus a guy that may take a little bit of work, but you might look up in a couple of years. And Hurst, for example, coming out of a small college, could be a badass, someone that's 6'4", 210 pounds. You might see something pretty special there, but you also might have to be patient for it and wait a little bit. To me, this is one of those, my best view is receiver here at round 3 to solve the need that I see is glaring. They still have the ability to do something else that I haven't thought of yet. There's still another round of free agency to come and a bunch of guys that we thought were going to get huge deals didn't. Maybe they've got a plan. My point is, however you guys want to do it, that's fine. Park this car right there. That's the parking spot where there's more than there is in the room right now at a pass-catching position for Jaden Daniels, please. Wherever you want to do it, that's fine. But if it doesn't happen tonight, I'm going, good luck solving it. Because the easiest way to do it to me right now, there's a little rope, I can just grab it and I can climb out. I would grab the rope and climb out because that's where I am. But if they don't do it, they better have a plan.
Pick 7, Sonny Styles. We're getting your reactions today, 800-636-1067, if you want to hop in on Grant and Danny. We have not talked about what else happened in the division. The Cowboys and Giants both made 2 picks. The Eagles took a player who has a chance to be a star. The old Howie Roseman move, where they got the guy that went 10 picks after he was supposed to. So we'll go around the East next as well. That's when we return on The Fan.
Last night, the Commanders drafted Sonny Styles, linebacker from Ohio State, at 7th overall. Sonny is 6'5", 244, great combo of size and speed. He started at safety at Ohio State. Commanders will draft just once today in round 3 at number 71. They don't have a pick in the 4th round, but do have picks from rounds 5 through 7. In golf, the United States announced Jim Furyk as its Ryder Cup captain for Ireland, the Ireland Ryder Cup in 2027. This follows Tiger Woods removing himself from competition after his March 27th arrest. In college basketball, announced today, Kansas freshman Darren Peterson is declaring for the NBA draft. Peterson is predicted to be among the first 3 players selected in June after averaging 20 points per game and 4 rebounds per game. And in baseball this evening, the Nationals begin a 6-game road trip against the Brewers. 7:40 first pitch on the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
It's the athleticism and the playmaking ability on tape as well as the person that you're getting. And you want to know what he looks like on video. Here it is. Provides that physical presence. Remember, this is a former safety that's dropped down and played linebacker now. Very explosive. He can see little creases, and he's able to use that explosiveness to shoot gaps and collect tackles for loss. You want the ability to play off blocks, destruct blocks, get over the top. Not a problem. Then using that big frame, just swallow up a ball carrier. And you want to be able to rush him? Okay, well, you better get a hand on him, because with that speed, he's going to close in the blink of an eye as you look at the side-by-side. I mean,
Kyle Hamilton. I mean,
he's in a good neighborhood.
Daniel Jeremiah on NFL Network last night talking Sonny Styles. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Commanders projected to pick tonight at 71. That would be in round 3. I don't think they have a chance to move up and pick before that. I've got a few tweets here at Grant Paulson. Hit me up on Instagram, Grant H. Paulson. Danny's at Funny Danny. The common refrain is, what about something involving Daron Payne to get into the 2nd round, maybe trading up from the 3rd round? I just don't see it, especially after you took a linebacker. You know what you don't want to do is get rid of one of the defensive tackles in front of him that frees him up to run. And I don't think they're going to want to give up any ammunition into the future. Two-pronged. Most importantly, 90% of it, they've been doing that. And you saw this offseason. Yep. They're trying to get away from that. They believe in drafting and developing, and you can't do that if you don't have picks.
Eventually, you actually have to do the thing you believe in.
Right.
Otherwise, you don't get to say you believe it anymore.
You can only do so many of the Laramie Tunsil trade. That worked. Marshawn Lattimore trade. That didn't work. Before, you're just not the team that believes in drafting and developing anymore. So this is a draft and develop offseason, and that's what they're trying to do. The other thing is, do you really think they're going to give up something significant next year with the draft in D.C.? I don't see that. Again, this is a very minor detail, but as part of a package, as an example, to pick like 45th tonight, are they giving up a 71 this year and a 2 next year or something? I don't think they're going to. So I would be very surprised if they pick before 71. Hope I'm wrong, but my guess is we're going to sit back. We're going to watch a lot of receivers come off the board that you wish they were able to take. And then eventually they're going to have to go BPA, hopefully, at the wideout position.
You got to pay the piper at some point, right? You're going to have to wear it. You have to get younger, and you have to, eventually stop giving away future commodities. I mean, unless you never stop doing it, unless you're always trading next year, the year after's picks forever.
The LA Rams?
Yeah, you could, I suppose, live that way, but they want to get back to it.
They made a first-round pick, and they still didn't really care about the pick. They just took a quarterback that it seems like their coach wanted nothing to do with. The Rams really do believe in bleeping those picks.
Yeah. And it's not just it's a lifestyle, by the way. It's not just one time, it's every time.
Quickly in the division, we'll hit the phones 800-636-1067. Take the temperature on the Styles pick, how you're feeling about tonight in just a moment. But the Giants made 2 picks at 5 and 10. Arvell Reese, edge from Ohio State, perhaps the highest ceiling pass rusher in the class. Like Sonny Styles, he is still a little bit more athletic traits and profile than like tape in that you're talking about sub 50 snaps at the position he's going to play in the NFL, unlike Styles, who's actually been a linebacker over the last 2 years. And then they beefed up the other line of scrimmage in offensive tackle Francis Maui-Noah out of Miami at 10. So right away, John Harbaugh comes in there. They get a player on both sides of the ball in the top 10, and they get difference makers, they hope, Edge, Arvil Reese, tackle, Francis Maui-Noa, a line of scrimmage draft for them early.
Yeah, so this is a little bit unsexy in terms of Maui-Noa. He's just solid, good, plus player, I think, but at 10, that's pretty good value.
You
there,
traded
right?
Dexter Lawrence for Maui-Noa. That doesn't sound great.
Yeah, on paper. I mean, it's different areas, certainly, and that's where they had more need of emphasis, because, again, they got edge rushing for days, and enter Arvil Reese to do just that. I think he's actually going to do a little bit more than just line up on the edge. I think they will move him around. Maybe you can kind of ease him into that full-time edge rushing role because they've got Abdul Carter, whom they drafted last year. Brian Burns was a 17-sack guy a season ago. You're in no need to replace them. You can move Reese around a little bit, though. Gives them some pain in the butt on defense vibes.
Next team in the division that had a pick was the Dallas Cowboys, who also made 2 selections. They moved all over the board last night, to their credit. Man, frustrating. Caleb Downs fell out of the top 10.
Broke my heart there.
They go up from 12 to 11 to get a player that a lot of people think's the best player in the draft. Played at a position that made him hard to draft in the top 10. If you think inside linebacker, Sonny Styles is kind of an overvalued spot because of the position, imagine safety. Like, that's even lesser valued in the grand scheme of things. It's kind of on the running back tier of value in the NFL. But Caleb Downs in Dallas today being introduced to their media. They get him at 11, and then they come back and draft an edge in UCF's Malachi Lawrence at 23. So the attempted upgrade defensively continues. Remember, the boys last year, that's a top 5 offense. Dak played like an MVP. They had a couple of receivers that were uncoverable in CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. They got a huge breakout year at running back from a back that is back in Javonte Williams. They've got a good tight end position and a solid offensive line. They should be drafting basically defense only. Do the Angels bit where you just take 20 pitchers in 20 rounds. They should just go all defense. Why not?
So the Lawrence pick was a little bit of a reach for some. I think that's a guy that could have waited around and maybe gotten it at another point. But, I mean, Keldrick Falk went 10 picks later, who was much more highly thought of. But be that as it may, I think they like the player, obviously, maybe more of a situational pass rusher early in his career as he transitions to the NFL. But the one that stings me, the story of the draft to me is Caleb Downs. They were able to move around the board, end up with a guy that I would have loved at 7. A guy that I would have loved at 8 or 9 or 10.
Would you have taken him over Styles at 7?
Begrudgingly, no. Styles to me is a little bit more versatile with the athletic traits and profile that I feel like he can be unlocked and
so
do something special. No issue at all. But this is one of those, and we'll get there with the Eagles in a second. I just don't want my rivals to have him. This is one of my favorite players. I mean, this is the first guy that I quote unquote discovered. The scouts knew about him. The teams knew about him. But me, idiot, feet up, watching college football on television, within 7 seconds, I went, who is that? And I Googled Caleb Downs, and I found out an awful lot of information that made me very excited.
The lone pick for the Philadelphia Eagles last night, Howie Roseman moves up from 23 to 20 and takes Mekhi Lemon, the wide receiver from USC, who's considered the best slot in this draft class. I hated this because I'm a big Lemon believer. After the catch, he is really special. I like him more than Tate. I would have had Tyson and Lemon both over Carnell Tate personally, which doesn't mean a whole lot. Here's what I find interesting, though. Great player. A.J. Brown, you are beyond cooked.
Yep.
I mean, it is over, Johnny.
Go away.
Not going to be on the Eagles, obviously. But Mekhi Lemon lives in the middle of the field. He rents in the middle of the field. His treehouse is in the middle of the field.
Mm-hmm.
When he's done with all that stuff, when he does his recreational activities, they're in the middle of the field.
That's right.
You know who hates throwing in the middle of the field? You know what offense has nothing happening in the middle of the field? Now, this has to all change this year because they just brought in Sean Mannion.
I think they're doing a makeover.
They have to. Sean Mannion was kind of a Ben Johnson-y, Kevin O'Connelly. Like, the whole offense is going to look more traditional NFL passing, which I don't know if Jalen Hurts can do. I have no reason to really believe he can. It's not a strength of his. But Lemon, 75 of his 108 targets last year were in the center of the field. I think this is one of the worst fits of any pick in the round. I love Mekhi Lemon. I think drafting him is smart. But with that quarterback who doesn't throw in the middle of the field, I am very, very surprised.
That's real interesting. I think he's the catalyst for the makeover, and I don't want it.
But can Jalen Hurts do it?
That I don't know. That's a very fair question.
He's never done it.
What you're asking is a fair question, but I don't want to give him the tools to do it either. I don't want to give him the chance to do it. My precious little Amon-Ra St. Lemon should not go to my rival. I'm very annoyed that happened.
Those were the other picks in the division outside of the Commanders. Let's go to G in Landover. Has been waiting to talk Sonny Styles. What's up, G?
Hey, what's going on? Happy Friday, Grant and Danny. Listen, I like the pick. I I like what you all are talking about, moving down, things of this nature. But at 71, I still think we ought to get the best athlete, man, because after watching those Joe Gibbs teams, everybody was like next man up, man. So as much talent as we can get on the team, I'll take it, man. And I want to build through the draft and not really free agency. So that's my partake on it.
Appreciate you, buddy. Vic's in Virginia. What's up, Vic? How are you?
Good. Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, so I didn't hear anybody bring up tackling percentages, missed tackles, how the big improvement from Sonny Styles over the last 2 years.
Yeah, he only missed. Depends. I've seen two different stats on this. I saw one site had him at 4 missed tackles. The other had him at 2. Regardless,
you only need one hand.
He made 130 tackles over the last 2 seasons, and you can count his missed tackles in the single digits. I mean, this past season, he made a gigantic leap. I think that's part of what they're banking on, too. It's a smart call, Victor, is the growth from year 1 as a linebacker to year 2 was so massive that if he's got another gear shift in him, the projectability at 21 years old is sky high. Way more than you would normally get for a top 10 pick, because there would just be already seen all that growth. Because he's new to the position, I think there's still more in the tank, they think. Mark in Largo, what's good?
Hey, look, I love the pick, guys. And everybody's up there saying they're not too happy about it. They don't know what they're talking about. I think this completes the reorganization of the defense. I think right now, if you're drafting the defense, you're really only drafting for depth. At 71, Grant, I totally disagree with you. I think Bryce Lance is going to be there at 71, and I would take him because he ran the fastest at the combine, and I think that's something you could learn. And I think there's something else I think, Grant, and other people may have to start listening to this year. I think there's a very good chance Luke McCaffrey does not make this team. Now, I don't know if they may trade him to San Francisco just because Adam feels like he may not make the team because receivers they have can get separation, like a De'Ami Brown, like a Van Jefferson. And if you get someone like a Bryce Lance or Treylon Burks, these are guys who can get separation, something Luke has a major problem with getting. Now, Luke is very good at catching the ball. I'm not denying that. But at the same time, you need a receiver that can get separation and stuff. And I think Luke is going to have a very tough time doing that this year.
Yeah, Luke's going to play in the slot, as will Jalen Lane. So the question is who's going to play out wide opposite McLaurin. I think you let McCaffrey and Lane, your recent 3rd and 4th round picks, duke it out for that job on the interior. And it's very possible that he's the odd man out. I mean, if he's not going to be a starter in the slot, you slide down the depth chart. I'd point out that he was excellent in leading the league on kick returns
as a kick returner, yeah,
last year. So maybe he's got a home there. But we don't disagree, actually. I don't know what you heard, but I think Bryce Lance will be there, and he's one of the 3 guys I named that I'm really intrigued by when they pick at 71. So he's high on my to-do list, and if he gets there, I think it's it's viable. I mean, it's very in play. It's just a matter of, do they value the same things at receiver this year that I'm anticipating based on their track record, which is like RAS score, speed, size. Like, what are they looking for? More on that 71st pick as we continue today. We'll keep weaving in and out of your calls. You're going to hear from Sonny Styles on the show as well. That's all coming up on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Welcome back, Grant and Danny. On the Fan, it is time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealer, now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. We got to start with Danny on an otherwise perfect night.
Yep.
Getting got last evening.
So this is not my proudest. And this is not, it's going to sound like I'm blaming. I have no idea who to blame. It's no one's fault. It's mostly mine. Here we go. So the cameras that we do the live stream on, hi, live stream, what's up, YouTube? Hello, hello. They were on last night, or on, if you pronounce it like some of these local town folk.
On.
They were on, like an awning. During commercials last night, the sound was off, but the cameras were on. I received a bread pudding from the good folks at Honor Brewing to cap off the evening. I'm nervous. I'm eating. I stuffed my face like a giant slob. I'm gross. Everyone knows it. And right in front of my computer's camera, it's on. And I caught all of the joning. I mean, I was the recipient of slings and arrows and correct Jones with like, hey, come up for air, fatty. You got to eventually, do your radio program again. Oh my God, what is Danny eating? He looks like a pig at the trough, etc. Guilty of that. We have a limited window to eat whatever it is we're going to eat because we got to come back on and start talking.
I think that's what people don't realize. Like, we don't always eat that way, especially you. You are a savorer.
I'm a savoring, painstaking, make sure to all the marrow out of it.
I would say you're the slowest eater that I have in my personal life because every single bite is thought about and prepared, and you want to get a little bit of potato with a little bit of Brussels sprout with a little bit of steak. Everything's got to be on the fork. So what you guys saw Danny doing to that poor dessert last
night,
night,
pudding,
and the dessert didn't do anything to deserve that
No.
from you.
I might make it through tonight. Nope.
That was not normal, but that was called, we've been at this thing off and on for like 8 straight hours.
Well,
we're just feeding the machine, and we got 127 seconds to do it. Something like that.
And listen, I got caught. I know what it looks like, and it doesn't look real good. Doesn't look good when I'm eating anyway. That extra layer of like hunched over right in front of the computer with the limited screen or limited view at our table, just me shoveling bread pudding and ice cream in my mouth. It looked gross, and they were right to Joan, but man, did that sting.
It is time for my double play. All right, so I put Darius on this. We're hearing these together for the first time. I've not heard these yet. Obviously, I had my Jeremiah Love sounder because I wanted Jeremiah Love. And then the Arizona Cardinals took Jeremiah Love third, which, by the way, were we on that or were we on that? Did we have that one?
You know what? Don't say we. You. No. You had it.
The Grant and Danny radio program.
I came along, too. I'm riding that little sidecar of the motorcycle, which I always think is weird. The little sidecar motorcycle? I'm like, this is fun. You were driving it. You had it.
Caught a lot of shrapnel for that one, but every now and then you win one.
Go ahead. Stretch yourself out. Get that backpack.
I didn't tell you it was going to make sense. Just told you they were going to do it.
It was happening.
All right, so anyway, from enough of the back patting, we don't have Jeremiah Love in Washington, D.C. It didn't happen. The dream died. And so that sounder also dies forever. We'll never hear it again. So I asked Darius, the Sun, Sonny Styles, let's come up with some new sounders for our new prospect, Sonny Styles. So what do we have?
Here comes the Sonny Styles. Here comes the Sonny Styles. And I say, it's all right.
I really like that one.
That's beautiful.
That gets an A. Okay, so save that one in the sound machine. That you'll hear that again. That's after like 9 tackles and a sack in a Week 4 game. Okay, give me John Denver's Sunshine on My Shoulder.
Oh.
Sonny Styles on my shoulders makes me happy.
I really like that one because I'm picturing 6'5" Sonny Styles sitting on my shoulder with his legs dangling like around my chest.
Sunshine on my GD shoulders, John Denver. What do you make of that? Oh, that's good.
I like that. I'm giving that an A as well, Dad. Well done. We're 2 for 2. How about Smash Mouth walking on the Sonny Styles?
Sonny Styles.
I like that a lot.
That's pretty good,
That might
too.
be my favorite song of the 3, or at least, I shouldn't say that, but the song I know the best. I don't know if that one plays as well as the other two. That's good, but the other two popped me a little more. I'll go lastly here, the new Sonny Styles addition to the sound machine, The Doors.
Waiting for the Sonny Styles. Waiting for the Sonny Styles. Waiting for the Sonny Styles.
It's the repeating.
Unfortunately, that one you're going to hear if he's got a quiet first few games. You're waiting for Sonny Styles to do something.
Or he has to miss a week of training camp, or he's out for the first preseason game.
Doing anything. Please, a TFL, a hit on the quarterback, a play in the passing game. Where are you, Sonny Styles? You're on a milk carton. You might hear that one.
Here comes the Sonny Styles. Here comes the Sonny Styles. And I say it's alright.
Attaboy, Dad. Keep those close by. We will be making the most of that. People will get tired of hearing those in the weeks ahead.
I think we go Beatles there when it's like 10 tackles, forced fumble, TFL, big game and a W, where it's like, let's go ahead and drop the Beatles on you.
All right, so the huge game is Beatles. Is that what we're thinking?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's definitely my favorite one for sure.
All right, Sunshine on My Shoulder. Let me hear it again really quickly.
Stars on my shoulders makes me happy.
Okay, I got this. Sonny Styles was noticeable in a loss. Like, not a monster game, but you're kind of disappointed they lost, but the kid's
You saw it.
The kid's okay. He flashed. That's a flash in a loss. Let me hear the Smash Mouth one.
Then when do we use this?
Sonny Styles.
I think that's anytime he makes a play. I think that could be a good game or strong performance, but it's not this is not like Kirk Cousins' Hall & Oates game. That's Beatles, Here Comes the Sun. This is a tier down from that.
Okay. And then no plays made or DNP, coach's decision, injured reserve. We're waiting.
Yeah.
Waiting for the Sonny Styles.
Good show, man.
Sonny Styles.
All right, have them ready to go. Keep them close by. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We're blitzing next.
Sports Update is brought to you by Melwood. It's draft weekend, and the Commanders selected Sonny Styles with the 7th overall pick last night. He's 6'5", 244, began his career as a safety, and then shifted to linebacker for his final 2 seasons at Ohio State. Won a national championship there in 2024. Combination of size and speed is unmatched in this draft. In college basketball, it was announced today, Kansas freshman Darren Peterson is declaring for the NBA draft. Peterson is predicted to be among the first 3 players selected in June after averaging 20 points per game and 4 rebounds per game. In baseball this evening, the Nationals begin a 6-game road trip, and starting tonight against the White Sox, 7:40 first pitch on the Fan. P.J. Poulin gets the start as an opener ahead of veteran righty Miles Michaelis. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
We'll go blitzing in moments. Remember Logan Paulson, 5 o'clock. You'll hear what our favorite film analyst in town thought about the Sonny Styles selection. Of course, he and I were breaking the pick down late last night on the Take Command podcast. You're also going to hear from Styles himself at 6 o'clock. He met with the media today. That's a couple hours away right here on the Fan.
That's Grant. I'm Danny. We're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Mornad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
We'll kick off the Beltway Blitz the day after the NFL draft, as you'd anticipate that we would, with the Commanders. Mitch Tischler, Monumental Sports. Mitch, the pick at number 7 was Sonny Styles. I know you were also team offensive weapon. Carnell Tate, your guy, went 4th to the Tennessee Titans. How'd you feel about what they got done?
Yeah, I love what they got done. I think when you look at what was available, I think it was a pretty easy pick. It seemed like Sonny Styles was the guy that they loved, and to bring in somebody with his athleticism and all the different things that he can do, particularly in the middle level of that defense, I think will go a long way. It's crazy to think about what the linebacking room in terms of speed and athleticism looked like last year versus what we're going to see on the field this season.
Is that the pick you would have made?
Absolutely. Once Carnell Tate was off the board, Styles and maybe Bain were the other 2 guys that I was looking at. But once they got there and you got a chance to see kind of how it all played out with the lane off the board as well, I think you run to the podium with Styles, and essentially as close as ESPN will let them do that. I think that's what they did when they got on the board.
Bain, by the way, ends up falling to 15 to the Tampa Bay Bucks. You could tell they were jacked up in that war room, that he was staring them in the face. They made that pick pretty quick as well. How about tonight? They're not scheduled to pick till 71. Adam Peters has all but said it's unlikely that they'll trade up or pick before that. How do you see tonight going?
Yeah, I mean, we know they don't really have the assets to move up tonight. So I think that it's got to be wide receiver with their next pick. There's 3, 4, 5 guys there, and there's going to be a run on receiver at some point, whether it's the late second, early, or mid-third, and it's going to be the Commander's job to go out and get somebody. I could see them taking a guy like Malachi Corley, Notre Dame wide receiver, Ted Hurst, the Georgia State dude, Chris Bell even, who was a Louisville wide receiver, tall, super speed guy, torn ACL though, probably would have been a mid-first-round pick without the injury. I didn't like Jordan Tyson a whole lot because I was concerned about his injuries, but I think there's a big difference between taking a guy who had a major injury in the 3rd round versus number 7 overall. So I'd be fine with any of those guys. I could also see if that run on receivers doesn't happen, around 71 where they're scheduled to pick. I could see them potentially moving back, maybe trying to add, maybe a 3rd and a 5th to get a 3rd and a 4th or something like that, to move to get an extra draft pick a little bit earlier on day 3. But I expect whenever they pick next, it's going to be wide receiver.
Okay, so I know you just said that, but let's say they don't pick a wide receiver. Just like the guys that they like aren't there or something happens and who knows what. What's their path to upgrading of that position? Because there's no way they think, all right, we got Van Jefferson, we're good to go, right? There's no way they're content with the current state of that group.
I certainly would hope not. I'd hope that they're not content. If they don't go get a wide receiver, certainly they will pick one in this draft. So if it's not in the third round, then I guess it would be that fifth round pick, unless obviously they make a move somewhere in there. Juwan Jennings is still sitting out there. If clearly there's not a huge market for him, so maybe that would be somebody that they bring in. I don't think that you can go into the season with a plan of Brandon Ayuk being your number 2 guy there. So I expect that they're going to add to that room, and they're going to need to. I expect in the draft, but there are a couple little options out there. Stephon Diggs available as well. Guys who could be kind of a 1-year stopgap as that kind of opposite Terry X receiver on the outside there.
Mitch Tischler at Monumental Sports. I just feel like if you don't do it in the third round and then you're waiting potentially till the 5th round, what you're getting is very, very different. Like at 71, you might still get a starting caliber player. I think you get a guy probably that comes in with more immediate upside than what McCaffrey or Lane might have next year, where if you're waiting to the 5th, it's another lottery ticket in a room where you've already got a couple of those. It's just kind of another guy to throw into the room. It's a big, big difference to me.
Yeah, and that's why I said I think their next pick is going to be receiver. They have, you have Lane, you have McCaffrey, you have a couple guys who, you hope maybe will continue to develop and be, good pieces, but neither of those 2 guys are young players that you can confidently throw out as an every down type of receiver. Treylon Burks, again, a really nice piece. I'd love him as their 3rd receiver, but not a guy that I'm, counting my chickens that he's going to be, could be a 1,000-yard guy this season. Not to mention, his health history and wanting to keep him up there. So I think there's, I think it's just such a glaring, obvious place of need that it would be hard for me to wrap my head around anything else but receiver there. The only other position that I really kind of interested in them, addressing next is center. I think they need to bring in somebody who can at least compete with Nick Allegretti, and whether he's a day 1 starter or somebody that develops into a starter, that's another position there. But the delta between the need at wide receiver versus the need at center is quite large.
Mitch, appreciate you, buddy. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, guys.
Enjoy the weekend. There he goes. Hit that NFL sounder, please. Our guy Luke Easterling, Athlon Sports, joins us breaking down that first round of the draft. I don't think Sean McVay's up for any acting awards after the selection of Ty Simpson there at 13 by the Rams. What'd you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak to the internal workings of that organization as much as I can just tell you what my eyes see. Yep. And that's both from a Ty Simpson perspective, from a Rams kind of team building and where they are as a franchise perspective, and also what I'm not a body language expert, but I don't think you need to be to have observed that press conference last night and kind of raise your eyebrows at the vibe, which, again, to kind of see the way I wasn't in that building for that press conference, but it felt like the energy was matching the facial expressions, to say the least. So, listen, I can't speak to the inner workings of the franchise, but what I can tell you is, as a Bucs guy, who in 2021, when the Bucs had won the Super Bowl the year before, and they spent a late second-round pick, the last pick in the second round, on Kyle Trask as a quarterback, for a team that went 13-4 that year and probably could have won another Super Bowl if a couple things had gone their way, to have not used that pick on a corner, not used that pick on a pass rusher, not used that pick on somebody on the offensive line in case somebody got injured, which they did. And so for the Bucs to be where they were and to spend a late second-round pick on a player that they literally hoped would not play a down for them, right? The only way Kyle Trask plays is if Tom Brady gets hurt, right? And that's not what you want. So what the Rams did is see that and say, hey, hold my draft card. I'm going to do it, and I'm going to do it worse than you. Because not only did we not just win a Super Bowl, we think we can, and we're going to spend a top 15 pick on a player that we hope does not play for at least a year, maybe more. And I don't see it. Again, you can talk about the fit and how I think the skill set is a solid fit for that offense, but you're also talking about Sean McVay, who's had like the kind of, toolsy quarterback that, doesn't have the physical traits, but, can throw with anticipation and some accuracy and just doesn't have the high end arm talent. And then he went and traded for Matt Stafford to get the guy with the big arm, to get the guy who can do the things that very few people can do. And so I don't think he's very eager to go back to having to make a quarterback more than the sum of his parts with the scheme instead of being able to rely on the traits that a guy like Stafford brings to the table. So it's a weird fit all the way around. I really just don't understand the value for where they are as a franchise. And it was easily the worst grade I gave out last night.
On a scale of 1 to Fontenot's Falcons Penix debacle, I mean, this is like an 8 for me. This is up there. It's pretty weird. Luke Easterling is our guest. Give me your favorite and least favorite pick, and if you want to give an honorable mention in each category, that's cool too.
Yeah, I mean, least favorite is easily Simpson, so I don't know if I need to go back over that one very much. I think the other one that stands out on the good side, there's so many picks I loved last night. I get a lot of grief sometimes for being kind of a glass half full grader in this respect, and I like to think it's because I know I don't know what's going to happen, and I try to look at the positives and what a player can bring to a team. But I couldn't have imagined, and again, I'm biased here. I'm full disclosure. I grew up in Tampa, born and raised. I'm a Bucs fan when I'm not just got my draft hat on. So full disclosure, Reuben Bain Jr. being on the board at 15 is insane, absolutely insane. No way it should have happened. You can talk about the arm length. It's not enough. To the number 4 player on my board, being there at 15 for a team that desperately needed an instant impact pass rusher, I think that was the best thing. And I preface this by saying, I know you guys will understand, I take no joy in praising Jerry Jones or the Dallas Cowboys. I promise you I don't. I do not enjoy what I'm about to say. But the Cowboys knocked it out of the park last night with both of their picks. Not only did they get Caleb Downs, the best player in this draft on my board, number 1 overall. He was number 1 last May when I made my first one. He was number 1 last night when the first round started, wire to wire, as the best player in this draft. They stole him at 11. Absolutely ridiculous best player in the draft. And then Malachi Lawrence, who I think a lot of fans might not be aware of him, but he was number 21 on my board. So the value was great for me. He was the 3rd ranked edge rusher I had in this draft. I had Arvell Reese as a linebacker, so that doesn't really count for me, but it was Reuben Bain, David Bailey, who went 2, and then Malachi Lawrence was right behind them at 3 on my board of edge rushers. And so I think he's a fantastic player. And again, full disclosure, I'm a USF grad. So if I'm typing a UCF guy, it's because it's real. I wouldn't do it if I didn't have to. But I think the Cowboys got 2 great players, as much as it annoys me to praise what Jerry did last night.
Yeah, here. That broke my heart when Downs went 11 to Dallas. I think the Jets did some work. It's going to look good when you have 3 first-round picks, but credit to them for setting themselves up that way. But I like what they did, certainly. What'd you think?
I do like what they did. I'll preface that by saying they had 4 once, and they didn't do a ton of they didn't do as much as they probably could with those 4. But no, I love all 3 of those picks. Again, Bailey I did have behind Bain. But I understand why they went with Bailey. Obviously, the explosiveness, the production. They could have gone wrong there with him or Reese or Bain or any of them, but I understand what Bailey brings to the table, and I think he's going to make a big impact right away. And then again, no matter who's playing quarterback for them for the long term, they'll figure that part out next year. But to be able to already have not just Garrett Wilson in-house and now a super athletic matchup weapon at tight end. They took Mason Taylor last year, so now you allow yourself to be able to play so much of that 12 personnel with, where Taylor is the guy that can block better, so he can be in on the same thing, same formations, and then Sadiq is the guy you can move around and create the matchup problems for the defense, and such an explosive weapon. And Omar Cooper Jr. is just such a fun player, man. He's exactly the number 2 receiver you want to have. He's tough. He's physical. He'll block his tail off. He'll catch everything. He's at his best in the clutch moments of the game. He's going to come through when you need him most. And I just think he's a perfect complement to what they already have in Garrett Wilson. So again, Gino's going to be happy about it this year, but whoever they find, hopefully next year to be that new franchise quarterback, they're going to be really happy that those guys are all in that offense.
What'd you make of the Cardinals, who signed Tyler Algier this offseason to go with James Conner and Trey Benson, drafting Jeremiah Love 3rd?
I think it's a team that is definitely looking beyond this year, because Trey Benson, again, was an early 3rd-round pick and has, not really been able to kind of take that role for himself as like the future, guaranteed featured back. James Conner obviously coming back gives them, some stability there, but that's not a long-term solution. Tyler Algier, I think, is everybody's favorite number 2 running back because he just brings that high floor. He can pass protect. He's a great short yardage guy. He's going to give you tough, nasty yards between the tackles and just be a pain to tackle. And I think everybody likes to have that guy as your next running back after the guy that you want to feature. And so I think when they look not just at this year, because again, right now depth chart looks like there's a lot of bodies there, but I think after this year and beyond, they're looking long term with the fact that Love is, again, if it wasn't Downs, Love was the other guy you could make a case as the best player in this draft, regardless of position. And so if they weren't able to move down and get the deal they wanted, they just took the best player. And I think Jeremiah Love is going to do a lot for that offense well beyond this season.
No running back gets replaced by a top 10 running back like Tyler Algier. He's the best at it. I've seen him do it multiple times. Luke, thank you, buddy.
Hey, anytime, guys. Take care.
Be good. There's Luke Easterling, Athlon Sports. I'm glad you asked him about the Rams off the top there, because that's something in a different multiverse I'd like to have done an hour on today. It is staggering. Not just that they took a quarterback at 13 in Ty Simpson, but that it was Ty Simpson that they took, who obviously there's great debate over. I happen to think he might be a better prospect than people give him credit for, but what I'm interested in is not really the selection, as amazing as it was. It's the reaction. Sean McVay at the press conference looked livid. He was actually upset sitting out there, and Les Snead basically had to answer all the questions, which he should, because it seems like he made the pick. You can go into the backstory there. I don't know if ownership was involved or not, but Sean McVay's asked point blank about Ty Simpson, and he says, yeah, let's just make something clear. This is Matt Stafford's team. I'm sorry, what?
Oh, okay. Nobody.
Hey, what'd you like about Ty Simpson? Yeah, I really liked that he's going to be in the room with Matt Stafford, who's our franchise quarterback. You guys got anything else? Like, he was legitimately salty in that presser. And as you said, he did not do a great job hiding it. I didn't think he was like pouting or being inappropriate. I just thought he was doing a bad job hiding his emotions in the moments, still hours after, presumably like 90 minutes, 2 hours after the pick. But that was telling. I watched the entire presser because I saw a couple clips and I said, this has to be out of context. So, Danny, last night I went back, I watched the whole thing. It was 15 minutes or so. And the context you're getting is the press conference. He had almost nothing to say the entire time. And when he did, he just kept reiterating how good Matt Stafford is and that he was the MVP.
It was bizarre, frankly. I mean, I've seen more enthusiasm from, criminals basically, indicting themselves. Like confessing is the word I was looking for. That was so weird. I mean, Sean McVay basically looked like I had nothing. I want everyone to know I had nothing to do with this pick. I would never have made this pick, but he's here. Well, that's how it came across.
There's audio of him. I think it was like 10 days ago, maybe as many as 2 weeks ago tops. But he was on with Kay Adams on FanDuel or wherever that show is, and he had said he's never talked to or been around, Ty Simpson. He's like, I haven't done a lot of work on him. Then Ty Simpson last night after the draft was on Sirius XM, said he's never met Sean McVay. This is after he was drafted by the Rams. The quarterback whisperer, the offensive mind, the guy that's one of the, you would think, most powerful and influential building running coaches in the league at this point, as one of the highest paid coaches in the sport who they've had to keep from going into the TV booth a couple times. You never met him? I'm sure he watched the tape and gave an eval, but you were telling me, too, that there was a report that apparently Ty Simpson's father, who is a football coach, is very close with Les Snead, the general manager.
Yeah, so I'm going, what gives on this? And I'm fascinated to pull these kinds of threads. So Ty Simpson's dad is an FCS, or which one is it? FCPS? I can't remember which is. Whatever.
Fairfax County Public School.
Yeah, they never go to school for 5 days a week. He's part of that group. No, but he's a football coach at the second highest level is. And Ty Simpson, or Mr. Simpson, and Les Snead go way back, and they're buddies. So apparently the story that I was reading or kind of heard little snippets of was that there was some sort of informal advising process that happened. And when Dante Moore at Oregon decided to go back to school, all of a sudden Simpson then throws his hat into the ring, and everything is sort of odd. And this, I don't want to say it's an end run, but the thought may be that this is a bonus pick, so to speak, where the Rams fleeced the dumb Falcons last year to get a first rounder that they shouldn't have had, right? So if you view it, I would never view it this way, by the way. First round picks, especially in the top half, are so precious.
Well,
please act accordingly.
Here's why Sean McVay's livid, to your point.
The window's now.
You can't view it that way. You're a Super Bowl caliber team. How much better is your chance to win the Super Bowl if your O-line is better? Because you took either one of the best interior linemen or tackles in the country and added depth. Or you add a crazy weapon at tight end like Kenyon Sadiq. Or an awesome wide receiver opposite Puka Nacua in Mekhi Lemon. Or you get better on the defensive line where they're already really good with Reuben Bain, who was still there, by the way. Or Caleb Banks' size on the interior to take on double teams. They could have gone a million different directions. Again, it was the 13th pick, Danny.
Yep.
It's not like they were picking 29. Like Caleb Downs came off the board right before them. Francis Maui-Noa in the top 10 was only a couple picks before they were on the clock, and they took a guy in Ty Simpson that almost certainly would have fallen to the bottom of the first round. So is there no way to move back there? I guess maybe that's true. I don't know. But when they made the pick, you thought, my God, I guess McVay loves this guy and he wants to plan for life after Stafford. Then you watch the presser and you go, oh, he's furious.
And he wants nothing to do with it. So it reminded me of the rumor, remember when Kyle Shanahan allegedly loved Mac Jones and that was going to be the pick, turned out to be Trey Lance, it didn't work. But somebody there loved Ty Simpson. Les Snead's really good buddies with Ty Simpson's dad. They go back a long way. There was informal counseling that happened from, it's perceived, from Snead towards, again, Ty Simpson through this whole process.
But Snead and McVay are like the closest GM head coach tandem in the league.
Maybe not.
That's
this
what's
second,
so crazy to me.
Yeah, maybe not right now. There may be a bit of you might have to have a hash out session here over some coffee.
And maybe I had a bad read on it. I would have thought McVay would have the final say on something like that. Snead is the GM and technically his boss, and he was there when they won the Super Bowl, and he hired Sean McVay. I just would have thought at this point, where he ranks among coaches, I don't want to say it's coach-centric, but that there's a little bit of...
So that's pretty good success, I'd say.
We ain't doing that, Les. But I guess not. You're just getting told we're headed to the press conference. Smile.
Yeah, not in this case. Wow. I mean, but again, I don't even think we're doing it justice. It's one of those things where if you haven't watched it, take the time tonight to actually sit down and see it. Sean McVay looks like he's been given lines to read.
Right.
And it's like, you better deliver these.
Well, but what's crazy is there was never a moment in this presser where he glows about the prospect. Not once. Les Snead was asked what you like about Ty Simpson, and he gave one of the worst answers I've heard. He's like, yeah, he can run an offense. We're excited about that, I'd say. And it's like, what?
Huh?
Like, you just do your 50-second breakdown like a draft prospect expert or something. Nothing. And McVay, every time was asked, it would come back to Stafford in some way. They even said, like, okay, so then the idea would be that Simpson would back up Stafford. He's like, well, he'll compete with Stetson Bennett for the backup job. I mean, he gave nothing.
And basically, not as if to say, like, we think he's the heir apparent. We think he could be special. I can't wait for him to learn under Matt. He'll compete with Stetson Bennett for the backup job. Scene.
Wes showed me the video today of him making the call because I was actually really curious. Like, what did that look like? And I will say, he was smiling a couple times, meaning McVay. He was way more pleasant in the call than he was in the press conference. But it still was not your normal phone call from a coach to a player. We could play it when we come back. I also want to get into Sonny Styles again, the pick for Washington at 7, and just how different this defense is going to look in the front 7. You're listening to G&D on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. If you are locked in for the Major League Baseball season like your pal, Fanatic Sportsbook is where you gotta be. They're giving you profit boosts every single day. Use them on any hit, run, strikeout, anything. So every at-bat and inning means a little more. And new this season, they've got long ball jackpot. Every MLB game day, pick any player to hit a home run. If they hit the longest one of the day, you're taking home a share of $50,000 in fan cash. Track your player on the daily leaderboard, see total entries, and watch the estimated payout in real time. And with Fanatic Sportsbook, you get up to 10% fan cash back on your bets. You can use that fan cash on profit boosts, more bets, exchange it for merch, collectibles, tickets to events, and so much more. From the first pitch to the final out, Fanatic Sportsbook gives you more reasons to stay in the game. So do what I did. Download the Fanatic Sportsbook app and see why winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. MD visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
And it's brought to you by Coach Wooten's basketball camp. Early registration discounts available. Learn more at CoachWooten.com. Last night, the Commanders drafted Sonny Styles, linebacker from Ohio State, at 7th overall. Perfect replacement for Von Miller and Bobby Wagner, and has the perfect combo of size and speed. Started at safety at Ohio State, then moved to linebacker for his final 2 years. You want someone to compare him to? Think of Brian Urlacher, Bears Hall of Fame linebacker. In baseball tonight, the Nationals begin a 6-game road trip, starting with 3 in Chicago against the White Sox, then 3 in New York versus the Mets. Tonight, though, is a 7:40 first pitch on the Fan. PJ Poulin gets a start as the opener. NBA playoffs resume tonight. Celtics Sixers at 7 p.m., Lakers Rockets at 8, and the Spurs and Trailblazers at 10:30 Eastern. Coach Wooten's basketball camp is the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game, get an experience of a lifetime. Let your kid be a kid. Put the screen down, go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. Learn more at CoachWooten.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. I want to get back into Sonny Styles, 7 of the Commanders. He is in the building today, met with the media. You'll hear that coming up in about 90 minutes. And in 30 minutes at 5 o'clock, what Logan Paulson, our buddy who's watched all the tape, has to say about the newest Commander. But we were talking about Sean McVay. I just want to pay this off and play this audio for you. So this was McVay making the call to the brand new quarterback at 13 that the Rams drafted, seemingly against McVay's wishes based on the press conference where he just didn't play ball at all. Ty Simpson's on the line. McVay is welcoming him to the team.
Los Angeles Rams.
How you doing?
I'm good, man. We're sitting here at the 13th pick, so we're going to draft you with that pick.
So this is Les Snead first, the general manager, who presumably made the pick.
Pass you to your new head coach, Sean McVay.
Yes, sir.
Hi.
What's up, Coach?
How you doing, buddy?
I'm great. How are you?
Good, man. Well, congratulations, man. Excited to get to work with you. It's going to be a lot of fun, buddy.
Let's go make history, Coach.
Yeah. No, and hey, enjoy this night, man. You earned it. Have fun. Tell your family we're excited to meet them, and can't wait to get going with you, buddy.
Yes, sir, Coach. Appreciate you.
Okay. Appreciate you.
Right.
Semi-normal, succinct, right? Now, if you juxtapose that with a couple of their other early-round picks like Jared Verse or some of the interactions, they do not look quite the same.
Yeah.
But listen to the press conference when he's asked about Ty Simpson yesterday after the draft.
About the body of work is, let's make one thing clear. This is Matthew's team. And you get a chance to be able to address, the backup quarterback. We've got Stetson. We've talked about the importance of Jimmy. So to be able to add somebody that you can evaluate a body of work where he was asked to play the position and a lot of things that do translate in terms of concepts, reading with his feet, some of the different things in the drop back in the play action game, the movement game. So there's a lot of things that Coach Grubb did that's very similar to kind of how we operate. So
by far his longest answer.
What a glowing endorsement. We got to have a back. You hear he said backup quarterback?
Right.
He emphasized the word backup quarterback.
It's one of those things you got to watch. You got to see his facial expressions. You've got to see what appears to be just like the disdain for the moment.
Just malice for all of it.
Quickly on Sonny Styles, and then we can start pivoting over to tonight and pick 71. We talked earlier about the possibilities on defense, but for a team that was so slow and so incapable on that side of the ball last year, Danny, if they were mandated to fix the defense, which is the perception that I've been given, hey, you're a defensive-minded head coach, we're not going to stink on defense again for a third straight year. Man, have they thrown some resources at it. 10 of the 13 players that are going to play a lot for them that they've added this offseason on that side of the ball. But just in the front seven, on any given down where a team is throwing the football, Adafe Owe and Kaylavon Chason going to be rushing from either side of the formation with Leo Chenal and Sonny Styles and Frankie Luvu at the linebacking core. And then you'll probably have some version of Payne and Johnny Newton, Javon Kinlaw, but they'll have Tim Settle on running downs. Secondary, Nick Cross right now expected to start. You're probably going to have Mikey Sanders still and Trey Amos on the outside at corner, and that means Amik Robertson, unless something changes at 71 tonight, would be your nickel corner. So a brand new edge on both sides, brand new linebackers at the two primary linebacker spots, a brand new nickel cornerback and strong safety, and then on other downs, potentially a new defensive tackle and a new corner as well.
We don't like not being able to rush the passer. We tried to change that. We don't like being slow and getting exposed time after time after time by anybody that could move at all, quite frankly, be they tight ends, running backs, slot receivers, whoever, whatever, whenever. We won't offer any obstacles to you. We got sick of that act. And they got tired of watching it, and they did something about it. When the Roops, when the old Rainy Duyes, when the Fanny Mouyes can sit at home and go, glaring issue, and they don't do anything about it, it drives me crazy. They did something about it this offseason. Credit to them.
This is our guy, Brian Baldinger, one of our favorite NFL analysts, breaking down Sonny Styles on his draft coverage last night.
Let's watch Sonny Styles here, the newest Washington Commander. Stum! Get off the block right here and make the play, all right? No tackle is going to be able to stop him. He's going to shed the block. But he is a true Mike linebacker. Here they are in their 5-man front at Ohio State. You ask him anything that you need him to do right here. All right, take on the guard. All right, take on the guard, stuff him, and then make the play. I mean, physical at the point of attack. He believes in stepping up and cleaning it up. All right, now, Bobby Wagner moved on in Washington. Here comes Sonny Styles, the new Mike. Will probably play next to Frankie Louvu in the middle. But they've added pass rushers to Washington. Here he is, just finding the opening and then taking the opening and making the play. Tackle for loss. Washington could use a few more of those than they had a year ago.
Last night's draft coverage. Let's go to cut 15 after the pick was made as he was walking up to the podium and they were discussing Styles on NFL Network.
So the third Buckeye in the first 7 is coming out of the green room. There's Papa Styles right there, who Kurt won a Super Bowl with. And there's Lorenzo Jr., who we're expecting to hear his name from the podium at some point this weekend. This one is just made for Dan Quinn, right?
I talked to Adam Peters this last week, the general manager in Washington. I was talking about Sonny Styles and how he would be a perfect fit for Robert Saleh because he had been around Fred Warner in San Francisco. Well, Adam Peters had been around Fred Warner too. I just didn't think there was any chance Sonny Styles would be there for him to take. And so they take him right off the board. He's got a physical presence. He's a former safety that dropped down to linebacker. You see him working downhill. He's not afraid of contact, but he can also shoot gaps and make plays on the other side of the line of scrimmage. This was a question mark here. As a former safety, does he want to take guys on? He shows you he has the ability to do that, and then that legit speed shows up not only in coverage, but when you want to add him on and rush him. In 24, he was very electric when they used him as a blitzer. So a versatile chess piece.
Daniel Jeremiah last night on NFL Network after the selection. So you'll hear from Logan Paulson in about 20 minutes. I want to get into tonight's pick at 71 next. Spend a little time on some possibilities. You and I both want a weapon. We both prefer a wide receiver. I'd be more okay with a running back. Is there something else that could make sense? And what happens if somebody slides down the board who's an incredible value that does not play at one of the positions you and I want? That's next on The Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Logan Paulson in 15 minutes. I'm thinking about fixing the wide receiver position this offseason in the way that you would think about, let's say, getting dinner or something, okay? You go to your wife, it's 4:30 in the evening on a Sunday or whatever. You're like, what are we going to have for dinner tonight? She says, I'm not really sure. She kicks a can down the road to 5:30. You go back, you're like, hey, getting a little hungry. What are we thinking? Should I go pick something up? Do we want to cook something? What do we want to do? She's not really sure. 5:30 rolls around. You talk about it again. Let's order something. So now you're talking about what you're going to order. 6 o'clock rolls around. 6:30, haven't really decided yet. You're doing other things around the house. All of a sudden, it's 7 o'clock. Nobody's made anything yet, and nobody's ordering anything. And it's getting late early. It's not really dinner time anymore.
A couple of restaurants have closed.
Fixing the wide receiver position, Danny, it's getting late a little bit early if you don't take a player at 71. And that's why I will be frustrated, probably beyond that. I'll be mad if tonight you don't take a wide receiver. Now, you can't write that in Sharpie because we just don't know who's going to fall. Like if an incredible corner or some can't-miss value at another position of need is there, it's going to be hard not to be upset. But if they don't take a wide receiver at 71, you're now relying upon whatever other veterans they bring in here to fix this thing. Brandon Ayuk or Jawan Jennings or Keenan Allen or whoever that is. That's not the place any of us wanted to be at the start of the offseason. But they've chosen, after they missed out on Pierce, which I'm glad they did, by the way, after they missed out on Dobbs, they've chosen this path. They said, we'll figure it out later in free agency. I think they've got too many eggs probably, but eggs in the Brandon Ayuk basket. Maybe they think he's their wide receiver too. If you draft one at 71 tonight, this might all still work because you might get the right player, the right fit, and a really quality too. But Danny, if they don't, this happens every offseason, it feels like, where there's one spot where you and I just harp on something and then the team just doesn't do it. They will have basically chosen to make that receiver, and Jaden Daniels goes into a gotta-have-it third year with Terry and the Island of Misfit Toys.
Yeah, which is, why I still think it's the biggest need, and I think they saw that too. They went after a couple of names. You don't go after a name just to go after one. You go after one because you think it can help you. They were willing to go to the nth degree to sign, to overpay, frankly, in free agency for a guy that's never caught 50 balls. Now, I'm glad they didn't win that bidding. I like Alec Pierce, and I was interested, but not at 30. They went after Romeo Dobbs. He chose somewhere else. Is there a way that this could play out tonight that you could excuse it? And here's what I mean. For the sake of argument, let's say there's a run on receivers in the second round, and you just got to sit there and take it. You got to sit there and just get punched in the face time after time. Surratt goes. Antonio Williams goes from Clemson. Chris Brazzell goes from Tennessee. Bell is gone. Branch is gone. Malachi Fields, Notre Dame is gone. Ted Hurst, Skylar Bell. All these guys come off the board because that's where everybody says, again, for the sake of argument, this is where the strength of this receiver class actually is. And we're not going to get them if we went around to round 3. We'll do it a little bit early here in round 2. Washington is then left with probably a good player in another spot. Because if there's a run in one place, it means there's a premium maybe somewhere else.
Well,
could you forgive it that way?
So with Sonny Styles, we talked about this earlier with Charles Davis. I said, what would you say to a listener who loves the prospect or thinks highly of Sonny Styles but doesn't necessarily like that they picked him because they shouldn't have gone linebacker that early based on positional value? And he said, what I would say to them is in this year's draft class, to draft a worse player because they play a more important position would have been a bad idea. Take the surer thing, better player that has a chance to be great. Okay, so now let's take that paradigm and let's look at pick 71. Should they take a player they like a lot less, that they have a mid-late third-round grade on, that they think is coming off the board late third, early fourth, because they're a wide receiver at 71 early in the third, over a second-round graded cornerback? Should they take a late third, early fourth wide receiver over a second-round graded interior offensive lineman who might start for them at center? I'm asking this rhetorically.
Yeah.
Because if I'm sitting here screaming, wide out, wide out, wide out, wide out, wide out, if they don't take the guy at the position and get your wide receiver too, I'm going to be upset. But the better practice, if you do it every single year for all the years, if you reach at a position just because you need something, you're wrong way more often than the player you really like. You did all the work. You had your scouts out there for a reason. You put your board together for a reason. You spent the millions of dollars to get this thing right. You think that the center is going to be a way better center than the wide receiver is going to be, then you should probably take the center. It's hard to have the conversation 4 hours before they pick because we don't know who's going to be there.
Got to wait a whole extra round, yeah.
Here's my answer. It's a little bit of a cop-out, but if there are any wideouts there that are third-round caliber players, in their mind, they should take the wide receiver. If they're reaching down the board to a player they don't love, like to a day 3 pick at that point, over a second-round grade, I probably wouldn't do that. That's a big if. That's a hypothetical.
Right.
But if you have a second
that's what I'm asking. Yeah.
corner, you have a second-round center, and I'd probably only say those 2 spots because it's significant needs as well. Over a fourth-round wide receiver, I could sign off on that. But if it's a third-round receiver and a second-round something else, I'm probably just sticking with the third-rounder and taking him a little earlier than I thought he would go.
So we're pretty much in lockstep. I guess the only thing that I would add for me is if you don't do it tonight because you don't have a fourth rounder, now you're waiting around to the 5th round, that's Antonio Gandy Golden territory. No, thank you. I have no interest. I have no interest in anything beyond. Maybe it works out, maybe it doesn't, but I'm not counting on it. I will sit there with my arms folded and go, okay, what's the plan? Now what? What are you going to do? Is that overpay for Jawan Jennings 30? Is that, is it DeAndre Hopkins time? Like, what are you doing opposite Terry McLaurin? And it will be the only thing I focus on for weeks and months, and you all are going to get so tired of it. If you don't do it tonight at 71, there's probably a good reason. The 3 or 4, maybe 5 different guys, and I would love some 5 guys right now, but 3 or 4 or 5 different guys aren't there for you because somebody else snatched them up because you are dependent. You cannot afford to trade up. There's no ammunition. You pretty much got to sit there and wear it at 71. Every time you feel bad about that, look over at Laramie Tunsil, feel better. And you can't get one of the guys. I go, okay, there's got to be a plan B. What is that?
So that's actually what we should get into after Logan joins us here at the top next hour, which is how do you fix a receiver if they don't take one at 71? They're going to sign Brandon Ayuk. I think we all think that. Could it be that that's good enough? McLaurin, Ayuk, Burks, McCaffrey, Lane, De'Ami Brown, and Van Jefferson.
Yeah.
Whoever else makes the team. Could that be enough? To me, they have a bottom 5 wide receiver room if Terry McLaurin's missing a game. Bottom 5. And even with Terry, it's a bottom half the league group, probably in the bottom 10 to 12 or something. But you're a McLaurin injury away who missed more games than he played in last year, now in his 30s, from really struggling at that spot. Are you comfortable doing that? Do you think, to your point, Jennings or Allen, one of those guys can fix it? We'll do a deeper dive on that this coming hour. I want to see what Logan thinks about Sonny Styles. That's next on The Fan.
Last night, the Commanders drafted Sonny Styles, linebacker from Ohio State, at 7th overall. He has world-class speed at a 4.46 40 and a 43 50-inch vertical. Guys, he scored a 9.99 on the relative athletic score. And since 1987, that's tied for the fourth best score out of 3,480 linebackers. Styles was the star linebacker at Ohio State, won a national championship with them in 2024, and is the perfect replacement for Von Miller and Bobby Wagner. Has a great combo of size and speed. In baseball tonight, the Nationals begin a 6-game road trip. It starts with 3 in Chicago against the White Sox, then 3 in New York versus the Mets next week. 7:40 first pitch tonight on the Fan. P.J. Poulin gets the start as the opener. James Wood, the star in that lineup, has a league-leading 10 homers in the National League. NBA playoffs resume tonight. Celtics Sixers at 7 p.m. Lakers Rockets at 8. Spurs Trailblazers at 10:30. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, it's Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
Grant and Danny in our Half Street Studios in the Navy Yard, downtown in D.C., taking you up to 6:30 tonight. The show, as we get ready for rounds 2 and 3 of the NFL Draft today, is brought to you by the law firm Kondorian Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, and probate administration. Their attorneys are there to protect you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Last night, driving home from our draft show, we recorded a Take Command episode. Myself and Logan musing about what the Commanders had done at number 7. Sonny Styles, the pick, somebody we had talked about for months, and neither of us thought was going to be there for Washington. But the conversation kicked off with Logan's surprise that he had fallen into their lap.
Yeah, so I kind of thought back on our conversations, and we talked about Jeremiah Love, Sonny Styles, and obviously Mansour Delane. It's just like, of those guys, like I had, my highest non-quarterback players were Jeremiah Love and Sonny Styles, and I just thought they're too good not to fall. They're too good not to get picked ahead of where Washington's picking. And then Grant, like the thing that just caught my heart and took my breath away was when Tennessee was like, we're going to draft Carnell Tate, because it opened up the door, quite frankly, for the opportunity for Sonny Styles to take a little bit of a slide. And, on bated breath from 4 to 5 to 6, all the way down to when Washington was picking, I was like, there's no way a player that's that talented can get there. And lo and behold, he is a Washington Commander, and I am ecstatic about it.
Yeah, as soon as the Giants took Orville Reese, I thought the dream was alive, right?
Yeah.
Because the Browns, even before they traded out, last year they had the Defensive Rookie of the Year, an inside linebacker that they took. Hadn't really seen any smoke with them on Styles, even though internally, in the state there, Ohio State to Cleveland. But then when they traded out and the Chiefs came up, felt like, okay, they're getting help on defense. But right away I thought, they traded Trent McDuffie. They don't have a corner one. There's been a lot of talk about the Commanders and Mansour Delane. Why would they have to leapfrog Washington? What are they doing the Commanders might do? And I'm connecting the dots, and that's where my heart started to pound, as you said. Like, okay, maybe they go Delane, and Washington actually has the opportunity to get Sonny Styles. And the last thing I'd heard about 2 hours before the draft on Thursday was that at the highest levels, and if you think about it, the offseason's gone this way, like the mandate and the emphasis has been defense. The defensive coordinator search shows that. Free agency, where they got 7 impact players compared to 2 on offense, showed that. They wanted to go defense, not playmaker at 7. I think Styles was the dream that they didn't think would come to fruition. Maybe an edge fell if it was Bailey who went 2, or they would just have to decide between Delane and Downs. I just don't think this could have gone any better for RAS-loving, athletic-loving Adam Peters. He got the RAS monster. He got maybe the best athlete in draft history.
Yeah, and I think the RAS stuff is going to be the kind of talking point about him. But I think the thing that, for fans and like watching all the film of him is we had an interview with AP today that'll be up on the Commander's website. And one of the things he said is like, the person is excellent, the leader is excellent, and the worker is excellent. And I think that is attested and attributed and confirmed, like, when you watch the tape of him. Like, think about this, Grant. He was playing safety when he got to Ohio State, right? And then he slowly worked his way down to linebacker. And watching him in the number 6 jersey 2 years ago and watching him in the 0 jersey this year is a different player. And watching him week 1 of this year versus when they play Miami, the last game of the season, he looks like a completely different player. So the trajectory, the arrow of this tremendous athlete is pointing up, and that's through his own work and own dedication. And I think that's the thing that gets me so incredibly juiced is it's the prospect here. Again, the athletes make good football players usually, but it's the mindset that he obviously has that the Commanders have researched and found that is supported by the tape. And so I think that is the thing that gets me most excited, in addition to fit, which we'll talk about here in a second. But the fact that he is wired the right kind of way, this athlete is wired the right kind of way, I think just bodes super well for his future here.
Second generation NFL player, father played in the league, won a Super Bowl. So I think those bloodlines beneficial, been around the game, that helps with the IQ, all of that stuff on the field. So it's all wins there. One thing I'll point out too, I had a buddy text me, and he's very much a positional value guy, was anti-Jeremiah Love, which didn't end up mattering as he went third to Arizona. But he's like, you talked me off the ledge here. I don't love going linebacker. I don't love that he's an athletic freak, because sometimes that means the tape's not great, which I don't think is the case with some styles, as you just put it very well. But what I essentially said was, look, we could talk Mike linebacker. We could talk second level interior linebacker, green dot. I think he's going to play that role quite a bit. But they've got Leo Chenal, who they just paid. They've got Frankie Louvu. They're going to run plenty of sets in a 34 with 2 linebackers. I think he's a positionless player. Like, he's the size, and he moves like Kyle Hamilton. I think you can do a lot of different things. I just love the creativity that might be able to come to the forefront for Durante Jones now, where this is the most athletic linebacking tandem. Chenal was 3rd in RAS when he came out in the draft since like 1989. Sonny Styles was number 1 when he came out this year. There's never been a duo like that athletically at the position. And Louvu coming downhill, as we've talked about for a couple years as a blitzer. Like, I'm frothing at the mouth at the possibilities, but I don't think we have to view Styles just as a Mike. I think if they plug him in there and that's where he plays every down, great. But I do think they can move him all over the place and occasionally bring him off the edge and do all kinds of stuff. He's just that special of an athlete.
Yeah, and I don't think that's not like a crazy thought. It's like sometimes with Arvell Reese, you're like, oh, is he an edge? Is he an off-ball player? Like, Sonny Styles, like, you've seen him play safety in college at a big-time borderline professional school, right? You've seen him play nickel overhang. You've seen him play on-ball linebacker and set an edge. You've seen him play off-ball linebacker. And so in this Patricia defense, which is notoriously complex, like, here's a guy that obviously has position flexibility, is the captain of the defense, is the green dot. So I think, like, this is where, like, the position thing becomes so interesting, because I do think you need to give him a home to start. But I think when you listen to Durante Jones talk about his defense and the importance of flexibility and nuance, like, there's a great clip of him last year, which we're going to use in a breakdown this week, of him versus Oregon in the Rose Bowl, where he's in the A gap and then he buzzes to number 2, the number 2 receiver to a 3-by-1, who's on the far hash and is able to almost break the pass up but deliver a big hit. Like, that kind of range and dexterity in this Durante Jones defense. Like, think about last year when the Commanders played Brian Flores and Minnesota. Like, they have a linebacker in the line of scrimmage that now here in Washington can run that cover 2 hole player and run with a receiver at speed, right? And I think that's the stuff that he's going to bring, is he's just going to unbox this defense, or he should unbox this defense in a nice way. Obviously, like I said, I think he needs a home to start to make sure he can learn and develop, but you don't need it's not a projection. Like, he can line up everywhere, and I think there's some actually pretty solid reps, in my opinion, of him rushing the passer from the edge. John Keim, who's a friend of this show, Take Command show, he had the linebacker coach from Ohio State on. He said, if we didn't have Arvell Reese, Sonny Styles would be playing that role, which again speaks to the physicality, the mindset, the toughness of Sonny Styles, and the flexibility.
Logan Paulson, Grant Paulson take command. Sonny Styles, surprisingly there for Washington at 7. They get their man. A lot of angles to cover here. We're going to mow through them on a special take command. So real quick on kind of the usage for Durante Jones and the trio of linebackers. I mean, speak to this scheme and the way that they implement that position and kind of the idea of those guys running games off one another as well. I mean, because it does feel to me like Durante Jones becomes one of the most important people in the building right away, and they're giving him some tools to work with.
I think it's Durante Jones and Adam Peters, and I think that's the thing or not Adam Peters, excuse me, Dan Quinn. And so with Dan Quinn, like, he's shown a flexibility and an ability to maximize these guys that have unusual skill sets. He talks about all the time, like, what is your superpower? When I played for him in Atlanta, that was something that always came to the forefront from him when he was dialoguing about a player. And I think that mindset is going to be so important with Sonny Styles. You mentioned Durante Jones, and I think about all of the different overload pressures where they've got, these linebacker type bodies on the right, these defensive line bodies on the left. And it's like, how do we call our protections? Who's a down linebacker? Who's a down lineman? Who's a linebacker? Who's a rusher? Who's a non-rusher? And like, how do we get runs targeted now? Because I think you can line up with, Frankie Louvu, Leo Chenal, and Sonny Styles. And it's kind of like, wow, like, who's playing what position, how do we target these? And that flexibility, that confusion that's presented to the offense each and every week is, I think, extremely powerful. So we talked about how this system elevates its personnel. I think this is just another piece in the machine that helps elevate, the corners, helps elevate the linebackers, helps elevate the defensive line, because it causes indecision in the opposing offenses.
What do you say to someone who says, hey, you can get an inside linebacker starter most years, even if you're picking down the board a little bit, when you're up in the top 10, the old anti-Love argument, the anti-Downs argument. Yeah. What do you say to those people?
So what I would say to those people is, in this year's draft, there are not elite quarterback prospects. There's not elite offensive line prospects, which is definitely hashed out by how the offensive line went. I think the first guy went at 9, obviously, to Cleveland in a trade back, right? So that not elite offensive line, not elite quarterback, and I would argue not an elite wide receiver class, even though one goes at 4, one goes at 5, corner goes at 6, right? Those are kind of the positions of value. There's 2 edge rushers that go in the top 10, but when you're talking about in this draft specifically, somebody's got to go in the top 10 spots, right? And what I am not going to do if I'm the GM, and I think Adam Peters would agree with me to a certain extent, is I'm not going to bypass a good football player that I know is going to make this football team better, that has a high floor, high ceiling type prospect, because of positional value. I just don't think that's how that works. Like, you don't even get to the positional value on the second contract if the player's not good. So when I look at this and I say to myself, like, this is a player that is, I believe, I have a very high confidence personally that this player will be a second contract player for the Washington Commanders. The flexibility, the toughness, the leadership, the athleticism, and then I think the athletic traits here are something that needs to be factored in. Like, you're not going to find a signal caller of this caliber who's played this level of competition, who's played against, like, legit some of the best offensive lines in the nation at the college level, right? Has the leadership on that football team and has the athleticism. You take a player high when the confidence is high, and I think Sonny Styles and Jeremiah Love both embody that in this draft specifically. So that's what I would say is, like, I'm confident this guy can get it done. I think he's going to be a second contract player, and that to me, and I think he can be a special second contract player, and that to me is why he's so valuable there at 7.
Logan Paulson on Sonny Styles after the pick last evening. All right, I want to pivot to pick 71 and to night 2 tonight. We're coming up on the NFL draft, an hour and 46 minutes from resuming here. The actual countdown right now, 1 hour, 46 minutes, 38 seconds away. So pick 33, the San Francisco 49ers will be on the clock. They're apparently shopping that pick. There's some rumors that they could be trading it right at the start of the second round tonight. We've got rounds 2 and 3 coverage on 106.7 The Fan deep into the evening. Toby Altizer, the honorable Toby Altizer, presiding.
His Lordship Tobias Altizer III.
You can hear him over on the Team 980. Of course, Nats baseball tonight here on The Fan. All of our draft coverage on this show and throughout the evening, by the way, on The Fan, presented nationally by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. But here's what I want to do. We took a lot of calls first half of the show on Sonny Styles. What do you guys want done tonight? Open up the phones, 800-636-1067 right now for our listeners. They're wide open, 800-636-1067. We're sub 2 hours away from the draft resuming. Washington is not expected to pick until 71, which means they are doing a lot of waiting around. There's going to be a ton of players, 38 picks until they're on the board, that are no longer available. And I think a lot of the receivers that you and I have been picturing in burgundy and gold, Danny, are going to be gone.
That's the worry. That's the fear. And again, you're in a dependent spot. At a certain point, and we talked about this a lot, you have to pay the piper. They prolonged piper paying, so to speak, year one with a bunch of cast-offs and veterans, and it was magic when we went to the NFC Championship game. Fun memories, great time. And you kicked the can down the road with some trades that brought you Marshawn Lattimore, that brought you Laremy Tunsil. One was really, really bad. One was very good. Now, you've got Laremy Tunsil. That cost you the second-round pick. That cost you some of those maneuverings, a fourth-round pick. You got to wait around. You have to wear it at some point, and this is the year. The music stops. There's no chairs for them to sit in. They got to just sit there and wait, and they're at the mercy of everybody else.
You mentioned the fourth-rounder, by the way, that they don't have. I mean, the pressure on getting the Sonny Styles pick right at 7 because you don't have a second-round pick to bail you out a little bit skyrockets. Similarly, the pressure on getting 71 right because you don't have a fourth-round pick also jumps out of the gym. You know, it's just that you're dealing with fewer selections overall, so you don't have the luxury of being wrong. So here's what I'm thinking at 71. I've said it all day. I've said it for weeks. They cannot come out of the first 3 rounds without a weapon. So I want to zero in on a wide receiver and have a little conversation here on what could happen. I don't see any way that Denzel Boston from Washington gets to them. I think he will be gone in the first 10 picks of the night. Chris Brazzell from Tennessee, similarly, is not getting to them. He is an early to mid-second round player. And then Jeremy Bernard from Alabama is also going to be gone. Is there any way that Chris Bell from Louisville falls into their lap? For people that don't know, torn ACL, which could push him down the board because there's some questions about availability right at the start of training camp. Is he a PUP list candidate? That kind of thing. But he's the kind of player that should not be available at 71 and actually could have snuck into the first round if there were no injury red flags at all. I have no problem, especially if you're bringing in Brandon Ayuk, if you still might sign another veteran, which is possible, when you've got Van Jefferson, De'Ami Brown already signed, when you've got Luke McCaffrey and Jalen Lane, who are slot receivers but who could play outside, Traylon Burks. I don't mind making this pick not for September 15th. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
Like Chris Bell could be a star. If he's there, I would absolutely take him. I just don't think he's going to get there.
I don't either. Again, it's the upside there now is worth it. It's risky at 15. It's risky at even 20. Middle of the second round, like you're talking about, and that's probably where he's prognosticated to go, by the way, is middle of that second round. That's well worth taking a shot there. Because if it doesn't work right now, you're probably not too pressed for it.
Okay, how about these names? I think these guys are more likely to be there. Does Malachi Fields get to 71 tonight? 6'4", 218, massive Notre Dame wide receiver.
Enormous.
Started at the University of Virginia. Actually has local ties here to Charlottesville, where he's from, before he went to UVA. Ran a 4.5. He's not twitched up. He's not particularly quick or jabby with his feet or anything. He's just a huge body. He reminds me a little bit, honestly, of like a bigger Carnell Tate, like the fluid wide receiver 2 type guy. I think he's probably gone. Do you think Fields gets to 71?
Because this sort of style this is going out of style a little bit. The guy he reminds me of, honestly, is a fellow Notre Dame alum, Chase Claypool,
yes,
who I fell in love with, who let everybody down everywhere he went.
I think he's the guy. I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure I have this right. That Jeremy Green told me, he's like, if it was 30 years ago, he'd go in the first round, but it's not 30 years ago.
If you have a DeLorean and a time machine and a flux capacitor, maybe he's a first rounder.
Exactly. And that's true, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, he is exactly what the league was. He's just not quite quick and twitched up enough right now, but if he's there, I think he's intriguing. And then I've talked about the other names I really, really like. Ted Hurst, Georgia State, Skylar Bell, UConn, Bryce Lance, North Dakota State. I think Hurst and Bell are both better than Lance by a good bit, but I would be intrigued by Lance as well. Quick profiles on those guys. Ted Hurst is huge, 6'3", 206, runs a 4.4, 96th percentile height, 99th percentile broad jump, 78th percentile 40 time. The Georgia State part of it is what makes you nervous because his numbies are against guys that aren't going to be playing in the league mostly. Similarly, you want to talk about numbies against bad teams. Bryce Lance had 160 yards and a couple touchdowns this year against Southeast Missouri State. But he's 6'3". His brother is Trey Lance, the NFL quarterback. And at 6'3", when you run a 4.3, you have my attention, sir.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you said
attention.
what? 6'3" and 4.3? When do I get to draft you? So color me intrigued there. Had productivity in college as well, albeit at a lower level. And then from a sheer production standpoint, nobody is putting up better numbers this past year than Skylar Bell, who went from Wisconsin to UConn, caught 100 balls, 1,278 yards, 97th percentile vert and broad jump. So he's an athlete as well. Not big, though. 6 foot 192, 4.4 40 time, which was 84th percentile. So the size isn't great, but he's fast, he's athletic, and he put up massive stats in college this past year. Hurst, Bell, Lance, of the more realistic options, kind of my dream scenario.
So Hurst was off my radar for a while, man. Was focused so much more on top of the board guys, the Carnell Tates, the Lemons and company. Remember we spoke to Bishop Fitzgerald from Woodbridge, Virginia, USC safety.
That's right.
And we asked him, just out of curiosity, a lot of these guys you played against, who was the toughest cover? And he said, let me think about it. He's that kid from Georgia State. And I went,
did he say that?
Yeah, that's what we said. I had to look it up, and it was Ted Hurst.
No
and I went,
way.
well, let me do a little deeper dive. That is intriguing. It's an intriguing gentleman, 6'4", 210 pounds. Can scoot a little bit.
I don't remember that. That's a good pull.
Because it was the end. It was the end of the convo. I said, and he was like, what was the kid's name from Georgia State? He's like not focused on the names of the players.
Yeah.
You know how football
He had
players
his
go.
number and
yeah,
then
they
school.
go
I remember
17
that.
or 81.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how I think of it. But an intriguing gentleman there running that 4.4 as big as he is.
I'm going to throw one more name at you of a guy I've heard some rumblings on when we come back at 71 possibly, and then we're going to hit the phones. 800-636-1067. Does it have to be a wide receiver? Would you be okay running back there? Or should they wait? What if they fill a need? Cornerback, somebody falls, center or guard. Right now, left guard. I wouldn't say is a need because you've got Chris Paul coming back. You've got Brandon Coleman who's still a backup. But center might be with Allegretti taking over for Biotish. We're G&D on the Fan.
This update is driven by Oarsman Fairfax Toyota, as they like to say, let's ride together. Last night, the Commanders drafted Sonny Styles, a linebacker from Ohio State, at 7th overall in the first round. This came after the Chiefs traded up for LSU cornerback Mansour Delane. Guys, Styles scored a 9.99 on the relative athletic score, which incorporates stats like 40-yard dash, vertical leap, and that, since 1987, is tied for the fourth best score out of 3,480 linebackers. In the NBA tonight, the playoffs resume. Celtics-Sixers is going to be at 7 p.m. Lakers-Rockets at 8, and Spurs-Trailblazers at 10:30. And in baseball tonight, the Nationals begin a 6-game road trip. It starts with 3 in Chicago against the White Sox at 7:40 on the Fan. Oarsman Fairfax Toyota keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best new selection of Toyotas, each backed by Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
Round 2 of the NFL Draft kicks off in an hour and 31 minutes. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Commanders likely sitting out round 2. They're taking the round 2 red shirt. But in round 3, they're on the clock at 71. The question is, what do you want them to do tonight? I'm getting a lot of comments, several DMs on Instagram. Grant H. Paulson here today asking about the possibility of a trade. The name Daron Payne coming up. I've seen even options of going and getting like a Brian Thomas Jr. or what's going on with George Pickens because he signed his tender yesterday, and the idea is that maybe that makes him tradable for the Cowboys this weekend. So let's tackle that for a second, Danny. First things first, they don't have the assets to give up to move up, in my opinion, unless they included Daron Payne and 71. And I don't even know where that gets you, but maybe you're now into the mid-second round or something like that. I don't think that's realistic in any way. There was a time where I thought they might trade Daron Payne, but that time has passed. It just seems like for whatever reason, and I don't know that this is the best idea, they're willing to pay him $28 million. They're going to eat that much cap up with one player at the defensive tackle position coming off a tough year. I think they're banking on contract year Daron Payne balling out and helping them out. And also, after you just drafted Sonny Styles, getting rid of a defensive tackle who's going to be paid to keep people from touching Sonny Styles is probably not the best practice.
Yeah, I mean, you could find, another Eddie Goldman type player to sort of occupy some blockers and, increase your assets in that way. So to me, I would trade Daron Payne. I don't think they will, though. I would have done it in the offseason. I would do it today. I would do it tomorrow. I'll do it, next Thursday. But they basically, I think, are looking at it going, even if he's not on our roster, this position now, this void, will cost us almost $12 million.
Would you trade Daron Payne for a 5th-round pick?
No, that's probably not enough.
Me either. Would you trade him for a mid-4th-round pick?
That's getting closer for me.
I would not.
That's getting closer. I don't think I would.
I would need a pick tonight, probably, like a 3rd-rounder, which I don't think is realistic. Maybe the better question is, if you were willing to trade 71, does that get you anywhere? Like everyone all offseason has talked about going and getting Brian Thomas Jr. There have been conflicting reports as to whether or not he's on the trade block in Jacksonville after a really tough season with Liam Cohen. 71 doesn't even get you into the ballpark for BTJ.
You don't think? No.
I think he's that's a late one. Like Jalen Waddle got a 1. I mean, he's 2 years into a rookie contract where he already was a Pro Bowler. It was amazing. I know he was terrible in his second year.
Last year was bad.
But his rookie year was breathtaking. I had him as a top 10 receiver going into this season. So I think, that would have been a 2nd-rounder at minimum, maybe a late 1. Like if you wanted to trade your first next year or something, could you do that? Maybe. But they're not doing that the year that the draft is in D.C. and mortgaging another 1st-round pick. So I don't see a path there. I don't know. What would the price tag even be on George Pickens, by the way? For people that haven't been tracking this, Pickens and his agent essentially had floated that he was not going to be signing his franchise tag tender. Then hours before the draft yesterday, inexplicably, he did. Seemed really strange. Then you consider the fact that the only way to be traded is to sign that tender, and he did it right before the draft. Seemed like he was all of a sudden in a rush to get it done. Well, why? Brian Windhorst style. Why are you going to do that? Why sign your tender? 93 catches, 1,400 yards last year, but a problem child. He is only 25 years old. He's a former 52nd overall pick. What's he worth?
It might be a 3 because the receiving team has to pay him, right? You're not going to do it and say, okay, you're on the franchise tag, because the whole point is you would get a malcontent. You'd get a miserable person. You would do that with a mid-round pick, maybe third, maybe a fourth, something like that. Maybe you can win the bidding with a third. But basically saying, okay, then I've got to go ahead and extend him at 33 or 34 million bucks a year.
Would you trade 71 tonight to the Cowboys for George Pickens and then give him, again, an incredible talent, but a guy that before this year was viewed as, like, be careful if you want to get in bed here? I'm going to just say 4 years and 132 million, 33 million a year.
No, he scares the hell out of me. I think once he's paid, he's a problem. That's how it feels to me. Is that fair? I have no idea. Now, I haven't looked him in the eye. I haven't talked to him. I saw the agitation to get out of Pittsburgh, just beyond miserable in Pittsburgh for whatever reason. And then it's I'm happy to do anything. I love Dallas. I love you, when there's something on the line for him in terms of a contract. I kind of don't believe him yet.
Last name I'll throw at you for 71 tonight. I teased this. I said there was one more guy I wanted to talk about in that wide receiver mix. How much have you seen lately of this kid, Dejon Stribling? He's an Ole Miss product. He's got some DK Metcalf to him. He's 6'2", well put together, 207 pounds. I saw a scouting report phrase from Dane Brugler in The Beast. Dane Brugler of The Athletic wrote, he has, quote, about some player, he said, he has tight skin. I think that means, like, there's no flabbiness.
Yes, there's not a lot of body
He's
fat
like
there.
super muscular and there's no fat. But I just thought that was a funny thing. He's like, he has tight skin. And I'm like, that you would not say that about me. I do not have tight skin.
I'm a little loose over here, too.
Yeah.
I'm coming apart.
I mean, you're tighter. I mean, you have tighter skin than I do. But yes, a particular player he was talking about had tight skin. But anyway, this kid Stribling, I'd seen him in the 4th and 5th round most of the pre-draft process. Now all of a sudden people are talking about him in the 3rd round. He is Marquez Valdez-Scantling to me. He is a burner. He will get open. He will run behind everybody. I'm confident in this. What I want to know and what I need to know is, can he do anything else? 55 catches, 800 yards, 6 touchdowns at Ole Miss. Flying up boards according to all of the people that supposedly know things and talk to people. So that tells you that the teams like him a lot. Traits are off the charts. 92nd percentile 40, 85th percentile broad jump, 78th percentile height, 91st percentile hand size.
Big old strong hands, yeah.
207, monster of a guy. Again, I see MVS. I just don't know what else he can do. But if they take him tonight, just know that Adam Peters just did another RAS monster thing. He's just doing the Adam Peters thing.
Yeah, this is 2 straight stops where he's well north of 14 yards a catch, rather. I almost said carry. 17 at Oklahoma State, and then 14.7 in Ole Miss in the SEC. He is here to go deep and chew gum, and he's all out of gum. That's what he's here to do. And I don't hate that, by the way. The concept is that's why they were about to pay $30 million to Alec Pierce. Not because he's a Swiss Army knife who does everything, because they needed someone to take the top off the thing.
So I kind of asked this rhetorically today at a video I'd posted on social. I was like, if all he does is get open deep, is that enough to take him at 71 if he's going to be great at it? I don't think it's the craziest thing in the world if he's not that complete, but he's going to hit 7 or 8 homers for you this year. They don't need that. That doesn't help Bill. That doesn't help Jaden Daniels in the offensive line, the quarterback that might throw the best deep ball in football.
You know, if I'm Detroit, I don't do that. Right. If I'm a dozen teams, I don't. For a team, and I'm looking at this one here, they wore burgundy. In fact, they got the same burgundy they used to have, and it's actually no longer about lies. It's actually the truth.
Burgundy.
Actual burgundy. I'm run burgundy. They're so desperate for that, there's no such thing as an overpay in my view. Like, that's where I'm at. Oh, no, it's around too high. Can he take the top off the defense? They literally have 0.0 of that in my view. So, yeah, that's I'm fine with it.
Remember when they changed the Ron, but they told us the Ron was the same color and we were colorblind? They gaslighted us. That's the definition of gaslighting.
That's right.
It was our fault, by the way. Let's go to Juan in Fairfax on G&D on the Fan. What's up, Juan? How are you? Commanders at 71. What are you thinking?
Well, if we can't get a receiver, then the next best thing should be a cornerback.
So this is something I keep thinking about. I'm glad you said this. This is the fly in my ointment, okay? This, I think, has a chance to be, Danny, the one thing that makes me kind of reverse course right at the end. I don't know why I think this. I kind of feel like a corner could slide and fall. And that is as big a need as wide receiver, in my opinion. You and I have debated this. I actually think corner is a slightly bigger need than receiver. I would still take one over corner because 71 is Receiverville, and you need to help Jaden Daniels. Yes, improving your defense immensely will help Jaden Daniels. It's why I was perfectly fine with getting a stalwart in the top 10. But what if a corner falls? That's also corner range, depending on how the board plays out.
So there's a couple names, again, where that could happen. A couple of, it's already happened, right? Where Colton Hood was a first rounder. He didn't go in the first round. Jermon McCoy, we know. Now, they're not getting there to 71, but the point is a couple of names have already slid into the second round. So they used to be first rounders. Now they're seconds. They go in the second. Does that mean a couple second rounders end up going in the third? I don't know. Again, I keep coming back to this. If it's not a receiver at 71, I go, okay, you've got one more hallway to go down to fix that spot. I would like to have multiple options. I said this before, there's a rope that's been dangling down in front of you. It's a receiver at 71. You can just grab the rope. If you don't grab that rope, you're going to go through an obstacle course and figure something else out, but you're leaving it to chance that you need to improve that spot. You showed me that you know that needs improvement, and I know you're smart enough to know that it isn't Van Jefferson and Dowmy Brown 2.0. I know you know that.
Based on last night, 4 wide receivers were taken and just 1 corner. It starts you down a path where corner might actually be the place where you've got the higher graded player. Carnell Tate, Ohio State, Tennessee Titans. Mekhi Lemon, USC, Philadelphia Eagles. Jordan Tyson, Arizona State, New Orleans Saints. KC Concepcion, Texas A&M, to the Cleveland Browns, the 5 receivers that were drafted last night. And then 2 corners. I think I said 1. The second was Chris Johnson out of San Diego State, who went to the Miami Dolphins. I forgot about him. But Mansour Delane and Chris Johnson were the only 2 corners. So that means Jermod McCoy, Avion Terrell, Colton Hood, D'Angelo Pons, Keontae Scott, who had the pick 6 in the national championship game, Malik Muhammad, Keith Abney. One of these guys is fallen into the 71 range, where a lot of people didn't think they would be. If they take a corner, not a receiver, how are you going to feel?
I won't be angry.
That shocks me.
I'll be impatient.
But guess what? It's over, though. I mean, there is no impatient. It's not like they got another pick coming. You're now not getting your receiver. No, it's Ayuk or Jennings or nothing.
Yeah, it's not coming from the draft.
So you're fine with that?
No. I'm going... I'm going to harp on this for the next until it's over.
This is the thing that you're going to be angry about and not stop talking.
Yeah,
about.
I will be insufferable about it if it doesn't happen.
I think we'll do that together then. But I'm not going to be angry if they take, like, D'Angelo Pons will not be there at 71. I love him. He's like 5'8", he's undersized, but he can fly and he's very competitive and he helped Indiana win a national championship. So just picking him or Keontae Scott or even more likely like someone pushed deeper down the board. If they take a corner, which is a huge position of need, you get better as a football team. It's hard for me to get angry, but I am just going to... The receiver position, looking at it's going to annoy me.
Yep.
It's going to be the room in the house where when I look at it, like my wife bought the thing that I didn't want to buy. I kept saying, we can't afford this, let's not do this, and then she got it anyway, and there's the bread machine, or whatever the hell it is.
Why is there a whole room, honey, with a shrine to your ex-boyfriend? Why do I have to have that in my house? That's the room.
Who and what do you want at 71? That's the question on Grant and Danny.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here from my friends at Ted Britt Ford. Let me tell you something real quick. So I got the Mustang Mach-E. I love it. You can get one just like mine. 2025 Mustang Mach-E. In fact, it's better than mine. $16,500 off the MSRP. 0% APR for 72 months and 0 payments for 90 days. But anyway, we've had our Mach-E now for, what is it, like a year and a half, maybe 2 years? I don't know. I can't even remember. But it needed service, needed inspection. Okay? So here's what I did. I went to tedbritt.com, made a service appointment, got it in there, was out of there in 20 minutes. Everyone was kind, courteous, and gave me a great estimate as to how long it would take. And here's the thing. This is the pain in the butt. You know what it cost? Nothing. That's why Ted Britt Ford takes care of you. Ted Britt for life. It means peace of mind for life. Powertrain coverage, battery replacement, complimentary service loaners, Virginia State inspections, and more. When you buy from Ted Britt Ford, that's what you get. Ted Britt for life. These folks are the best. They've been doing this for 65 plus years, folks. They make people just like you and me happy. Car buying doesn't have to be miserable. Go see my pals at Ted Britt Ford. Give them a chance to win your business. I bet they do. And when you go, tell them Danny sent you.
In 15 minutes at 6 o'clock, we're going to play some of Sonny Styles' press conference with the media today. Coming up right at the top of the hour. Grant and Danny on the Fan. All right, let's bang out some calls. You guys have been patient. Want to take the temperature of the fan base. So last night, I think by and large, very positive reviews. People got what they wanted, which was one of the perceived best players in the class going to Washington at 7, one of the great athletes in the history of the Combine and the NFL Draft, a guy who is number 1 out of 3,215 linebackers, dating back to 1987, the number 1 player in RAS, relative athletic score, which seems like it's the number 1 prerequisite for the board for Adam Peters after a few drafts. But what do you want him to do now? To add to Sonny Styles at 71. E's in D.C. What's up, E?
What's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
There's a lot of ways that they could go. I'm thinking at 71, you could still get the most pro-ready player and not the development. So I don't want people to think at 71 you're automatically switching your idea to development. Like a guy like Connor Lew, like the center from Auburn,
Yeah.
I think he's going to be the most pro-ready, plug-and-play kind of guy who can help Jaden Daniels. I still think there's a vacancy there. I like Allegretti, but I still think you're talking about having a kid who's SEC legit, who's having, who'll be able to help. Also, a few other guys, Elijah Surratt, if you do want to go receiver, I think him in the slot, his hands and his reliability downfield could be really good for you. And I think there's like an edge guy. I think his name is Dennis Sutton or something like that. He led the Big Ten in pressures in games. So I think he represents the kind of guy that Dan Quinn will get.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Out of Penn State, talking about the edge rusher there.
So I'm going to go back to Connor Lew. I could see that pick happening, if he's there, just because he is such a safe, easy, I like the phrase he used, plug and play. Like, you're starting for us, man. Center from Auburn, now you're the center for the Commanders. Give me a word. If they do that, like, I'm whelmed because it's smart. It makes sense. It's fine, but I don't even care that it's unexciting. It's just not the thing I want. But you can see why they would do it. It's practical. Elijah Surratt is way more interesting. A wide receiver, started at JMU, went with Kurt Cignetti to Indiana. He's big. He plays big, 6'2", 210. You better get ready to learn the back shoulder ball, Jaden Daniels, because there's a lot of that in Elijah Surratt's game.
Because if someone's running right next to him, that guy's open. Go ahead and give it to him. Contested catch maven. We talk about that with McLaurin all the time. I prefer separators, but again, beggars can't be choosers when you're in the third round.
Manny, South Beach, what's good?
Hey, guys. Glad to speak to you all the time. But I'm thinking I'm taking 71, man, and I'm shopping it with other teams to see if I can't get. I want to get the guy, Brian Thomas, but you spoke on it. You know what I mean? So I would like to make a package with 71 because we're going to get a seasoned receiver at that point. That way we don't have to worry about, you know what I mean, if that having a receiver at that position works. But yeah, I would take 71 and maybe another piece and try to dangle it in front of somebody, see what I can get.
Appreciate
Trying to move up, I guess?
The idea of moving up is titillating, and everybody should want to do that. I mean, that is intriguing. I don't think it's realistic. And for the record, Adam Peters yesterday asked about it, essentially said as much. He said, he didn't rule it out. You're not going to do that. But he said it's unlikely, not as many words. But basically, they didn't have the ammunition to do it. Nick in La Plata, you're on Grant and Danny. What's up?
Hey, guys, I love your show. I'm thinking if we're going to make anything and move up, I want to know why no one's ever done what I'm getting ready to say. We pick up Stowers, the tight end. We have 2 magnificent tight ends. Why not go to a 2 tight end attack offense and give the kid exactly what he needs? 2 safety valves that are going to drive people crazy. Well, how are they going to start 2 tight ends and the wide receivers? I think Debo and Ayuk. If Debo comes back, Ayuk is a better gamble. If you're going to go for a psycho, don't go to Dallas. Keep Ayuk.
Thanks, bud. Eli Stowers is not going to be there, I don't think. If he is, I mean, I would run that card up to the podium. I think he's an awesome player. I mean, Logan actually
loves him, yeah.
More as a receiving tight end than he liked Kenyon Sadiq, believe it or not. I just don't think he's going to be there. But what if they went 71 tight end?
So the beauty of the 2 tight end situation in general is blocking acumen. If you dare go nickel, we'll knock you into next week. If you try to go base or more linebackers, we got guys that could run by you. I don't know that Stowers is a stout enough blocker to be part of a 2 tight end setup in general, right? Because you're basically talking about just a receiver, but close to the line of scrimmage, maybe with his hand in the dirt or lining up in the slot. That negates that advantage that we're talking about. So if you've got two dynamic tight ends that can also block really, really, really well, like if John Bates was a better receiver, I'm going, let's run two tight ends every play. But I don't know about that.
Stowers, to me, is too good to pass up on because he's like a top 40 to 50 player in the class-ish at 71. But otherwise, I don't think you go tight end. You're deep enough. You got a Okonkwo. You're trying to see what Sinnott is.
You got names they like there.
Yeah, Bates is a really, really good blocker who's getting
They
paid
paid a lot of money.
$7 million a year. Vic and Akakik, what's up?
What's up, guys? Let's hop right into it. Option A, I call the Falcons, I call the Vikings, and I say I have Deron Payne. I know you need a defensive tackle, especially the Falcons. You just lost one. I'm not calling the Giants because the Giants are in my division, and I'm just going to dangle it out there to see what I can get for it. If they don't do it, then I'm definitely taking receiver, and I like the guy from Ole Miss. We need to continue to build around our most valuable commodity on the team, and that is Jaden Daniels, and we need something that gives him an outlet to either eat up a chunk of yards or get behind the defense with his ability to throw the deep ball.
Yeah, let's get him a weapon, Vic. Tonight's the night, buddy. Let's do it at 71. All right, Sonny Styles, the 7th overall pick in the draft, met with reporters a bit ago in Ashburn. We've got some of that audio for you. You're going to want to hear it. He is super impressive. My God. I mean, what a likable kid. Next on G&D.
Sports Update is brought to you by Melwood. Sonny Styles, you are a Washington Commander. The Commanders were blessed with a top linebacker in the draft last night and selected former Buckeye at 7th overall after the Chiefs traded up for LSU cornerback Mansour Delane. Styles replaces Bobby Wagner and Von Miller and brings top-tier athleticism to the linebacking crew in Washington. He helps the defense, too, that finished 27th in points allowed per game and 32nd in yards allowed per game last season. By the way, Jeremiah Love, an early favorite for Rookie of the Year, followed by Carnell Tate and Fernando Mendoza. In baseball tonight, the Nationals begin a 6-game road trip with 3 in Chicago against the White Sox at 7:40. That is right here on the Fan. Miles Michaelis against Eric Fetty. P.J. Poulin will be the opener for Washington. Offensively, Washington has James Wood leading the National League with 10 homers. C.J. Abrams is 9th in all of baseball in on-base percentage. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit Melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crump Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
Draft coverage on the Fan is presented nationally by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. Grant and Danny with you, taking you up to 6:30. The NFL Draft resumes in Pittsburgh in 58 minutes and 35 seconds. That's when the 49ers will be on the clock with pick 33 to kick off round 2. Washington slated to pick at number 71 overall. That comes early in round 3. Adam Peters introduced Sonny Styles to the media today. We grabbed a few minutes that we thought you would enjoy. Get to know your new linebacker, Sonny Styles.
I'll be brief today, but I can tell you guys, as impressive as he is on the field, he's just as impressive off the field. And we're super excited to have him. Mom and Dad, you guys did a great job. And so just really, really pumped to have him here. And really, in short, Sonny embodies everything we look for in a commander on and off the field. So really thrilled, really excited. So please join me in welcoming Sonny Styles to the Commanders family in the DMV.
How we doing? I just want to say something real quick. I want to say thank you to he made me call him AP. I like to call him Mr. Peters. I'm going to say thank you to AP. Thank you to Coach Quinn, Mr. Harris, for you guys believing in me, putting a lot of faith in me. You know, I think when I came in this building, you guys talked about, like, just scratching the surface. You talked about how there's so much more to unlock. And, you know, I see it. I see the vision. I'm excited to be here. I've been telling everyone this is where I wanted to be, so I'm super excited to be here and just can't wait to get to work.
Sonny, John Kime, ESPN. I'm curious, now that you're sitting up here as a first-round pick, what was your reaction when you got moved to safety, and then when did you feel you became a guy who could be a linebacker at this level? Yeah, so when I came in at safety my first 2 years, it's kind of what I've been playing my whole life. Switched to linebacker to my sophomore year. You know, I think when I got to the end of my sophomore year, I really wasn't where I wanted to be. And I ended up switching, sitting down with the coach, head coach, coordinator. Felt like it was best for the team, felt like it was best for me. And, you know, I was happy to do it. You know, I attacked the role, maximized the role, just wanted to help the team win. And I think it worked out for me.
Hi, Sonny. Liam Griffin with the Washington Times. You come from an NFL bloodline. I'm curious, is there any advice that your dad has given you about this experience and that transition going from college to the NFL?
Yeah, he talked a lot about finding a vet in the room, whether it be on my side of the ball, on the offense, just finding a guy that you admire the way he works. And, you know, kind of learning from him, you know, getting all the little nuggets from him, and just being coming in with humility and the willingness to learn, open-minded.
Hi, Sonny. Nikki Javala with The Athletic. Who helped you the most as you transitioned from safety to linebacker, and how do you think your safety background helps you at that position?
I say it helped me the most. I would say Coach Laurinaitis, then my dad. Spent a lot of time watching ball with them. my dad, he got his own stuff going on, but he'd come in the building and watch tape with me. Obviously he's a former linebacker, but then Coach Laurinaitis, obviously my position coach, he put a lot of belief in me. When I switched to linebacker, he texted me and said, hey, you're going to be a first-round pick. And, for him to say that after, my first 2 years playing safety, it was okay. I wasn't on projection to be that yet. And, to hear that from your coach means a lot. So, I was super happy when he did that. And, I think those 2 guys are a big reason why I succeeded at the position.
Hey, Sonny, David Aldridge with The Athletic. Welcome to D.C. You had a great, talented defensive room in Columbus. I just wonder how you guys, you and Caleb and Arvell, and how you guys kind of found a niche with one another so that you could play as a unit together.
I think it starts in the offseason, just training with each other, working out, getting to know each other, hanging out outside the building. But I think, at Ohio State we had like-minded people, guys who love football, love to win, love their brothers, and I'm sure it's the same thing here, at least from what I see from the staff. So I think we have guys who are good people off the field and like-minded on the field. Good things happen, and it's easy to gel.
Hey, Sonny, Donna Hopkins, Pro Football Plus. Welcome to the DMV. This has been a long process through the combine, through the senior day, now with the Commanders. What has that process been like, and what have you learned about yourself in that process?
For me, it's been fun. Combine prep was awesome. Out in California, training with guys, training with my brothers and my teammates, some other guys from across the country. That was fun. Then you go to the combine, you get to go out there, compete, meet with a bunch of coaches, talk ball, talk about yourself, go to pro day, go on these visits, and then obviously, the draft day. So it's been fun. It's been great. And, I think I learned about myself that I'm not anxious for the moment. I'm excited. And I think, talking to my dad, you can be excited and be anxiety-free when you put the work in. So you trust that work and then get to this next level, create a routine, create a regimen, and trust that work and just trust the process.
Hi there, Candy Waller, Bowie TV. So can you just share what this last 24 hours have been like for you?
Yeah, yesterday morning, just hanging out with a bunch of family, my guys from Vayner, just soaking it all in. Just enjoying each other. I think Pittsburgh was only a 3-hour drive, so I had a bunch of family down there, and that was awesome. Then you go to the red carpet, green room. Honestly, everyone asked me all day, am I anxious? And I told everybody no. I was just excited. I had a feeling I knew where I was going, and it happened just like it was supposed to. So it was a dream come true, and obviously celebrate with the family after. Seeing all my other fellow Buckeyes get drafted was awesome. We think we were all genuinely just super happy for each other. Everyone ended up right where they're supposed to be.
Hey, Sonny, Mitch Tischler, Monumental Sports. With Arvell going to New York and Caleb going to Dallas, what were thoughts of playing those guys twice a year, and what were those text messages like last night? Did you guys talk at all?
Yeah, I saw them after in the hotel. We're excited for each other. Can't wait to get to work. Obviously we're going to get after them, so hopefully I can see them out there on the field.
Hey, Sonny, Ben Standing with the Team 980. The scratching the surface comment, we've heard that. You just mentioned it a minute ago. What does that mean to you? When somebody says you're just scratching the surface, what do you kind of see as the vision for yourself?
Yeah, I have high expectations for myself. I don't think the goal for my career was just to get to the NFL, and that was it. Round of applause. I think it's. I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy for the moment. But there's still so much work to be done. I was in year 2 at the position last year. I thought I played fairly well, but I watched myself. I know I have so much more in the tank. In all facets of the game, there's so much more to work on.
Hey, Sonny, Les Carpenter at the Washington Post. Just the way that you're kind of, the presence you have right now and sort of the ease that you have in this, it's almost like you've been waiting for this day all your life. Is that kind of the way it is? You do seem, and you seemed last night too, very prepared for all of this, and nothing seems to be fazing you right now.
I think I can attribute that to my parents. They raised me the right way, and I think I've worked for this moment to get here, to get to this level, and exceed at this level. So I think that's why I feel ready, and really no anxiety or anxiousness. Obviously, being at Ohio State, they develop as men and as players. So when you step into the building, we're ready to be pros.
Sonny, welcome to Washington, D.C. Chad Ricardo with Fox 5. I had to imagine that you've envisioned this moment for years and years and years. I wonder that now that you're here, how the dream of this moment correlates to the reality of it.
Man, I think being a little kid, the draft felt so surreal, and it was amazing. once you get your name called and all those things. But I think once I got my name called, it was like you walked on the stage and experienced all that. And then I was like, whew, now I'm ready to go to work. Like, I'm just excited. I'm excited for the next step. I'm excited to get better. I'm excited to, help this team win.
Hi, Sonny. Heather McDonough, NBC4. Welcome to Washington. You've mentioned that this is where you wanted to be, and you met with a lot of teams who said a lot of wonderful things, I'm sure, about you, about themselves. Why is this where you wanted to be? What stuck out about the Commanders?
I'll take it back to like when I was coming out of high school, and I went to Ohio State, went in that building. There was great people in the building. Starting with Coach Day, the whole coaching staff, the players. When I came in this building, the first person I see, Coach Norton. Great energy. You could tell he's just a genuine guy, great man. Then I could sit down with Coach DJ, Coach Jones, go talk to Coach Quinn, AP, and it was just great energy in the whole building. Every single person I met with, and it just felt right. And that's why when I left this building, I was like, man, like this is it. This feels right. And I was hoping it was going to work out the way it did. So just super excited to be here.
Hi, Sonny. Welcome to Washington. Skylar Nelson from the Washington Informer. There have been talks about your leadership when you were in Ohio. How do you plan to bring that leadership as a rookie into this NFL locker room as you go into the next phase of your career?
Yeah, I think as a rookie, you got to earn the respect of the guys in the room first. So just coming in, being reliable, being consistent, showing up, doing my job each and every day. So I'm just going to earn the respect of the guys around me, make them respect the way I work. And naturally, especially if you're a Mike Green Dot guy, if that's what the case may be, you're going to earn the respect of those guys with the way you command the huddle, the confidence in your communication, all these different things. And to have that confidence, you have to put in the preparation. So I plan to prepare at the highest level I can, so I can be out there super confident and not let my guys down.
Hey, Sonny, David Harrison, Locked On and WSA 9. Welcome to DC. We're going to finish this off a little bit of a softball question for you. I don't know if you've noticed the rebranding. I know you've been a little bit busy, but what do you think about the new logos in front of you and the new helmets and the new threads?
I think it looks awesome. It dropped, actually, I think it was my second day on my 30 visit, so I think it looks awesome. Can't wait to put it on. I think I'm going to look pretty good in the burgundy and gold.
Hey, Sonny, Alex Flum with DC News Now. Welcome to the area. You talked about how excited you were to come here, how you thought this is where you belonged, where you wanted to be. So I want to know, when you actually walked through the doors today after being drafted, what was going through your mind? What was that moment like?
Yeah, I walked in the doors. It felt like the whole staff was out in the hallway. It was awesome. It felt like almost like a family reunion. Everyone welcomed me home. So it was great. Super excited. Like I said, when I walked out this building a few weeks ago, I knew this was the right place. And I told Coach Quinn, I was like, on my way, I was like, hopefully I'll be seeing you soon. So I was glad to be back.
Did you ask them to pick your brother on day 3?
No, I didn't do that yet.
Sonny Styles cutting promos, winning the press conference. Very, very impressive young man at 21.
There's so many things that stand out in that conversation with him. You catch the glimpses into what makes him so special off the field. But I loved his little answer where he's talking about the combine, another chance to go compete.
Right.
So many guys, and I don't fault them for this, by the way. They go, well, my draft stock's pretty good. I don't need to do a 3-cone shuttle or this high jump or this broad jump or get poked and prodded in certain ways. I'm good. The tape speaks for itself. That's another chance to go compete. I love that so much. I'm a sucker for it. You like defensive coordinator promos.
Yeah.
I like guys that basically say, there's a limited window that I'll ever get to do anything like this in my whole life. There's one combine I'll ever do. I want to go compete. I love that.
He
I love it.
referenced the welcome party when he walked into the building. They did it again. It's the Jennifer Hudson Show Spirit Tunnel bit. Everybody came out to the lobby. Sonny, let's run free. Use your speed to make them bleed. Hit them hard and we'll pull their card. It's the Jennifer Hudson bit. We're back. We're doing it. Everybody just...
We got that right? Everybody got the video?
And high-fiving and handshaking, and you know the bit. You know.
After you showed me.
Well, no, but you're a big fan of the bit.
I am not. I don't get it.
This is still my biggest goal as a show, that at some point when we have someone on in studio, just straight-faced, we never, ever acknowledge that it wasn't real.
That's going to be tough.
Me, Toby, D. Domenico, Wes. Strobes, whoever's here, we just do the tunnel. And like whoever it is, some random national walks through the Spirit Tunnel, Jennifer Hudson style, or like Jake Irvin, like, throw your hook And yeah, I got to think of something.
Yeah, you got to do. We'd have to come up with a song first. Yeah.
You're from Minnesota, home of the Mall of America.
Doesn't really flow. That's tough.
Yeah, I'll work on it.
Yeah, but I got you.
But you get the point.
You're just stuck on Jake Irvin. It could be anybody.
It could be anyone.
Could be anybody.
Shouldn't be Jake Irvin, it sounds like. But it could be someone else. You see what I'm saying?
I do.
We should do it at some point. Do you have the clip of Sonny Styles calling into a show that Micah Parsons was doing? Micah Parsons is like all over the place, media-wise, by the way.
Very comfortable saying things. Very comfortable being on the record saying stuff.
And I kind of love it.
It's good for us, I suppose. But
it sounds like you don't like it.
Well, it's the type of thing, if I was a team, I just know that if my star linebacker just was like, let me do this thing where I put my foot in my mouth and end up having to talk about my teammates, I'd probably go, could you not? I would be on the team, could you not?
Let me be clear, Obama style. Imagine if we did the spirit tunnel for him. Let me be clear. If I'm the Cowboys, I hate everything about it. If I'm the Packers now, I hate everything about it. 100%. But just me sitting here, I think it's great.
Yeah.
Just like super active, like giving legitimate opinions, not just saying nothing because he's in the league and doesn't want to offend anyone. But anyway, Styles called into whatever show he was doing on Bleacher Report or Yahoo or some random publication, or the Micah Parsons Hour or whatever it was. And I just thought this content on Dan Quinn was incredible. Listen to this.
Just go be a dog. Dan Quinn will love you forever.
You can tell my few minutes I had with him. He's an awesome dude, great man. You can tell he cares about you. The only coach that gave me his number, said no matter what happens, I'll always hit you up, make sure you're good. So he's a genuine guy. Excited to work for him.
Micah, after that, goes on to say, "Do you still have more there? Play it."
My pops, to this day, he still checks on me as a person, as a player. So whenever you have that heart-to-heart with him, just know it's always coming from the most genuine, heartfelt place, and that he's going to truly take you in like a son. Or if you just...
How cool is that to hear? We know that Dan Quinn's a real one. Like, he is a completely beloved, respected, revered dude because he's so authentic. He really is a legitimately good guy. Whether he makes the right decision on fourth down, whether the team's prepared to go play the game or not, it's a hard job. Sometimes you're going to win, sometimes you're going to lose. If he doesn't have a good season, who knows what next year holds. But what you're not taking away from him, he's a great dude. His players love him. And to hear Sonny Styles saying, one guy in all of my interview processes, one time when I went to a building, gave me his number and said, whether we draft you or not, if you ever need anything, call me. That was Dan Quinn. And Micah's going, yeah, he still checks in on me all the time. Checks in on my mental, makes sure I'm cool, makes sure I'm happy, makes sure my life's good. Like, how cool is that?
Very cool. It tells you that it's follow through, right? I think it's easy to sound like an awesome dude at the podium, or it's easy to get yourself fired up and amped up to give the team speech, right? Hey, let's attack this week. Let's go ahead. It's the minute to minute, day to day, what nobody sees. When there's no cameras, we're not filming for social. When you're interacting with these guys, whether it's real, fake, or somewhere in between. And by the way, it's an exhausting job. You'd be forgiven for being in a pissy mood every now and again. I mean, even doing this gig, I find myself snapping at people, whether it's here or at home or whatever. It's like, God, that was out of character. I need to be better about that. And I try to be cognizant of it. Imagine being the head coach of a football team going on 20 hours of sleep per week while you're still doing that. It speaks to it. And that's why he's so beloved and so well thought of around the league.
All right, a few NFL things I wanted to hit on really quickly before we make our final predictions, give you our final thoughts on night 2, rounds 2 and 3 NFL draft. First things first, does George Pickens get traded before the end of the weekend?
So I said yes, that he was going to get traded last night, and that didn't happen. So I'm still buying that it happens.
I said no last night. I think the chances are like 35-40% for the weekend. Someone needs to explain to me why he signed his tender when he did. Didn't make sense. Complete about face with he and his agent David Mulligetta. To do that before the draft felt like they were beating the clock. For what reason exactly?
Yeah, the only one I can come up with, I'm not that bright a guy, I do okay, was to get traded, to facilitate a trade.
I want to talk more about this next week. We've been busy the last couple days, but this Mike Vrabel situation is wild. Mike Vrabel is not going to be taking part in the draft on Saturday with the New England Patriots so that he can go seek counseling. Now, a lot more has come out over the last few days about him and Diana Rossini, the former reporter at The Athletic that stepped down, who's obviously a friend of ours who used to work here in Washington, D.C. It looks as though Diana has said that this did not happen. Mike Vrabel also claimed that this did not happen, although now he's apologizing and saying he needs counseling. but won't say exactly directly for what. But it looks as though there was a long affair that was taking place. These are two married people. There are pictures that go back to 2020 in a bar. There's subsequently in 2024 now, images that have come out at them in a casino. You've obviously got the very recent images of them allegedly while Diana was on a girls' trip, we were originally told, in Phoenix, but there's no evidence of that. So all of this is to say something we haven't talked a lot about on the show. Again, we have a personal relationship with Diana. If it's someone we didn't know, I said this point blank. I'm being blunt. We'd have talked about it a lot more. I've been uncomfortable. It's not that cool when someone that you're friendly with and have a relationship with is in the news for a very bad reason. But it's a terrible look. It looks as though what she originally said may not actually be the case, at least based on what we're seeing now. Bottom line is, though, Danny, to the football part of this, which is right now what I care about, Mike Vrabel missing a day of the draft? Like, there were so many days to get counseling. And if you want to get counseling, that's fine. Go do it immediately. Like, first round and the second round, I got to be there. Third round, I got to be around. But from rounds 4 through 7, that's when my family needs me. It's very strange to me.
The whole thing is very odd. Now, I will say, PR tip of the cap for someone, for a dork like me that pays attention to this sort of stuff, they had him speak right before the draft. You know what's bigger than Mike Vrabel talking is the draft and draft stories. So they knew he was going to say stuff. It was going to be unsatisfactory. A couple people in the room are going to try to follow up. But at the end of the day, we're already on to the next thing because who's getting drafted where.
By the way, literally less than an hour before the draft started. Yeah. You can't crowbar that thing in any closer to the biggest event on the calendar of the year. He talked after 7 East time last night, I'm pretty sure. He went up to the podium. The draft started at 8.
So that's you made it a new term for Friday news dump. It may be Thursday evening right before the draft at an NFL facility news dump. So that was a masterclass. But yeah, it doesn't make any sense. It's the first couple of days of the draft, I need to be there, but then the counseling has to happen on Sunday.
Well,
I don't know.
The counseling doesn't make any sense.
Or whatever it is, yeah.
The counseling has to happen on Saturday, as if the office isn't open other days. As if
Saturday.
You can't get counseling any other day. Now, obviously, if you just say, I want to go be with my family, I'm not behooving you to that. Family's more important than a job. Go do that, no problem. It is weird to me you're not doing that for the first or second day of the draft. You're just doing it for day 3. But he didn't really say, I got to be with my family. Supposedly, he has to get counseling. This is speculative and probably a bridge too far for me. This, to me, reeks of like his wife basically said, show us that you care, Mike. Show us and don't go to the draft or don't be with the team. That's kind of how the vibe I'm getting here is like someone with the family was like, put your money where your mouth is, Vrabes. Let's see.
Or came from the team. It's like a quiet, not a suspension.
Why would the team not want him around?
Just this is a PR thing to make it look a certain way. I mean, I have no idea. There's so many.
I think it looks so much worse for them that their head coach, who basically is also their GM, is not in the building.
I mean, there are thousands of hours between now and the first practice where you could hang out with whoever you want to hang out with. Family counselors. You can go visit the school. You can do whatever the hell you want. But it has to be Saturday? I don't know. It just sort of feels like they said, why don't you stay away? But again, I have no idea. This whole thing is so strange.
It's a ridiculous thing to me. Most picks by position in the 2026 first round. You ready for this?
Yep.
7 offensive tackles, 5 linebackers, 5 wide receivers, 3 edges, 2 quarterbacks. That's still hilarious that 2 quarterbacks went. 2 running backs, 2 guards, 2 corners, and 2 safeties. Only 1 tight end, Kenyon Sadiq, and 1 defensive tackle. No centers went in the draft in round 1.
So it ends up being typical, but you and I both know that it's not, right? I mean, the certain numbers, certain premium positions, etc. This was a bit of a topsy-turvy type situation, but those numbers kind of bear out. Normally there'd be more quarterbacks. There might be a couple less other folks, but along the defensive line, that's a premium spot. Edges make 30-something. Good defensive tackles make upper 20s. You usually see a lot of those guys go towards the top of the board.
All right, so here we go. Final thoughts and final predictions for pick 71. Danny, give me what you think is going to happen. Give me what you want to happen.
What I think is going to end up happening is a run on receivers happens before Washington goes. Somebody will fall in terms of cornerback. Maybe it's an interior lineman. It'll be unsexy, and you and I will be left wondering what the hell they're going to do with the receiver spot. It may turn back into free agency, something that they kind of shirked after they didn't get Alec Pierce and Romeo Doubs. What I want to happen is somebody in the Jeremy Bernard, Chris Bell, Chris Brazzell, maybe Antonio Williams falling to them at 71, them sprinting to the podium and getting me a wideout.
Good luck with that. I would love one of those guys. What I think happens is they go wide receiver. Ted Hurst, let's say, the Georgia State product, who's 6'3", 205, runs a 4.4. What I want to happen is exactly that. I think I'm going to get what I want. I'll also throw Skylar Bell of UConn into the conversation here as one of the top guys that I would love to be there at 71. We've got continuing coverage throughout the night. Toby Altizer to kick things off here on the Fan. Then he's going to hop on over to the Deuce with Linnell Willingham deep into the evening. Of course, we won't be back until 2 o'clock on Monday, but you can check us out on socials throughout the weekend for lots of content at Funny Danny and at Grant H. Paulson. Thanks to our producers, Darius. A lot of audio, a lot of work today behind the scenes. Very well done as always. Our guys, Kevin and Wes, working hard for us as well. G&D saying so long. Keep it here for Topher Time and draft coverage on the Fan.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
And it's brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In baseball tonight, the Nationals begin a 6-game road trip with 3 in Chicago against the White Sox at 7:40 on the Fan. It is Miles Michaelis versus Eric Fetty. But first, openers. P.J. Poulin will be the opener for the Nats, and Brian Hudson will open for the White Sox. Offensively, James Wood leads the National League with 10 homers, and C.J. Abrams is 9th in on-base percentage in all of Major League Baseball. In the NFL, the Commanders selected linebacker Sonny Styles 7th overall last night. They only have 1 pick tonight, coming at number 71. Won't pick again until Saturday in the 5th round at number 147. NBA playoffs resume tonight. Celtics, Sixers at 7. Lakers, Rockets at 8. Spurs, Trailblazers at 10:30. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 877-633-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Kraut Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
Welcome in. It is overtime on 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer with you for a short amount of time, taking you up until Nationals baseball. They're going to take on the White Sox tonight in Chicago. An intriguing one. We'll get you a quick preview before we get out of here on the Nats tonight. Riley Cornelio called up from AAA. He's going to be a fun arm to watch, set to make his debut tonight. Not sure when. PJ Pooling going to serve as an opener for the Nationals. We'll see when they go to the pen, whether it's Miles Michaelis or maybe it's Cornelio making his debut out of the bullpen. Regardless, Cornelio is set to make his debut tonight. We'll get you a quick preview before we get out of here and turn it over to Charlie and Dave at 7:10. But the number one thing that we'll continue to talk about all day here on The Fan is the NFL Draft. Yesterday, round one of the draft, it was a bit shocking to see how some of it fell. We knew Fernando Mendoza was going to go 1, and then after that, it was kind of, who knows what's going to happen. We didn't even know who the number 2 pick was going to be. It was assumed that it was either David Bailey or Arvell Reese. It ends up being David Bailey, which I like that pick. He's a little more set in what he is as an edge rusher. I think that's a good fit for the Jets. You know what you're getting there. You don't have to try to come up with different packages or figure out what exactly he is and figure out his strengths. You know what he is. He's an edge rusher, speed rusher, going to be able to get after the passer. Questionable against the run, but you can still improve that. Regardless, you know what you're getting in David Bailey. Jeremiah Love, one of the top 2 players in the draft, in my opinion. The tier 1 of this draft was Jeremiah Love and Caleb Downs. Unfortunately, and we'll talk about this in a little bit as well, feel like the NFC East had a pretty good NFL draft. Obviously, we like what the Commanders did with Sonny Styles, and we'll talk about that in just a moment. But getting Caleb Downs, if you're Dallas, feels really, really good. We'll get to that in a little bit. But Jeremiah Love goes number 3 to the Arizona Cardinals. Him and Downs were the 2 best players in the draft, in my opinion. Little bit of a shocker, Carnell Tate. Most fans assumed he'd be available for Washington to take at 7. He wasn't really even close to being available for Washington to take at 7. Maybe Tennessee was hoping Jeremiah Love would be there, and then they pivoted to Carnell Tate, but they get some help for their young quarterback in Cam Ward. Arvell Reese goes to the Giants. Mansour Delane goes to the Chiefs after they traded up ahead of Washington, thinking that he was a prime target for Washington at 7. And that set up this, as Roger Goodell announced, the Commanders pick at 7.
With the 7th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Sonny Styles, linebacker, Ohio State.
And I was so fired up when you find out that this is a pick. To me, it was down to Downs or Styles. And then it was basically a pick of what kind of a guy are you looking for. Do you want the guy that is more physically gifted? That's Sonny Styles. Or do you want the guy that, by all accounts, is one of the smartest football players that a lot of these coaches that had him in college have ever coached in Caleb Downs? So it's between those two, because neither one fits into the category of, prime position, very high premium, you got to get this guy. So neither one falls into that category, and they're teammates at Ohio State. And I think if you watched Ohio State this year, 3 guys jumped off the screen. All 3 of them going in the top 11 picks. Caleb Downs, obviously, with his smarts as a safety, cleaning up everything, being everywhere. Sonny Styles with his athleticism at the second level, and then the physicality of Arvell Reese. Those 3 guys stood out immediately, and I think as soon as you turned on an Ohio State game and saw that defense out there, you noticed number 8, Arvell Reese, and number 0, Sonny Styles, just by their sheer size. And so seeing a guy at Styles' size, 6'5", 240, and to see the way that he can move is really, really impressive. So the team opts to go with the guy who is more physically gifted versus the guy who has a little higher football IQ. But that's not to say that they drafted a guy that's just a physical freak and isn't able to play football at a high level and process it at a high level. I think that's the beauty of getting a guy like a Sonny Styles, especially when you get a guy that's as physically gifted as he is. Say you draft Caleb Downs, and I was Caleb Downs' top of my board. But say you draft a guy like Caleb Downs, and for whatever reason, his high football IQ just can't catch up to the NFL speed, the NFL level. He doesn't have the physical tools to overcome some of that stuff. And so if for whatever reason he wasn't able to translate, which I think he will, but if for whatever reason he wasn't able to, he doesn't have the tools to overcome that and still turn himself into a really good player. Styles maybe doesn't have the high football IQ of Caleb Downs, not to say that he doesn't have it, but that's because Caleb Downs is one of the highest I can recall of any